This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
It's the penultimate day of group stage action here in ECS Portugal. It's all still to play for at both ends of the table. Your cricket action starts right here, right now. Well, what a week we've had so far, and yesterday was no different. We had close finishes, we had surprise upsets, and I'm sure we've got a lot more in store today. Well, it's a bit of a split table, isn't it? There's two teams languishing at the bottom, Gamblers and Punjab CC Amadora. They both now have picked up their first victory, but they need to do a lot more if they want to go through to finals day. At the top, we've got Marlow sitting pretty. They've pretty much got 1 foot in the qualifier, but it could all still change. Coming up first is match 21 between Gorkha and Gamblers. Let's go to the middle and see what happened at that all-important coin toss.
Good. Gamblers to call. Heads is called. It's tails.
We're going to bat first.
Bat first?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah,
Have a good
thank
game.
you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Gorkha won the toss. They're batting.
So there you have it. Gorkha win the toss and they decide to bat. For them, it's about taking the points and going back up into second place. As for the Gamblers, well, it's the final roll of the dice for them. They need to take the points to stay within touching distance of that 4th spot to go through to the eliminator. Remember, it's the top 4 teams that go through to finals day. Places 5 and 6 will say goodbye to them at the end of the action tomorrow. Someone who I'm not going to say goodbye to just yet, he's sitting in the commentary box waiting to take you through the action. That's Phil G. Phil, the news from the toss is that Gorkha have won it and they will have a bat.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Tina. Thank you very much. Yes. It's no time for goodbyes just yet, but they will be coming shortly. Anyway, it's time for hellos. It is indeed Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you on the back of Tina's lovely introduction there. And welcome to everyone watching from around the world to the Centurion Cricket Ground It is the start of day number 5. Things are kicking off. It's Wednesday action coming, and we're going to go straight into the recap from yesterday. Let's have a look. And we started with Punjab CC Amadora getting their loss on the board, sadly for them. Gorkha 11 chasing down 140 runs in 9.4 overs, 2 balls to spare. A good 5-wicket win to Gorkha 11. They're looking pretty good at the moment. Looking pretty good, Gorkha. They sort of snuck in a bit. We've been talking a lot about Punjab CC Amadora and Marlow and Awarish and how the teams are sort of unfolding and how the standings are unfolding. Gorkha, we need to give them a really close inspection today. Second match, match 17, was Marlow and Awarish, and that was all one-way traffic for Marlow. 163 for 4. Awarish in response bowled out with 3 balls to spare. Just couldn't throw a punch back, couldn't get anything else happening for them, and it was all Marlow. An 83-run victory, massive that one for net run rate as well. Let's have a look now at match 18 coming up, and match 18 was, of course, the big one. And when I talk about this one, this was the match that we sort of highlighted as being a bit of a tasty little one here, and it was indeed. Look at that. Punjab CC Amadora put 176 on the board. It was a big scoring day yesterday. 176, an amazing century effort there by Simranjit Singh, 122 off 32. We'll talk a bit more about that later. Raul Imran's good support from the skipper, played a quiet role at the other end, just a few runs, 19 and 10. Lisbon Capitals, they put up a fight, 141 for 5, so it was only 35 runs in the end, the difference. Raul Huda got amongst the runs, got a very well-deserved 54. Amir Mustafa with a quick-fire 32 as well. Have a look at match 19, Marlow and Gamblers. And this was an interesting match. We were all both sitting back, Tina and myself, and saying, oh, Marlow need to be careful here. Wouldn't want to go down to Gamblers. And in the end, they get the win by 10 runs, but it was a really close contest. Marlow losing 8 wickets along the way to 122. And then Gamblers, well, they got 112. Probably in the last couple of overs there was a little bit of a flurry of runs, so it probably just accentuates a little bit the effort from Gamblers. They were looking to go down by a good 20 odd runs there, but in the end it was only 10 runs the difference. A good, well fought contest between the two polar ends of the standings. And let's go to the last match we had last night. And Awarish, well, they bounced back in amazing style from the loss that they suffered earlier in the day at the hands of Marlow. 192 on the board for 2. Biggest score we've had in this ECS Portugal Premier Division. Even eclipses anything we had in the Challenger Division last week as well. Massive score there. Lisbon Capitals just couldn't fire a shot, couldn't get going, and despite a great effort in the first couple of overs, couldn't be sustained. And in the end, the Lisbon Capitals, they got 115 for 6, and the 77-run victory margin there pretty much typified that, and big congratulations to Warish, and they were very happy to bounce back. So they picked up a win on the back of a loss that they had earlier in the day. So at least they took something away. Let's have a look at this game coming up. It's match 21. It's the first match of this Wednesday morning, and it is Gorkha 11 taking on Gamblers. And you saw there at the coin toss that Gorkha won the toss and elected to bat first. Couple of ins and outs there. We'll get to them maybe a bit later. And you can see the supercomputer says Gorkha is looking the goods here over Gamblers, 77% to 23%. Interesting stuff there. And, well, let's see how it all unfolds. It's going to be a good match here. Good little contest coming up. And the players and officials heading out there. And why don't we get started straight away? No delays. Tina is going to join me right now. And Tina, first match of the morning. It's a bit of a cooler morning, isn't it? And you were looking a little bit sort of like, oh, getting the blazer on, let's get the introduction done, and a bit of cloud in the background. But how's it looking today from your point of view?
Well, I'm hoping it's going to be hot out there in the middle, because it's a bit cold out here. I mean, I've heard that there might be a bit of rain about, but I'm sure we're going to try and do our best to keep all these games on, because we want to have 5 big games today, don't we? And
yeah.
Well, this one coming up is quite an intriguing one at both ends of the table.
Yeah, that's so true. Gamblers put up a really good effort against Marlow, top of the table. Last night only went down by 10 runs, and Gorkha, who are sitting happily in, I think, in second place at the moment, just slightly ahead of Awarish, or maybe Awarish is just above them at the moment. So it's a bit of a battle here. They are sitting third indeed, that's right. There's a couple of points astray. And it's big for them, because this is going to, after this game, all teams will be on 7 games apiece, and that would be a good moment for us to have a good look at the standings and really discuss, okay, everyone's got 3 games left, what do they have to do to get into the finals and where to be placed in the finals. Let's start the first match of the morning. Start with a good delivery, bit of away movement there. Knitting Cambodge has got the ball. He's doing his best, whatever he can do for the Gamblers. And the Gorkha batters, it's Azhar Andani and Suman Gamire out there in the centre, trying to kick things off and get things going right from the outset.
Yeah, it looks like Gamire's opening, but the captain duties have been passed on to Madhuka. Tapa's come in, but well, Gamire can do the damage with the bat at the moment. It's Azhar Andani who's kicked off with a boundary there.
Yeah, interesting to note that. Yeah, we've had Azhar Andani and Suman Gamire with captaining duties for Gorkha 11. And yeah, you're right, Tina, good spot that. Madhuka Tapa, he's come in and gone straight to the captaincy. Nice to come straight into your first game and straight to the captaincy. Get the big C on your jacket. Struck up in the air, and there is a man out there. Only just goes over the head for a big Maximo, but it wasn't that big. It was only probably about 2 metres away from possibly coming undone early on in the first over.
Yes, some big shots coming out already early on. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see Madhuka Tapa. He is new into this team, but he's certainly not new to the network. 52 wickets in 51 innings. He's got figures going back to 2021, so this will be his 5th season on the network, so it's quite a good player for the Gorkha 11 to be able to bring in at this stage of the tournament.
So true that. Oh, Cambodge is square driven. That's a lovely shot. Probably just in front of square, but got every bit of that. And a very correct strike that. Side on's going to tell the story. Oh, nice. Just in front of square. Goes to the point boundary. Nice shot. So a good start here for Gorkha 11. It's 14 on the board. Only 4 balls have been bowled. And Cambodge just searching for maybe what he had on that first delivery, which was a nice first ball that squared up the right-hander, went across. Just angling across as he does left armour to the right-hander. Going to try again. Got 2 balls to come. That's up in the air. Shouts of catch it. Man's going to run in, but he is right back on the boundary. And that ball has bounced just inside the circle, the 30-yard circle. Kurt Patel, the umpire at square leg. All he had to do was take 1 step to left and outstretch his hand. He could have caught that. Unfortunately, though, he doesn't count so in terms of fielding. So not allowed. And early on, let me just get this out here right now. It is actually Kurt's birthday. So happy birthday to Kurt Patel, umpire at square leg. Well done.
You could have made birthday headlines there by pulling off a spectacular 100 catch.
Could indeed. Oh, and the escort to the boundary, followed by the lack of fancy footwork. It was a little bit of comedy in the first over, Tina. Look at this one, escort, and then nah, just no. Too early to try any hijinks in this morning. Yeah,
well, the sun is trying to come out, and we can take a look at the stats for the Premier Division so far. Look at that, 20 matches played. Over 5,000 runs, Maximo's well into the 400s. And that run rate is staying around 13 runs per over, so 133, 135, something like that we think is about par.
Yeah, that's about par. And I think just to exemplify that, we had 1,380 runs scored yesterday.
Wow.
So how's that for getting close to that par score? So it sort of shows that 116 Maximos, I added up every single one of them. I did. Don't look at me like that. I did. 116 Maximos. So it's interesting bit of numbers there. So there you go. The score's batting first. 67 the lowest, and 192 the biggest, and that 35 being the average. Yeah, wins batting first and wins batting second. They're neck and neck on 10 apiece. Not often you see that, but there you go.
Don't even need to do a coin toss.
Don't.
It just doesn't seem to matter.
It's a case of whose turn is it? Let's just do it like that. Okay, second over is about to kick off here. And let's have a look. It's going to be Ranjit Narayan with the ball. He's been bowling higher up in the closer to the opening, maybe second or third overs recently. So they're obviously trusting his slow spins just to sort of change it and get a bit of variation. That's a boundary that goes all the way for 4. Very slowly for 4. We had some rain overnight. In fact, we had some quite heavy downpour about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Was that when you were counting your 6s?
Hey, so I do suffer from insomnia sometimes. It's a way to. Some people count sheep. I count Maximos. How about that? Yeah, we had some rain about then. It actually woke me up. It was really quite loud at one point. So the ground has dried out nicely, And you even had the industrial size hairdryer out on the pitch earlier this morning, just to make sure. And that is clubbed away, 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Gorkha 11 getting on with it here this morning, and this is a really brisk start from their batters.
Yeah, a bit too short there from Ranjit, and he doesn't have the pace really to trouble Azhar Andani. And he just tucks into that one. Everyone else tucking into their breakfast on this beautiful Wednesday morning, and we're just being treated to a feast of cricket once more.
Played just with soft hands, no chance for a single there. Hello to everyone in the chat. I can see a whole bunch of people joining us here this morning. Welcome from wherever you're watching around the world on the YouTube chat. It's wonderful to have you with us. And yeah, there's a lovely comment there saying that, is it just me or is this the most scenic oval in the world? It's definitely up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
That shot goes out to backward point just for, I think it was just a couple there, moderate. No, just the single. Yeah, so good call there, good shout there. That was Andion. Good call there. We agree wholeheartedly. We've enjoyed our view here from the igloo, albeit now it's a little bit of cloud this morning, but we have been blessed with some incredible weather this week, and the views have been amazing. The drone shots are awesome too.
The drone shots, hats off to the production crew there for getting those beautiful vistas, especially when the sun's beating down here.
Yeah.
There's nowhere better to watch some cricket. Well, we'll watch that one go all the way to the boundary. It will be wides here. Ranjit, he's getting some early movement, but that one was started wide, went even wider. And Gurpinder Singh with the gloves, he throws his hands up. Maybe he wants to put his helmet on properly. He's got the strap dangling down there. But either way, that went all the way for 5 wides.
Yeah, we get a minimo here. So it's 33 on the board. The run rate is, well, it's absolutely electric at the moment. It's just a tad under 20. Just remember that Gorkha won the toss, won over bat first, and so far things are going all their way as the ball's finally been retrieved, brought back in. Yeah, notice that too, that wicketkeeper hasn't really put the strap on. Maybe just a bit uncomfortable. They don't want that helmet moving around when you're trying to take a ball so close to the stumps. Mind you though, it's going to be swinging around like that. The batter, and there's not going to be too many deliveries to have to take. That's collected nicely, and good placement too. Gets it away from the outfielder.
Yes, Andani doing most of the damage already as he goes to 28 off 10. Yeah, just on the wicketkeeper, we've mostly seen Amandeep Kokka with the gloves for the Gamblers, but
True.
Gurpinder Singh's got the nod. He doesn't want to nod too much because his helmet will fly off.
Absolutely, no, that would not be good because that can end up anywhere. We've already seen a bit of a helmet gate situation last week, didn't we?
Yeah.
In the Challenger division. Just a single there to finish off the over. So 38 for no loss, 2 overs gone, and Gorkha seem to be completely in control, and they've obviously enjoyed their breakfast because they've already got 19 is the run rate. So scene is set now for a big power play. Let's have a look at the standings. And Tina, this is an interesting one. Gorkha 11 sitting in 3rd place, almost just literally saying we want to get to 2nd with a win here.
Yeah, that will take them up comfortably into 2nd. And it's interesting after this game, as you said, Phil, every team will have played 7 games. Gamblers, they've started this game like a team that's bottom of the table. And, well, even a big 4 points will take them up to 11. And they would still be a win away from that 4th place spot, which takes you through to finals day. Yeah. So, I mean, I wouldn't like to say the team has given up because I'd hope every team gives their all. But they haven't quite woken up yet for this game.
So true. Clubbed, mishit, and spilled. Well, that was about as red hot chance as you can get without it being actually a red hot chance. That was pretty straightforward. Have a look at this. Up in the air, bit of a dolly, and all the time in the world. That was well, Amandeep Kokka. That's probably why he's not keeping wicket this morning, because he's obviously had a bit of a rough night and he hasn't taken that catch. And you don't want your wicketkeeper dropping catches, so he's been put into the mid-on position. It's a wide ball just to add insult to injury. Yeah, just drops a dolly there, and he's still got his his face up to his hand. He's got a bit of face palm going on right now at that mid-on position.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet out there, isn't it? There's a few kind of shouts of encouragement, but you can hear the lawnmower coming through that on the effects mics. So that tells you it's just a bit slow and laboured in the field. Another chance here. And that one is taken.
Nicely done. Well, didn't have to move the fielder, but then again, the same could be said about that spilled catch just a few moments ago. But this time, big strike, winds up, and look at this, straight into the 2 hands well taken just above the eye line. A good throw in the air. Wasn't like a huge celebration. And well, Gamblers, yeah, they come together. They still look a little bit sleepy. Let's see if they can get on here. Ankit Kumar out there, was it? No, it was Ravi Rulan out there, yes. Nice safe pair of hands. He'll get his chance to come and bowl, I'm sure, a little bit later on, and then maybe try to switch things on for the batting. In the meantime, first wicket is down. It's Suman Gamire. He goes for 9 from 5 balls faced. A couple of boundaries in that, but just couldn't get going. But that's okay, because they got Andani at the other end, who is motoring along nicely.
Yeah, he's been the main man for them, for Gorkha. He's picked up runs throughout the tournament. He got the 76 in game 6. That was the win against this very side. So if he repeats the antics today, I think he'll put his side in a very strong position. It's kind of similar to that game last night where we thought, well, what is a total that will be beyond a batting lineup that actually hasn't scored many runs this tournament? Maybe, again, we're looking at that 110, 120 mark might be difficult. Yeah.
Gamblers a couple of times were chased. I think it's 122. No, 122 they chased for the golden ball a couple of days ago, and then yesterday they couldn't chase 122 for Marlow. They only got 112. And a couple of their efforts, I think they've got the lowest score, that's 67, I think, which is the lowest score for the team batting first. It's a very correct shot. That's up and away coming towards us, is it? No, it's just to the side of us. A little puff of dust there. Two fielders look at each other and say, well, why don't you go and get that? And I think it's fair enough that fielders probably wondering, well, where's the boundary rider? Not sure where, but the ball hasn't gone that far back, so it's not going to be too much of a jog to grab that one.
Yes, Happy, who's come to the crease, and he missed out on the first occasion, but cashed in on ball number 2. Happy, he's one of those players that can be damaging with both bat and ball as well. It's mostly with the ball, but game 12, that loss, that final ball loss where they needed 6 to win, he cashed in on some runs there, and he started strong here.
Absolutely spanked. Carved beautifully, that one. Just away from the outstretched hands there of the player. You can see there the man at point. He had to just scamper across to his right, but there was no way he was going to get a hold of that one, and that is a powerful blow for 4 runs. Happy races to 10. He's got a dot, a 6 and a 4, and his team are looking for more. Only 3 deliveries faced there. Andani, 24 at the other end. Probably giving a bit of rev up and saying, look, between you and me, we can tear this attack apart. Last ball of the power play coming up. 49 on the board. Let's see if they get the 50 in the power play. Quick single, a little bit of a fumble there. They allow the run to be taken. So 50 on the board in the power play. Nice even scoring that one. And that's a really good power play. Good start for Gorkha 11 in this match. Yeah,
absolutely. And that's why the win predictor says Gorkha, well, they're odds-on favourites here, 88%. And, well, even that wicket that was lost in that over, it was Nishant Verma who picked that up. With Andani still out there and Happy joining him and looking, well, pretty content with what he's doing so far, then it's no wonder that Gorkha 11 are well on top. Haven't quite gone magical so far, but a pair of 19s and a 12 with that run rate. Well, it's 16.67, so they're threatening to impose a big total on the score here, and it'll be tough for Gamblers, who are really lacking runs, lacking wickets, lacking wins. They've kind of been lacking everything in all departments so far this week. And while they really have entered last chance saloon territory, needing to pick up wins to have any chance of going through, really.
Yeah, so true. Harinder Singh comes on, gets the first one past the bat. Yeah, I couldn't agree with that anymore. It really is. Even if they get the win, it's still, well, everyone's going to play 3 games, and you've got to wonder for both Gamblers and for Punjab CC Amadora, what possible permutations, calculations have to happen for them to even get a chance of getting into 4th place.
All they can do is pick up points and hope for the best.
Yeah.
But they're not even really doing that at the moment, and that's why there is, well, at the moment it's a 6-point buffer between Lisbon Capitals and Punjab CC in 4th and 5th, respectively. But even Lisbon Capitals, I mean, they're on a bit of a losing streak, but they're more than capable of beating anyone.
Yep.
So you're really relying on other teams not picking up points at all, and yeah, doing the business, which neither have really done so far, Punjab CC nor Gamblers SC. So it's an uphill task, to say the least, for those two.
Here's something interesting. Punjab CC Amadora is sitting 5th on the table.
Yep.
Gamblers sitting below them, and we've got them in front of us now, trying to get off the bottom of the table. They're the 2 teams that actually have scored the most bonus points in this tournament, would you believe?
Interesting.
Yeah. It's hit down the ground, just going to be single there if it's stopped correctly, and it is. Punjab CC Amadora, they've got 1 win, but they've picked up 5 bonus points, so they're sitting on 8 points currently. So they've had just the 1 win, which gets you 3, but yet they've got 8. That means they've had 5 bonus points. Gamblers have picked up 4 bonus points so far. Carved and straight through the fielder. Could have done a little bit more than that. That's a little disappointing. And Ravi Roland, who took a good catch in the previous over, has made a little bit of a meal of that. Doesn't take the catch, doesn't stop at the boundary, straight through. That's a bit of a gimme. Even the batter paused just to reflect and say, uh-oh, I think I may have come undone here. But Happy's happy that the catch wasn't taken, nor the boundary was stopped.
You can see Roland was a bit in 2 minds there, whether to go for the catch or stop the boundary. Did neither in the end.
Yeah. Oh, that's been absolutely spanked. That's gone a long way back. Heading towards area 51 on the other side of the dugout for a big Maximo. So Happy is getting into his strides now. What a great shot. So yeah, those bonus points. 4 bonus points by the Gamblers, 5 from Punjab CC Amadora, 4 bonus points picked up by Awarish, and 3 from Marlow, Gorkha and Lisbon Capitals. Only picked up 2 bonus points so far in the tournament. Astonishing.
Yeah, that is, and that's really the only reason why Punjab CC or Gamblers are even still in the conversation.
Yeah,
So a bit of a side note for now, but had they not picked up those bonus points, they'd be long gone. That ball is long gone as well. That's not an action replay. That's this next delivery. And it's Harinder Singh who's come in to the attack, but he's been given some treatment here. That's 3 boundaries in a row.
Yeah, you can be forgiven for thinking that was a replay, because I reckon that's landed in almost exactly the same spot. So a picture of consistency is Happy, and that is 69 after 4. The win predictor has got Gorkha sitting at 90% right now, liking what it's seeing in those first 4 overs. Gamblers, they've picked up 1 wicket, but they just have just really struggled to curtail this run scoring early in the morning here.
Yeah, it's been pretty consistent hitting from the Gorkha 11. That's 3 times now that overs have gone for 19. It was just that 3rd over that went for 12, and that was because of that wicket that just stunted the run rate a little, but you can see that they're going in a pretty good pace. And well, it's going to start the 5th with another big hit as well. That goes all the way to the rope for Maximo. It's Ranjit Narayan who's come on for his 2nd over.
Yeah, you get the feeling Gorkha are on target here for a big score. We had a couple of big scores yesterday. In fact, we had more than a couple of big scores yesterday. We had a bit of a run fest for a few innings. And this little flurry this morning in this first match is looking really ominous. Gamblers are going to be right up against it when it's their turn to bat. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see about a 160 or 170 on the board here.
That's exactly what the win predictor thinks, 170.
Okay. There you go. Win predictor and I are finally seeing eye to eye now. Haven't really always agreed with the win predictor throughout the tournament, but then again, the win predictor gets the chance to change their mind with every delivery, whereas I try to say this is what I think and then stand by that all the way through.
We could change our minds, I guess. Just
we can, but I find that a little bit
G-force flip-flop.
Oh dear, so true. That was my old nickname growing up, Flip. Not Flop, Flip.
Flip's certainly better than flop.
Oh yeah. And well, unfortunately that ball was always going to run away for 4, despite the chase there down the hill. It was always going to head there. And sadly that Jai Parkash skipper was unable to overhaul that one. That's another boundary. It's a lot of runs coming off the bat here early this morning. Still a couple more to come in the over. We're only halfway through the 4th, 80 on the board already. And yep, the run chase is going to be ominous if this continues.
You can see just the speed or lack thereof through the overs from the Gamblers. They don't seem overly pleased with, well, I suppose how their tournament's going, but also how this game has started. Gorkha 11, of course, they won the toss, decided to bat, and that looks like a good decision at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Still a couple more to come, and Gorkha 11 sitting pretty, as you say, Tina, looking very comfortable indeed. Narayan comes in, he's got a couple more to come. Just punched nicely. This one should be cut off. It is indeed. So Roland does well there. Gets a throw and had to hustle there, the batters, but back for a couple. And Dani he's up to 34 now. Happy already on 33, caught up to Dani. So this is pretty good scoring here this morning. Very nice indeed. So one more to come. It's been just tucked around the corner. Oh, player can't quite get the hand down, and that is going to be, oh, lucky there's some backup there. I was just blinded by the side of the tent there. I couldn't see that he had backup. That's probably why the effort wasn't a dive, and it was just a hand out. Just making sure. Anyway, I want to welcome everybody into the commentary tent. Hello there. Good morning to happy Wednesday to everybody. And, well, here we are. Phil G along with Tina Goff. It is indeed the G team, or G-Force as we like to call ourselves. And we welcome you. And what an exciting day we've got today. And this match, well, Gorkha seem to be all over this. And the feeling I get is we're going to have a massive score that the Gamblers are going to have to chase. Tina, what do you reckon?
Yeah, and if I had to go either way, I'd say it's going to be a tough chase as well for the Gamblers. They haven't really shown much adeptness at chasing so far, and, well, they'd have to start now. We'll wait and see. We don't want to call it too soon, but you never know.
Nothing like that. Hey, look, this is our last day in this tournament together. We're hoping for an absolute fantastic day. I want to thank everybody's support out there on the chat for looking after both of us throughout the duration of this Portugal tour. As things resume with a big Maximo there. That is a massive, massive strike. And that is, have a look at this one. Gets across and goes crack, crunch. Anyway you look at it, that is a big hit.
Yeah, that was a big old strike. And, well, the runs just keep on coming for Gorkha 11. And Gamblers, whichever way they turn, they've turned here to Nishant Verma for his second over. It just doesn't seem to stem the flow of boundaries.
Yep, getting on with it here. They're continuing on their merry way, and Gamblers are in all sorts of trouble. Yeah, we're hoping for a really big day today here just to finish that point that we were both raising, because it is obviously G-Force are going to have to park the antics after today, and it'll be myself and Mr. Maximo. Vinny Sandu will be here to take you through the action for Thursday, and then I will be departing the scene, and it will be Tina and Vinny for finals Friday. Big couple of days coming up, and that is a wicket taken. So the breakthrough, Gamblers do finally get a breakthrough, and that's probably a little bit of relief as well for them. Have a look, comes out of the crease, gives it a good old welly. Maybe they're just checking for height there. I think it should be okay.
Fancy footwork there from umpire Crew. Doesn't quite pick the ball up on his birthday. We won't show that on replay. Let's just pretend he picked it up.
Yeah, he did get it. It's all good. It's all good. Anyway, Gamblers get a wicket, and they get a little bit of respite from the swinging blade there. Looks like Andani has to disappear then. So he's come undone. It is indeed 41 from 16, though, has got the Gorkha team off to an absolute flyer. I wouldn't be surprised. The expected score is probably still around the sort of 160 mark. And, yeah, I think it looks pretty good. There we go. Catch taken just in the background there. Well-held catch. And that's a better shot there. Thank you to our friends at Two Circles for the camera work. I think that was an attempted celebration there. The ball just, did you see that just flung out of the back of the hand? Was that an intentional throw backwards, or a celebration that was sort of not a celebration? Halfway through just went, oh, I'm not going to throw it in the air. I'm just going to drop it. Anyway, we continue. And things start with a Maximo. That is a good strike. So we're getting close to the 100 here early on in the innings. We're just inside the sixth over. And things happening there for Gorkha. Well, things have been happening all morning for Gorkha, I have to say. Just looking at that replay again. Yeah, well and truly. Over the boundary line. So 96 for 2. Vishwakarma, he's come out now, the left-hander. Looks like Verma's just lost his run up there. He's got 2 for 24. He's done the damage with the ball and picked up wickets for Gamblers. Vishwakarma, he's come in and started with a Maximo. Let's see what he can do on the second one. Punch there into the covers. They'll get one. So the expected score is still around 170 according to Supercomputer. The run rate is just over 17. They're going along very nicely. Losing Azhar Andani though, need to keep the momentum going. It's always that danger if you lose someone who is striking around about, well, he was striking high 250s actually currently, wasn't he? And then suddenly lose his wicket. So to have someone come in like Vishwakarma, and we know that he can go pretty fast, nice and early in the innings. Crash. Happy is, well, I wouldn't say it was put down. It was a dive one hand. That was probably more of a stop dive rather than trying to go for the cash. In the background, you can going out of shot there. Yeah, it goes to ground. Can't stop the ball, though.
Yeah, it's a good effort, but the ball was always going to be the winner there. And, well, both openers are out, but Amninder Happy, he's going along at quite some rate, 37 off just 12. So he's striking at over 300, and Rahul Vishwakarma, he's only been out there for 2 deliveries, but he's already sent one well beyond the rope. So all of these batters are coming in and really just taking the game to the gamblers immediately, and gamblers, they don't really know who to turn to. They haven't got Mayank Darji in the lineup. He always bowled an over or 2 and picked up wickets, but at the moment they're just struggling to do anything but watch the ball go to the boundary as that one flies away from Happy as well. He moves to 41.
Yeah, that's and right on cue. Good comment there in the chat from Andion Tessarada. Says the ball is earning frequent flyer miles this morning. Got to agree with that. That Grizzly has spent more time in the air than on the ground. It is really getting around about. It's like that the ad from that famous drink making company, you know, about having wings. That Grizzly has wings.
Absolutely does. I mean, it's gone 11 times for 4, 7 times for 6, which means, well, the remaining runs, there haven't been too many off the bat that they've actually had to run through for, and that's why
Yeah.
that scorecard looks pretty handsome if you're a Gorkha 11 fan. Just Suman Gamiri not really firing, but otherwise 2 lots of 41s, and Rahul Vishwakarma, he's only been there for 2 balls, but he's already hit 1 for 6.
Yeah, Vishwakarma gets to face next ball now, and it looks like it's going to be Ankit Kumar with a chance to come in and try to cause some damage. It's a good length. Can't stop the single though. It went straight to the fielder, and they already took off for the single straight away, and that's really good running. They're very good between the wickets. So those few singles they are taking, they're taking them safely. I don't think we've really had any true run-out opportunity in the first 6 overs. And maybe it's also because the gamblers look a little bit sort of back on their heels in the field at the moment.
And they're turning every potential dot into at least a single. So far, only 5 dots in this innings.
Wow.
That's always a good marker of how you're going.
Whoa, that is certainly not a dot either, right? Or is that going to be caught? It's coming down, and it's been spilled. Oh, that's not too good at all. Amandeep Kokar drops his second catch. Well, he might have dropped the match. His second catch of the innings. Oh, no. And that is a straight in and out. Oh, dear. That is not good at all. Where do you put a keeper who's not catching? You put him in the outfield, he drops it. You put him in the infield, he's dropping it. Give him the gloves back, I say. Give him the gloves, put him back into the keeper position. I bet he holds everything. Just one of those things. 107 for 2. That's leg side, goes to the big swipe. The wind's picking up a little bit here, which is kind of ominous because usually that wind does pick up just before maybe a little bit of something may come across the ground. I saw Dave B in the chat. Hello there, Dave. You spotted some blue sky earlier, maybe in the beauty shot, but I can tell you now, there's a couple of little breaks in the cloud, but not a lot. Yeah, have a look at the wind in the background. That's telling the story. And yeah, that's hitting the ground right across the ground. It's gusting. It's sort of gusting up, then dropping, gusting up and dropping.
That was on-command wind there, just to accentuate your point.
It really was, yeah. Appreciate that, Mother Nature. Thank you. Hit out to the fielder there in deep cover. Vishwakarma goes to 9. Happy on 42. 109 for 2, halfway through the 7th.
Not a bad little start here, though, from Ankit Kumar with the ball. Just that one wide and otherwise 3 singles. So any over that hasn't gone for a boundary after 3 deliveries has actually been more or less a win for the gamblers. But he still has to get out of it. So far, each over has gone for a minimum of 12 runs. It was really only that Nishant Verma 3rd over that went for 12. Everything else, even over 15. We had that one magical over. Nishant Verma's over just then went for 21.
Wow. There you go. I'm still amazed by the lack of dots.
Even then, that's a perfect example again on command. Even when the ball doesn't go very far, the communication between the 2 batters means that they can run through a pretty comfortable single every time.
Yep. And just watching the batter there, that sounded very bottom of the bat. He looked at the bottom of his bat, he was studying it, and he sort of rolled his head back as though to say, oh no, not another one. He's still looking at the bottom of his bat. I'd be surprised if he's done maybe just a little bit of damage there. That sounded like it sounded damaging.
Yeah.
It didn't sound crisp at all. But yeah, I agree, Tina. Really good running between these two. Well, that sounded better. Shouts to catch it. And, well, Amandeep Kokar, he doesn't rush in to drop his 3rd. Instead, he holds back and says, I'm going to save the boundary. get around me. I'm saving the boundary, guys.
Self-preservation a bit there from Amandeep Gorkha. It would have been a very tough chance. He would have had to have gone for the front dive, which is always pretty risky, especially with that grizzly coming at you. And at least he stopped the boundary on that occasion.
Look, next ball, he might take the catch of the century. You never know. It could happen.
It's always the way.
Well, is there a chance here? No, it goes a little bit wider this time. So that is not Gorkha. That is Nishant Verma fielding out there at the deep mid-wicket area. So that is going to be the end of the over. Happy is still there on 44. Good over though in terms of economy. The runs are sort of drying up a little bit here, but Gorkha is still all over this if you have a look at the calendar. And that is where ECN is going this year. We're going to be showcasing cricket from all over Europe, every single corner. It doesn't matter where you are. We're hopefully coming to your part, to your neck of the woods, and a lot of great destinations there.
Absolutely, and some places we'll go to on more than one occasion. Portugal, for example, will be back here at the end of October. So we'll look forward to seeing the SCG in all its glory then as well. And Italy will be visiting a few times. There's just so many great locations.
Yeah, Malta later this month, Malta at the end of the year, and you've already been in Malta earlier, back in February. Yeah, it's all happening. Oh, swing and a miss, that's a rare dot. Something for the ECN bingo card. No, actually, no. You wouldn't put a dot in there, would you? that would be a foregone conclusion.
A bit of a gimme.
Yeah.
You know, you want to keep people interested in the game.
Yeah, true.
It's Jay Parkash who's come on to bowl, and yeah, I think there is bat trouble. You called it, Phil.
Yep.
It was a very kind of clicky sound on that one he tried to dig out in the previous over, and you'll just have to plead his case to umpire Bucks there. It looks like it's passed the test or failed the test.
Yeah.
And a new bat will be brought out. That previous over actually from Ankit Kumar, that was the best we've seen from the bowling side so far. Just the 7 runs coming off it.
Okay.
In fact, the first over that hasn't gone for at least 2 boundaries. It didn't go for a single boundary.
Wow.
And that's why.
Yeah, okay. Just had that feeling that there was... That's why I think at the end of that I was remarking, boundaries drying up and runs drying up a bit there. Well, from the selection of... Four maybe he's picked out his favourite.
Let's see how it works.
Let's see how this goes. See if this one can stand up to the happy assault. Joe Parkash is going to do his best to stop any kind of continuation of this. The run rate is dropped down to 15.6, but still a formidable score coming. We test it with a lofted shot. Doesn't put everything behind that one, just over the infield, and it's a good straight drive. Fielded cleanly there by that's Davinder Mella coming around from just in front of us. So that sounded better, and hopefully that one will see him through to the end of this innings. 113 for 2 just in the start of the 8th. So Vishwakarma now faces Parkash. Parkash switching sides. He's going to come around the wicket now. See how this goes. Okay, that's good. Good delivery, that one. So, second half of this innings, things are being pulled back ever so slightly, but Gamblers are still going to be facing a tough target. It's currently 113, and they chased 122 for a golden ball a couple of days ago. They got 112 yesterday, trying to chase 122. So, their batting is a little bit, need a bit more power. Speaking of power, crunch. It goes along the ground for 4 runs, but that went really quick, really crisp.
Yeah, that marks the end of a mild boundary drought for Gorkha. That was 9 balls without a boundary, and swiftly and crisply put to an end by Rahul there.
Yeah, nice shot, that one. Punched very hard in front of, well, pretty much through over extra cover and along the ground for 4 runs. So Parkash, the skipper, has unfortunately he's dropped the ball for the team there, allowing a boundary off his bowling. Let's see what he can do here. 2 to come. Oh, well, leg side wide.
Minimum of 2 to come.
Exactly. Minimum 2 to come. Well, that's actually a good way of saving myself there. Yeah. At least 2 to come. Have we had many wides? I get the feeling we haven't had a lot of wides in this this innings so far.
Yeah, 9 of them.
Oh, there are 9.
Yeah.
Oh, we had a mini mo. That's right.
Yeah, well, 5 that came on 1 delivery, and well.
Whoa. Well, there you go. So we're talking about mini mos, but look at that. Stumps rearranged. Vishwakarma goes for 14, and the left-hander cannot get into the runs. And after he started really, really well on the first day of this tournament, he hasn't really sort of bounced back with many runs and many big innings. Look at that middle stump, middle and leg rocked back. That's a really good delivery from skipper Parkash there.
And well, despite starting his innings with a 6, Rahul Vishwakarma after that pretty much laboured along, 8 coming off his next 7 deliveries. So maybe not the worst idea for him to just take a swipe and see what happens. Well, what happened was his stumps were rearranged, but that brings the newly christened captain to the crease. Madhur Thapa is out there. He'll face the final ball of the 8th.
Okay, here we go. Skipper, experienced skipper coming in. Swings hard at this one, it goes in the air. Catch is spilled in the regulation mid-off position. Cannot believe it. Devendra Mela there has spilled that one. Let's see how much of that did he get. He had to come forward because he was he was actually out of the circle. So he's actually done well even to get that far inside the circle, and just a too hot a chance, and another catch goes down. Disappointing for the gambler. Love to have picked up the opposition skipper with a first baller, but not to be. He survives, gets a single as well, gets off the mark.
We'll keep him on strike, as that was also the end of the over, and again a decent over by the captain Jay Parkash. 7 runs coming off it and that wicket, so only 14 runs from the previous 2 overs, and that's why that run rate, it's not quite plummeting, but it's certainly taking a steady decline. 119 for 3 with just the 2 overs left, and maybe they'll want to realign what they think they can get here with the bat. Say 140, that would be 21 off the last 2. 150 if they go really hard here.
Yeah, I agree. Well, going for it, swinging hard. It has gone high, and that is an accepted catch there. Skipper has completed the run, but he keeps running all the way to the dugout. Didn't even stop to look around there. Oh, double O has come a cropper. Anit Kumar has taken a good catch of his own bowling. So well done. Skipper, though, doesn't get to bother us any longer, and he'll have to sort of reassess and come out when it's their turn to field. But oh well, Gorkha, they need to swing hard at everything here. That expected score of the 170 is looking, well, it's not just a long way away. That is a distant memory. And let's see, like you say, Tina, maybe a bit of big hitting, 145, 150 possibly on the card still.
Especially with Amninder Happy out there. He's on 45 off 18, but currently marooned at the non-striker's end.
Shouts to catch it. Oh, well, shouts to catch it. I'm not sure why pulls out of the catch there literally with the last step. Maybe lost it in the clouds. Not sure. Have a look at this again. Shouts to catch it immediately, and that has been scooped up, and that is another catch put down. And I think on reflection, you have to say that there's been multiple chances of catches in this innings have been put down. Well, gets Happy on strike. I get the feeling Happy's been in the 40s for at least the last 3 overs,
yeah.
but because he's been a spectator at the non-striker's end. So it's no fault of his. Swings hard at this one, and that is a maximum. Brings up his 50, so well done. He has been a spectator at the non-striker's end. He gets out of the 40s into the 50s, 51 off 19, and that's a pretty good innings there. It did slow up a little bit towards the end. He started with a flurry, but yeah, good scoring from Amninder Happy. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, 51 coming off just 19 deliveries, and he needs to hit a few more like that if he wants to get his side up to, well, we said 140, 150. Big swing and a miss on that occasion. It's Mohammed Nazrul Islam who's come in at the other end. He did his job by getting a single off just the first delivery, and that's quite a nice looking wagon wheel as well.
Yeah.
A few strokes straight, a few going, well, probably sneaky edges there as well, but
yep,
he's done well. 4 6s and 5 4s, and just the 3 dot balls as well.
Striking at 268. That's impressive indeed. Very good. And Kumar continues now. Winds up, goes high up in the air. Everybody's watching it, and it goes straight and just over the boundary line by about 3 or 4 metres. And that's one catch that Armandeep Kokar didn't have to take as he watches that just glide over his head for a big Maximo. So the runs continue from the new bat of Amninda Happy.
Should have used this bat from the start. Clearly, it's a Maximo hitting bat.
This is the one. This is indeed the one. 132 for 4. Last ball of the over. Almost. We'll try that one more time.
Well, that takes this over to already 18. One run, one ball. Got there eventually, the right noun. One ball still coming off it.
Yep.
And I mean, it's interesting to see what Amninda Happy does here. If I were him, maybe just sneak a single, make sure you're on strike for the final over.
Yeah. Mohammad Nazrul Islam, he had a bit of a cameo in the match yesterday, didn't he? He got on strike, and I can't remember what he put together, but it was a really quick fire 20-odd or...
37 of 14 deliveries.
Well, my apologies to Mohammad.
Doing him a disservice there.
I really have. Maybe I only remember the 20 runs because it was such a flurry of that blade of his.
That's exactly what I would have done. So Amninda Happy is listening to me, and while he might have been in trouble with the direct hit, he's absolutely not interested in going for any runs on the overthrows because, as we suspected, he gets himself on strike for the 10th.
It's a little bit.
He would have been out.
He would have been gone.
So
wouldn't he?
close that was. Oof.
He's a little bit cheeky here because he kept his back to the play just in case. Mohammad Nazrul decided to try to go for an overthrow. He kept his back to him. There was no way there was going to be an extra run there on the overthrow. So 9 overs are done. 134 for 4 on the board. Have a look at the bowling card there. Ankit Kumar finishes with 1 for 22. Nishant Verma 2 for 33. They're the wicket takers here. Oh, Jai Parkash of course 1 for 7. So it probably will be Jay to come back here. It is indeed. The captain's going to bowl the last. Where are we going to go here? Steps out to the offside, makes room, swings hard, and that is a good strike. That has not quite got the legs for a Maximo. Umpire immediately signals for. I think umpire Bucks at square leg gave the soft signal. Have a look at this. Yep, good eyes.
Good one, Bucks. He
Nicely
immediately got out the old 4 signal. But Amninda Happy. This is exactly why we said he should get himself on strike for the last. He moves to 62 off just 23. And they'll certainly still be eyeing up that 150.
He's moving around the crease, trying to put the bowler off here, and in the end I think he just put himself off there, just gets a bottom ledge, declines the single out to the boundary rider. Mohammad Nazrul Islam has probably got a reason to say, well, hang on a minute, you know I can hit. But Happy's saying, I'm happy here, and I'll be happy at the end. So let's play it my way. I'd like to dictate terms. 138 for 4. Good dot ball, that one. Elevated and 1 bounce and 4 runs. Just bounces inside the line. And that's a nice lofted shot. Doesn't quite get all the elevation though.
He had to hit that to the boundary though, didn't he? If you decline a single or any kind of run in the final over, you better make sure you make the most of it. And well, he proved why he wants to keep the strike. He moves to 66 and still 3 balls left to do some damage there. 8 away from that 150 mark.
Yeah. Just a quick good morning to Thomas Martinez in the chat. Said hello to me and Tina. Hello to you too.
Good morning.
Gives the charge
Good
and
morning to the
gives
cows.
the crash. Yes, wakey cows. And that is a big Maximo. So Amninda Happy is holding the strike, but he's doing the job. And this total from Gorkha 11 is getting back on track here. It dived a little bit just in a couple of really tight overs there, but now it's come back up. And we're up to 148 for 4, 2 balls left. So you'd think 150 plus with these next 2 balls. He's got 72 from 26. That's excellent striking. Joe Parkash, on the other hand, he's had his figures ruined a little bit in this over. Goes again, shouts to catch it. And 1 bounce. And 4, it just gets away from the boundary rider out there. I think that's Narayan who's out there in deep mid-wicket. It just went a little bit straighter and a good shot for 4.
3 boundaries in a row. And still 1 ball left to do the damage here. He can get himself into the 80s. And Gorkha already over that 150 mark. This already looks like an ominous total for the Gamblers. It would have to be by far their biggest run chase.
So expected score is 157. Can I just say, haha, supercomputer? You think they're going to get 5 off this ball?
Unlikely.
There we go. Thank you.
Vindicated.
I'm now worried that all the computers in the world will turn against me.
Yeah, well, the machines won't take over if they think 5 is likely off 1 ball.
Yeah, shows them what we know and what they know. Well, Amninda goes down on his haunches, just maybe sucking a few deep breaths there and thinking, well, I've done whatever I can, and he has indeed. So 152 for 4 is this final score after 10. And Amninda, he's put 76. He's done exactly half of the score there. Gets a little congratulations from Harinder Singh there as they walk off. That is quite a statement here for the first match, the first innings of day number 5 on this Wednesday morning cricket action coming your way from the Santrum Cricket Ground. And as you would expect, it started with an absolute flurry. We had a couple of overs of 19 at the start, overs 1 and 2, 19 runs, and we thought, oh my goodness, we're off to an absolute fly here. Gamblers are going to be in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, the clouds are swirling around here, and it certainly looks ominous for the Gamblers, especially with that opening partnership, as we thought, well, they're going to go big here. And there was just the one wicket that stunted a bit the runs, as Suman Gamiri, he fell the catch there in the deep by Ravi Rulan, but then in came Amninda Happy, and then the partnership that they built in the second wicket with Azhar Andani, that was worth 51, and well, they moved to 90 at the halfway stage, and we thought, well, this is going to be a big score, but it was pulled back somewhat by the Gamblers. A couple of wickets meant that they could stop at least the flow of boundaries, but then they kicked on once more, did the Gorkha 11, and it was mostly down to that one man, Amninda Happy.
Yeah, he played a terrific innings there. We saw just a couple of maximos there that I reckon almost bounced within a foot of each other. That was just some astonishing hitting here. And for the Gamblers, unfortunately for them, it didn't click in the field. It didn't click with the bowling. They had fits and starts. This is a good catch. Just in the background there, you can see that very good catch. That was the end of Azhar Andani, and it was indeed. Was that who caught that one?
It's Ranjit Narayan who took
Thank
that one,
you.
the silver fox. But I mean, there was some diving out there on the rope as well, and it was just mostly Amninda Happy doing the damage. He scored 14 boundaries, including 6 maximos. And well, there was a nice little respite there as the non-striker was not interested in the slightest in going for that one. Jay Parker clean bowled Rahul Vishwakarma. The captain, the new captain Tapper, he came in, but he more or less went straight back out. Meanwhile, Amninda Happy was merrily going on his business at the other end, and he remained unbeaten on 76. Made sure he took the strike for the final over, and then was vindicated as he hit 4 boundaries in that over number 10, 18 runs coming off it to take his Gorkha 11 side to 156, a well above par score for any side, let alone a Gambler's side struggling in confidence.
Yeah, big time. We noted also that Amninda Happy is scoring half the runs. There was a point there we got stuck in the 40s for, I reckon, a good 2 overs at least at the non-strikers end. Have a look at the batting card there. That 41 at the top for Andani. That was a really good start for them. But it's all punctuated by that 76 from Amninda Happy. Well done to him. A well-deserved half century. And 14 wides in that, including a minimo. So 156 for 4. Good batting card there for Gorkha 11.
And a few extras as well helped the total. We said at the start there wasn't too many wides, but they did come in the end. They started flowing, 14 extras in total, all of them from the wides column, and that just didn't help the Gamblers to put a lid on this batting innings. And well, as we take a look at the bowling card, there was 6 bowlers used, and Nishant Verma, he's the pick. He picked 2 wickets up, went for 33 off his 2. Ankit Kumar, he was also pretty tight, in fact the tightest of the bowlers, went for 22 runs and did also pick up that wicket of the captain Madhukar Tapper, but in the end no one was able to pick up the wicket of Amninda Happy, and that's why the Gamblers are facing a gargantuan chase. 157 they will need to win, and well, so far they haven't been able to chase down any target. The only time they got close was, they got very close, didn't they, on the golden ball, where they levelled the scores, and that was their win in the tournament so far. They managed to win on the golden ball, but otherwise they are staring down at 5 defeats. Can they make it defeat number 6, or well, on their side, can they make it win number 2? As we take a look at the mid-match summary, which is dominated by one man, Amninda Happy, scoring an impressive 76 runs off just 28 deliveries. He was helped at the top by Azhar Andani. He opened the batting, got a strong 41 off 16 to continue his strong tournament so far. So at the halfway stage, we're in match 1 on this day 5, so match 21 in total. The Gamblers need 157 runs, an unlikely 157 runs, if they're to pick up the win on this blustery morning in Portugal. So join me, Tina Goff and Phil G in just a few moments' time here on the European Cricket Network for the Run Chase.
say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you back to the Sandringham Cricket Ground for this run chase. And what a big run chase we've got for you coming up. 156 was the score posted by Gorkha 11. They were on target for a score around the 170 mark. They end up on 156. A late flurry there from the blade of Amninder Happy gets the score up to a formidable target. So the bonus point, 7 overs or less to get a bonus point for the batting team. For the fielding team, restrict the batting team 109 or less. So 4 points up for grabs, 3 for the win, 1 for the bonus point. We're about to start the run chase. It's going to be a tough one for the gamblers, and they're going to have to really dig deep after Gorkha 11 put on a massive total. So it's going to be Rana Rihan starts proceedings. Starts us off with a dot. Look at the what's going on out there in the middle. We can see the Gorkha team placed around the ground. Look and see who's out deep. We've got 2 men out deep on the leg side for the hoik across the line, and that is going to go to one of the men in short. Just goes around the corner for a single. So yeah, we started there with Amandeep Cocker. He was on strike for that first couple of balls. Doesn't get off strike as he got nothing on that one. And then we had 2 men deep, and that was in deep mid wicket and a deep long, very deep long long on. We're having a bit of a look at the weather chart now, and we can see there's trouble brewing in the background. The radar is suggesting we may have a little bit of a disturbance at some time in the next short while. Yeah, very small, short disturbance. So we're prepared for that. We will handle that. Yep, there's that's probably what that we can see on our radar screen, and that is a good visual there. It says a lot. So early runs are required here. That's a ow. We felt that. Ouch. That has taken a bounce and gone straight into the shin, and that is not something that puts a smile on anybody's face. Oh my goodness, what? No. Maybe one more time then with no more replays. Oh, that's hit on the knee. That's actually smacked just in the bottom part of the knee. No, nothing an ice pack won't fix, hopefully. Rahan continues. Peel, nothing happening there. So it's early start here. There are early singles here and there, but if we do have a rain interruption, gamblers, if they can really sort of get stuck into this power play, you never know, they could actually get themselves ahead of the required run rate and pull off something amazing. Maybe that could be on their mind. Just pushed around the corner again. So just the 4 on the board, And coming towards the end of the first, still one more to come. Rayhan bowling a nice tight over this one. There's a little bit of animation out there. That is actually the end of the over. That scoreboard caught up there. So 4 for without loss, and it's been 7 matches since the golden ball. Speaking of the golden ball, I remember calling the golden ball a few days ago, and I called it with my very good friend and co-commentator Tina Goff. Tina, this, well, apart from the weather closing in, it's going to see how this game unfolds, whether the gamblers note that the weather could close in and accelerate and try and get ahead of the run rate in case the game is shortened, or how it's going to play out.
It's almost worth them just going hell for the leather from the start, because either they go down in a blaze of glory, or, you know, maybe they eat into this total and get somewhere where they can actually launch a run chase. As we saw on the standings earlier in the first innings, they kind of need the 4 points, Phil. So if they pull off some kind of miracle and just find the runs from somewhere, pretend like the rain is coming and you need to go at 25s and over. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, they've gone for 4 off the first, so maybe they're not on that wavelength. But there you go. That's a better start to the second over. Yep, there we go. Crashed through the leg side there. As the saying goes, it's better to burn out than to fade away. And the gamblers probably have to put everything on the line and really go hell for leather, as you say, Tina, and just maybe surprise us and a few other people by getting their noses in front of the run rate. Get ahead of the curve, and you never know what can happen. We're looking in the background on the far side of the ground, and that you can actually see the rain falling, and that is slowly making its way towards us. It's it is looking ominous in the background there, and I can see a few birds circling in the distance as well as they're trying to figure out how to get away from it. Not sure they're going to. Just a bit of a lull here while we're looking for the ball. It might have gone into the into area 51. It has been spat back out by some of the creatures buried under the ground there. Well, the waterproofness of the igloo was tested in those first few days. It's more waterproof than your laptop. But we might have to do some emergency rearranging to keep everything dry, but we're on it. And hopefully, in the best case, that dark cloud will circle right past us. That one's been hit long and high to the boundary. And that's the first 6 of the innings, back-to-back boundaries, actually, to start this second, both off the bat of Ranjit Narayan. Yeah, my very nice laptop did fail its waterproof test immediately, which was very disappointing for this particular commentator. Loving that mid-wicket area, deep mid-wicket, having a lot of work to do out there, just manages to keep his feet. I thought it was the arms extended out the back, trying to maintain balance. He was preparing for takeoff. He was. He looked like he'd just come in for landing. It's just like, oh, no. And he doesn't go face first into the grass there. Jahidul Islam, he might come on a bowl and over, maybe. As this over from Vishwakarma has already gone for 14 from 3. And this is what we talked about. What if the gamblers just threw everything, threw caution to the wind, of which there's a lot at the moment, and just tried to power up to a score? Obviously, they need to try to play out 3 overs to get some sort of game completed here. That goes through everyone. I never like, and it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine, batters when the non-strikers end, they don't have their gloves on. You know, they hold their gloves in their bat. I understand maybe in a test match where you're drying out your gloves when you've been batting for 3 hours. Yeah, I get that. You're batting for a maximum of 35 minutes here. Don't feel like you need to not have your gloves on. Yeah. It slows down time. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Slow it down, wait for that rain before the 3 overs come. But it's always just a bit of a weird one for me. That one's dragging down, I think. Good call from the birthday boy. Yeah. And yeah, it's just a bit of a strange one for me, because then when you do end up running, you can see Anumandeep, he's got 1 glove on. And well, it's Ranjit Narayan who could take both gloves off now, as he's clean bowled by Rahul Vishwakarma. That also ends the second over. Gamblers lose their first wicket, 20 for 1. And it looks like the rain is coming in. And we're going to have to maybe do a bit of rearrangement. There's a few spots in the air. It's not quite panic stations, but Phil has taken to make sure everything is dry because, well, he was the victim of that laptop circumstance. It was a Coffee versus laptop, and Coffee won as the first wicket falls. It's Ranjit Narayan who has to depart. The rain is falling here. I can hear the rain. Well, I can't actually see the rain, but yeah, Phil, who's just departed the igloo, says, yep, it's coming down, but we're going to carry on here. as it's the start of the new over. Rahul Vishwakarma is coming back on for his second. His first went 1 for 15. Amandeep Gorkha, he's been on strike, he's been out there in the middle since the start. He's been joined by captain Jay Parkash, who will now face his first ball of the innings. It's actually Rana Rehan who's come back on here to bowl. That one's been hit firmly away by Jay. His first delivery goes all the way to the rope, 4 runs. That takes the Gamblers to 25 for 1. As well, you might be able to hear the rain being picked up by the effects mic. The umpire's still out there, looking maybe towards the match officials. And it is getting a bit heavier now. They're going to continue. The wind is picking up, which also means that the rain clouds are sweeping away, hopefully sooner rather than later. We looked at the radar and it did say this rain was due, but it also was going to come quickly and also disappear just as quickly. So maybe the umpires are just riding out the storm. And well, Gorkha 11 have to ride out this storm, as that's a brilliant piece of fielding. We're going to have to double check that, but it's Maninda Happy diving in there. And let's take a look at this on replay. It was half stopped by Rana Rehan, the bowler. A huge dive comes in. He's okay there, and then we roll it, and the ball disappears. He hits the rope, so it's just about where that ball is when he hits the rope. I can't actually, we can play spot the ball here. As, oh, where does it get picked up from? Yeah, it's right next to him. It rolls there. And it was given as a 4, I believe. It was a great effort nonetheless. You can see there in the background the rain falling quite heavily on the greenery there. Falling on Phil G, who is doing brilliant work to make sure that we're safe in the igloo. And well, the umpires are probably going to have a discussion here. That is the end of the over. It's the end of the power play. The Gamblers have moved along to 30 for 1 off the power play. And yes, it looks like we are going to go off here because the rain has picked up. There's running happening as we'll run to get the covers on. And look at that on the camera. You can see now that it is becoming quite heavy. And well, it looks again a bit lighter in the background, so we can hope that this is in fact just a passing storm. But look at that, that's coming on. And we're battening down the hatches here in the igloo, as you can probably hear that come through. So we're just making sure all of our equipment is safe. We're safe, we're not going to fly away anywhere. And good work there from the local crew to make sure that the pitch gets as dry as possible. We'll say it's an uphill battle here to make sure that, well, everyone stays safe. And yes, as you can tell, this is going to be a slight delay to the proceedings. At the time that the wickets came up, it was 30 for 1. So we're just going to leave you for the moment, and we will come back when hopefully this storm has passed and Phil G and I haven't been blown away. And as we have stopped this game, Gamblers are 30 for 1, chasing 157.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Santarém here in Portugal where, well, as you can probably see on the screen, the rain has been falling and it is still falling down here in Portugal. It has got a bit lighter, the wind has died down, but until the rain stops, unfortunately, the covers will remain on, and that means the next game, game 22, has unfortunately been delayed. That is between Oeiras and Punjab CC Amadora. And well, as soon as we have more news to bring you, we will absolutely do so. So keep tuned, and in the meantime, we have got some entertainment for you.
We have indeed. We are going to go to a classic match. We've dug deep into the archives, into the vaults of the European Cricket Network, and we've got a bit of a ripper one for you here. It's going to be from ECL 23. We're going to show you the match 3 from March 16th, 2023. It is Oeiras versus CIYMS. They were the Irish champions. And we thought, well, let's have a look at Oeiras. And this is the first appearance of Oeiras at Khartoum. How about that? And hopefully we will see them here later today. We can, if we can get things tidied up and if that rain can stop. A lot of ifs and buts here at the ground. But in the meantime, why don't we go to this classic match and hope you enjoy this. It's Vinny Sander and Corey Rutgers in the commentary. Take it away, guys. Let's have a look at this one.
Oval, we're out here in Andalusia region of Spain for some T10 action. It should be a good game as the Oeiras, the Swans, haven't said that word in a while, will be batting first against CIYMS from Ireland. It should be a good encounter. Many people tipping these two potentially to be the front runners of the group. So how will this match pan out as we see some of these Portuguese batsmen come out? Azarandani seems like he's changed clubs again. He's at the Swans, so interesting developments there. He's played for a few teams in Portugal. He's a very talented batsman. Does give me a good opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India. Live fan code, and everyone on our network partners, Star Time, Streamstar, Viaplay UK, Asian Television Network, the ATN. All of you out there, I hope you're ready. And, well, there's a couple of pandas that seem to have gotten onto our screens, and I'd like to know why. Maybe it's National Panda Day or something, but look at these teams. Let's look at this team from the Swans. Nicholas Smith, he's a name to look out for. He's got first-class experience, a few List A games as well. Miguel Machado as well comes into that time, and Keegan De Silva. So there's a couple of names that I don't really recognise too much from the Swans. We'll have to see how they go. And for CI, Jason van der Merwe and Chris Doherty, they were sensational with the bat. How will they go with the ball again? I think we're going to see a bit of spin. We'll have to wait and see. So we're all set to go in this pretty big encounter. On strike is Nicholas Smith. He'll be raring to go. Facing some left arm off spin to start this one. So the umpire just waiting for the clock to tick down. He'll say play in a moment. We'll be all ready for this. And what an interesting Group F it's already been. Okay, the umpire says play. We're all set to go. Deep wind wicket, deep mid on in place. First ball of this T10 fixture. Here we go. It's a bit of an arm ball straight onto the hip, and it'll just be a scamper through leg by, and the Swans clap pretty loudly for that leg by, and you can imagine why. I think all these teams, their first game on the network, a bit nervous in the finals, and obviously the domestic champions want to come here and put on a good showing. Oh, that's a shorter ball, and didn't get up too much, but gets a bit of battle net and just works around the corner. So Azarandani's off the strike now, and he's definitely a player to look out for, Azarandani. If he gets himself in, he can be very destructive. He can hit it 360 around the wicket. There's a cut shot down into the offside. So Nicholas Smith obviously comes with a fair bit of cricket pedigree. The question will be, how does he adapt to this T10 format? We know there's not much time to get yourself in. You sort of have to get on with it in the power play. Not going to be easy against this talented bowling lineup. That's really well bowled as he jars in a full delivery. So another single. This is a good little start here for CI. Whereas just pushing it a little bit, not being overly aggressive. I think a big shot's about to come. As it's cut down again. So just the singles to start. Sometimes you get some teams that come in pretty technically correct in their first game and won't take a risk early. You can imagine Greenshield's at 3. They probably need to get a good start because his career strike rate's only in about the 150 mark. He tries to bat through the innings. Oh, that's going to help though. That's going to be a 5 wides. Well, after you've bowled 5 pretty good deliveries, that's as bad as it gets. And it's a bit of a shank down the leg side, and that's going to be a minimo. Probably the worst possible thing that could happen after a very successful first over. Even a 6 off that last ball is a good over for the bowling team, but a 5 wides, that hurts. Still 1 ball left in the over. Good to see our directors are staying with us and alert onto the action. As that's high in the air, he could be gone early. It's going to be a tough one. Oh, and he ducks his head. Well, the sun, the big ball of hydrogen, gets in his eyes. But thankfully, we do have that big ball of hydrogen. Otherwise, we wouldn't be on Earth, as that does end us for the first over. The score is 10 for none. Good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Vinny Sandu.
It's up riling up the crew.
Vinny,
yeah, it's nice to be back.
You've got to be wearing sunglasses or something there. You can't just duck.
Well, yeah, or have eyes in the back of your head, I suppose. Wow, hello. Did you know it's International Panda Day today?
Do you know how much I care?
Yeah.
You know what, actually, in some cultures, how good panda meat is?
Let's get on to the next over. Hello, everyone. It's nice to be back. How do you eat it?
Usually medium rare.
Corey, you've got the Group F Blues. You need to pick yourself right up. Here's Coulter. He took a wicket first ball last time. This time there's a run-out opportunity, but now they'll get a run. As that throw was a bit too spicy for Chris Robinson.
Well, I'm glad to see Chris Robinson at least put his hands up to try and stop it. I can't believe he ducked away last ball that previous over.
Well, you can't catch what you can't see.
Well, put some
sort
sunnies
of
on.
Virus. Yeah, look at that. It's a pretty spicy throw from Carson McCulloch. Yeah, the 5 wides certainly hurt. The keeper died. He was just kind of stuck behind the batter for too long and couldn't get behind to make a play on it. Oh, this one's quicker. Might be off the toe of the bat.
It's high up on the bat. It's really cramped in for room. And, well, he's very lucky he didn't wear that Azarandani. Beat him for pace.
Yeah, you're right. It's
really
splice, isn't it?
Really high up on the bat. Well, so far, it's been an interesting start. If there wasn't a 5 wides, the catch, the run out, could easily be a different scorecard.
Sven, in the comment section. I think we have to ask you some questions. Another wide. This is the thing with Coulter. Does bowl in swingers, occasionally angles it down leg side. Sven saying, sounds like Corey's in a great mood today. Is everything okay, Corey?
I'm okay. A little bit let down from some of my crew members. They're playing Padel without me, and
right?
Ken Weston went for a lavish lunch and I wasn't invited.
Oh, you got FOMO.
Yeah, look, it still hurts. I know they're listening.
Okay. Sounds like it would be a lot of fun without you. Anyway, here's Andani on strike. Tries to flirt with one and fails. Something you know a fair bit about.
Yeah, each weekend, but 12 for none right now. It feels like they're playing a pretty cautious style of game as well. No big shots yet. They get,
Most of the bowling's
there's been
been
about
online.
7 extras. I mean, I haven't seen one shot in anger.
I think they're just playing what gets bowled to them. Going looking for trouble. Plays this away for 1. So yeah, hello to Lily Panda, of course, and hope Panda What Up is watching, says the robot.
One of our favourite players.
What a moment that was. I think it was 3 6s in a row he hit.
Yeah, he
Is
just
that one
kept
of your
walking
most memorable
further
moments
down
on
the
commentary?
crease. Yep, phenomenal.
And yeah, he kept batting further down. It was about halfway down by the time It was just a crazy run, wasn't it? Miscued. He'll get away with it. Scramble through for a single. Yeah, Nick Smith said that he's got a wealth of cricket experience. His younger brother played for VOC Rugby.
Matty Smith was our overseas signing last year. Had a pretty good T20 and 50 over season, and I'm sure he'll be tuning in wherever he is in the world. Well, this is a good start for the Irish team. They're not really being attacked just yet.
Darnie probably trying to attack this. Oh, instead, is this off that arm or the glove? He's gone. He's been caught behind. And so, Darnie, whether he knows it or not, he's going to be gone here.
Yeah, I think he's gone, and he has to go off. It's a perfect bouncer. Coulter's quicker than you think. He gets it through.
He follows you. The only
question out.
Doesn't seem like it's off the arm. And it would have been out, except Doherty misses the stump out a second way. Again, sometimes it's about the sound it makes. And if that isn't skin, it's bat.
Yeah, that's a great bouncer as well, isn't it? He really directs that well. But given out on field, and he has to go for the first one, goes down. And, well, if you're going to play overly cautiously in the power play, you have to question some of the tactics here early from the Swans. They should know a little bit better in this T10 format, and he has to go for 3.
You get grumpy with the Portuguese, but they've always been good to you. So give them a break.
No, I love the Portuguese. I know Conrad that well, but they know T10 cricket, and I reckon I've seen one proper shot in 12 balls. I'd like to see that if they're going to beat the Irish, you're going to want to get some runs on the board.
Why not get the skipper to the crease? Conrad Greenshields comes out. Been the irregular role for him of wicket-keeper batter.
So what's happened there?
He's got a shoulder injury, and it means he can't bowl, so it means he struggles to throw overarm. So he thinks wicket-keeper is the place for him. What's his keeping like? I have no idea. Anyway, here's Jacob Mulder, pretty good bowler. Over number 3. This one's whipped away, and it'll get to the fence. 4 runs. Nice shot by Smith. And finally, you see some of that attacking intent that you were looking for as we hit the last over of the power play.
Exactly. That's what we're looking for. He gets a bit inventive, shuffles across his crease and whips it to the leg side. Big pockets of space over there. So a big last over of this power play coming up.
Hello to Virat fan. And Amar's got an interesting idea. We could make an animated version of you. Not animated right now. This one, inside out, no run. To go up against Kung Fu Panda. I like the way you're thinking. Hello to Simon Walsh as well, who's watching from Ireland.
What is it, National Panda Day?
It's International Panda Day. I know it's on the calendar.
Put it on the sizzler.
You chased a few big bears in your time.
Yeah.
Just a single. There's Angus Farrell. Nice to see him out there. But yeah, Conrad Greenshields, he's the leader of the Mo Brigade. They're all Mo Bros here. We've got a lot of moustaches, and almost all sporting the moustaches. Faf Snowman has an attempted moustache. I already saw him on the team sheet where you see all 11 together. Looks like he's the notable omission, but I think he is trying to grow one. Anyway, Greenshields on strike. Goes back, punches it to what he thinks is the gap. Gets through for a single.
Yeah, nice. Gets himself off the mark. Just this game starting to get a bit more livelier now. This is a really good start from CI, though. They've kept the power play under wraps.
Junaid Khan.
Good bowler.
Yeah, always gives 100% for his team. Mulder, he's a clever bowler. You can see that. And this one with a bit of overspin. It's up. It's in the air. It's another chance for that man. And this time he takes it. Well, he takes your advice. He faces the ball. Chris Robinson goes back. That was hanging a long, long time. And that's the overspin, the extra bounce that Mulder gets, just fooling Smith slightly. So he's going to be the second wicket to fall. It's 20 for 2.
Yeah, it's a big wicket. Smith has to go. He never really looked too comfortable this innings. He hit only the one boundary. It gets big on him, doesn't it? But it's a good catch after shying away from the previous one. He takes it on the chest like that.
Yeah. Either way, the ball was going to hit him. And he was just hoping he could grasp onto it. He did. And so, Harash setting the world on fire early. Unfortunately for Smith, can't quite find his touch in the opening match. He goes for 9. 20 for 2. It's Fenn just noticing a bit of a South African connection with Mulder bowling to Smith and Greenshields. But interestingly, Got Jacob Mulder there. Played a lot of cricket in Perth, Western Australia. Now relocated to Belfast. I know that Conrad played some cricket in the grade competition in Perth as well. Perth, Western Australia for Melville. Machado, the new batter. So many hurry on from Mulder.
Do you know much about Machado?
Yeah, Miggy, as they like to call him. Yeah, he's featured for a while now. As we get to the end of the power play, it's 21 for 2.
Yeah, first time I've run into him. Let's see what he has to offer. And good power play at the moment for CIYMS. And you can see 10, 4 and 7. And with the 5 wides in there, it just feels like they just weren't very attacking. It's that first game, you sort of see that with some teams.
Yeah, kind of respecting the bowling as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that they're really excited to have the services of Miguel Machado in the team. He's played a good level of cricket. And the Warriors feel that he can bring a lot to the table this season for them. And I see Adam Kennedy getting a bowl now in over number 4. Yeah, but 7 and over, okay, it's something. I mean, if you can get, say, 10s from here, you get 91. Probably 2 balls, what you're hoping for normally at this level at Cartmore Oval. So Kennedy gets his opportunity. Sure, it's time for Machado, but he will get a run.
Yeah, definitely, the one thing their seamers have done today, Vinny, is that they've banged it in.
Yeah.
And they've really banged it in. And it's not too often they're floating up half volleys. So they've come with their plans, CI, and it's good to see them execute. Right now they're in control of this game, but these 2 at the crease definitely offer some threatening signs once they get in.
Just the 1-4 in the power play. No 6s. Doesn't include 5 wides. This time Kennedy gets a bit of extra bounce, gets a pass on Greenshields. Yeah, I think that you can understand how the horizontal bat shots, because they're such it's the timing. It's all about the timing with those. Judging the bounce, you can understand how it's a pretty good tactic as long as the batters aren't timing it up. Also creates the odd chance. You saw that with Smith, top edging one, getting caught by Robinson. This one's pitched up a little bit. He goes after it and he gets enough. Gets the pressure relieving boundary. Conrad Greenshields rolls the dice and comes up a 4. His first boundary of this ECL.
Yeah, looks to try and smack that over the offside, but it splices away and goes over backward point. And no one's back there at the moment, so we'll go for 4.
Chris, just with that question, I think you might have answered already. Is Nick the brother of Matt, who played for VOC?
Yep.
Yeah. They both played at VCC a couple of years ago, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Vorberg. Kennedy continues with the length stuff. Beats him with bounce. Conrad just wasn't in a great position to play that.
He's getting some good carry through this young Kennedy. Like the look of him.
They got the 3rd man down there, so I mean, even if that...
Well, they just brought mid-off up for that sort of splice shot, which I get. So mid-off's in the ring and 3rd man's gone back after that previous boundary, which I like. I think mid-off should always be in the ring and just run backwards.
Especially if you're bowling this length, it's going to be pretty hard to bang him over mid-off. Pre's not too much of it, but anything that there is behind the bowler here. And this time he gets a fair piece of it, and this is going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, Conrad, he's there. I think he's there just in time. Can he mount a rescue job to this innings? Needs to breathe some life into it. That was a beautiful cutaway for 6.
Well, that will breathe some life into it. I guess one thing, if you're going to keep bowling it in the same area, the batsman's always going to find a way to adjust, and this time he does adjust and get it out the middle. I like that Kennedy wants to bang it in, but you have to show something else. Maybe a fuller ball, maybe a slower ball. Otherwise, players like Greenshields and Machado, they'll just wait for it.
Now, when it goes well, it's called consistency. When it doesn't go well, it's called predictability. It's actually the same stuff. That's a pretty healthy mo from Paolo as well over there. The Mo Bros. Now, let's see if he tries something different here. Maybe a slower ball or something. See if he can catch Conrad off guard. This beautiful piece of placement as well from Conrad. That was right in between the 2 outfielders. Sticks with it. This time it's cut away towards the fielder, but fortunately for Greenshields, doesn't carry all the way.
Well, he's still back of a length, and he gets a little bit lucky there. books the single, falling short of deep cover. He'd be disappointed he didn't get that over backward point again. 34 for 2. Run rate at 8.8. Nothing too threatening at the moment for the Irish.
Hello to Girish Singh, who's watching from Portugal. Hoping for a captain's knock from Conrad. Chris saying, thanks for the info about the Smiths. Will you say hi to him for?
Yeah, I'll sort that out.
Okay. Almost certain you're going to say no. But good to see your mood's improving as we get to the end of the 4th over, and the score is 35 for 2.
35 for 2, so starting to build into it, aren't they? I still think that if you went through the 24 deliveries they've faced, they've probably blocked 12 and tried to be aggressive on 12, which holds them back just a bit.
How would you describe the run rate, Worm, so far? It went right up in the first over.
Yeah, well, 10, but 10 in the first over is good for the bowlers, isn't it? You take 10 in a power play. I think they're starting to get there, get into the rhythm. You see a lot of teams that come over in their first game take it a bit more cautiously than what they're used to, whereas earlier we saw Ariana O'Keefe go too far the other way.
That was the fun way. That scale does flatter them a little bit with the 10 in the first over, but yeah, 100 plus on the board and bowl and field well. I think that'll be the plan.
Here's someone we didn't see, Mark Best with some left arm seam.
I know you love your left armers. Steps but can't quite time it up, Ricardo.
Yeah, they didn't bowl him in the first game. They used a couple of spinners and some right arm seamers, so Best gets his chance to show what he can do, and that's also a good thing for CI. It means that they've got a few spinners, right arm bowlers, and a left arm bowler, so they've got the variety.
I like the variety in their attack in the first game. It's pretty clear. Now, even more options being added. This one is outside the leg stump. Just worked away horizontally to deep square leg for a single, and now maybe, no, might be a second.
They definitely could have gone there if they just watched a little bit more.
Say the pink caps. Not something you see very often outside of maybe a charity day, but I'm going to say they're quite striking on the CIYMS.
It suits them. It suits them.
This one was asking for trouble, and in the end he'll get away with just a wide there, Best.
Yeah, but not his best delivery, and he's lucky to get away with that, but signalled a wide in the end. Machado just trying to find his T10 groove.
Looks like maybe a rolling cutter there from the left armour. Back down the ground, just a single. So it is Thursday. You know what that means? Empanada.
2 more days till we start another week of work or something like that.
Empanada.
No interest, Vinny. I'm
no,
off
you're off the empanada shop.
Yep.
That's good. Be quieter without you. I think we're going to have to get the psychologist up here. Bowled him, and it's a pretty good pitched up delivery, and there's a salute from Best, and that was his best work, wasn't it? Conrad Greenshields just tried to muscle it down the ground, maybe came in a touch, went through the gate, and Irish lose their skip up. It's 39 for 3.
Well, this is why I love left arm bowlers, because he bowled maybe 2 left arm off cutters in the over. This one he gets full, and I tell you, this swings back just a tad, and that little bit of swing is enough to get the wicket. Well bowled.
That's what gets him playing down the wrong line. So good plan, good execution. You can see that little shape back into the right-hander. So Irish, rough start for them.
Rough start, Vinny. How are they going to get themselves back into it? Someone's going to have to step up.
It wasn't the worst innings from Conrad Greenshields either. Pretty productive. Does take 13 off the 7 balls he faces, but he becomes the 3rd wicket to fall. It's 39 for 3 and a first ECL wicket for Mark Best.
Greenshields be disappointed to get out there. Just got set, but brings in a young man that seems every time I watch him bat, he's improving.
Yeah,
and he played a very good ECC tournament, I thought, for Portugal. Francois Stoneman.
Yeah, he did. And so they were in the same group, right? In Group A in ECC. So we've seen a couple of these bowlers before, like Carson McCulloch, for example. Took the ball first up, but negotiated by Stoneman. It gets off the mark.
Right, so Faf in now. Faf, we like to call him Faf Stoneman. And Machado, these 2 men, a bit of responsibility on their shoulders here.
Definitely, you just need that partnership. It's not the worst start I've ever seen. I think they want to be about 10 more. Just work to the leg side. 2's the call, but I don't think it's there.
Welcome to T10 cricket. You ain't...
Oi!
Oh,
wow.
it's gone at that. Did that get him straight in the side of the head?
I don't know if it was side of the pitch, but Doherty's had to just take evasive action. I thought that might go all the way for 4 overthrows, the way it reared. So that'll be 42 for 3 off 5 overs. Let's check out the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. What does this hit on the bounce? I mean, it didn't have to be thrown that hard. But let's have a look. Because the edge of the pitch is a pretty unpredictable area, and typically when you're keeping back, you're not wearing a helmet. Yeah, edge of the pitch area.
That really could have been bad.
Anyway, it is the end of the over, and it is 42 for 3 after 5. Want to welcome all of our wonderful viewers into the commentary dream box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I'm in a fantastic mood because we're getting even closer to the championship week, which is only 4 days away now, and we have one piece of the puzzle still to fit in, and that's the Group F winner. How are you feeling? Feeling pretty good
today?
today?
I'm always motivated and excited for a good game of cricket, Vinny, and it looks like we're going back to spin.
That's good to me. And it's going to be Matchett who's going to start with an opportunity. It's not held. Can I have 2? That's incredible running. It was a good effort, though, as McCulloch hurled himself to his left. Hope he's okay there. Gets 2 hands on it. And quite an amazing bit of running from the batters. They did not hold up at all. They went 2 from the get-go. This could have been out.
Yeah, he made good ground, and he'll be disappointed. I think he got 2 hands, but he hit his head quite hard as well.
Kisses the turf. Look at this. Bang.
Ow.
He doesn't have his hands in a position where he could manage to break his fall. This is going to be called a leg bye. Have to grab something on the way through. We'll see this again in the replay.
A leg bye. How's that a leg bye? How is that a leg bye?
I think, well,
he meant bye, right?
Should have been a bye. Anyway, they're all the same. Oh, this is a pretty well struck shot down the ground as a boundary sorely needed, and it comes Matchett, who he is pretty predictable the way he bowls. He bowls around the wicket, tries to get the right-hander reaching, but that was cracked by Miguel Machado.
Yeah, it comes down, turns it into a full toss. Good aggressive batting, and he spanks it straight. Much needed boundary. They're trying their best to fight hard here, are the Swans.
Bye was given in the end. I think he just had an itchy leg. Yeah, Joe Foster. Throws his hands at this. Fielder has to negotiate that in front of the stairs and does. Fielding, that's Coulter out there.
Yeah, he's got a good arm as well, doesn't he?
Oh, you've got the Irish here. That brings up the 50 for Irish, the Portuguese team. But St. Patrick's Day tomorrow. You got any special plans, Corey?
Yeah, I'll be joining them for a couple of hours of Guinness and just to Victoria Cervezas just to celebrate with them.
Looking at the schedule, and see that you're finished after game 3 tomorrow. Gives you a bit of time to join the festivities, perhaps?
Yeah, well, I think it would be wrong not to.
You're
rude
a Guinness
not
man? A green beer man?
Victoria Cerveza.
Victoria Cerveza, yeah. They do a very good Marengo, which is, I think, will have to be a good substitute. Anyway, this is up and is absolutely smashed down to the ground. Machado, he has taken the reins now. Goes Maximo. As that over goes for 14 in the end. And after 6 overs, it's 57 for 3.
Yeah, 57 for 3. He just flights that last ball up and he spanks it. Nice looking stroke, and after a decent over, that 6 sort of tilts it to the Swans' way. And you can see they're pretty positive at the moment.
Alex Macy called him the puppy back in the ECS in Portugal. It's got a lot of enthusiasm about him. Let's have a look at the scorecard. They need someone to stand up, and Machado has been that player so far. 18 off 9. Stoneman, very capable. Keegan De Silva, another player of South African descent, coming in. Just joined the club this year. Anyway, it's going to be best to come back. This is up, it's in the air, it's a chance, and taken. So McCulloch this time doesn't have to move. Matt Stoneman tries to go down the ground, but he couldn't quite get the elevation or the timing to get it over Carson, who holds on to a pretty spicy one. A very handy one for the Irish club. It's 57 for 4.
Yeah, Best takes another wicket. The left arm seam working again. And just angled across, and a nice safe catch from the man out there. Young Carson, who had banged his head the previous over. And this time he holds on to it, and that will be young Faf Stoneman has to go.
Well held. It's not as easy as it looks. Has to decide how he wants to take it. He could kind of like bend at the knees and take it fingers up, or he can take it in that fashion. That's the way it goes. I think the intent was there from Francois Stone, and you can't really criticise him for that. He's not able to hit a boundary in the 5 balls he faces.
Yeah, so here's that new man to the crease. Don't know too much about him myself, Keegan De Silva, but you've seen a bit of him, Vinny?
I haven't seen him live. But, let's see if he can build a partnership. Again, the run rate currently 92 pace, so not the worst. Again, if they could put 100 on the board. We haven't seen any of the Irish batting except from their openers as well in the first game. I'm sure they'll probably lead with them again. Inside edge onto the pads. Just be able to manage one.
Tell a lot in one ball, and what I'm seeing is Best is good. Best has got some tricks up his sleeve, and 2 for 8 off his 8 balls does look good.
Yeah, he's probably wishing he got his opportunity earlier on, but yeah, sometimes what you can do is take opportunities you're given. Certainly taking this one. This time goes up and out of the ground. Maximo! Another Machado Maximo takes on the outfielder and wins. If he doesn't get this as well as this, he's gone. He wins the battle. And that's a pretty good shot against the bowler that's high in confidence.
Yeah, great shot from Miguel Machado. It just comes down the crease and lofts it over mid-on. Gets enough on it, so an easy 6 for him. And despite the wickets right now, Swans are still fighting hard.
A little bit shorter. Good micro adjustment from Best.
Micro adjustment, good call actually. Just enough, just enough.
And Ricardo played a bit of cricket with Keegan in South Africa. Says he's a talented cricketer. Well, you have to be to get to this level. Been a good spell though from Best. Got 2 more balls to deliver. Again, that's the cutter. Actually gets away from Doherty.
Oh, could be out, a direct hit. Oh. Well, I think if he hits there, De Silva's gone. It actually ricocheted the short third man, and that would have been out, Vinny.
Yeah, it's a very clever bit of bowling. Digs it in. The batter was miles early on this. Let's see if he would have made it or not.
Yeah, it just ricocheted straight to the fielder. I think he's gone with a direct hit.
Got a side on maybe. It's, may have enough time. He would have been gone, I think. Pitched that side leg stump. Still, good spell of bowling. He's going to finish 2 for 14. That's 7 overs down. Werash are 66 for 4.
66 for 4. Trying hard, but still striking under 10s. I'd be tempted to go back to the leg spin here of Mulder and maybe take a few more wickets. But you can also interact with us at Mr. Maximo with 5 O's and myself at CRuckers_28.
I'm wearing that suit today. Are you wearing that shirt today?
Yes.
Wow. What are the odds?
Illuminati
That's
confirmed.
Pretty accurate.
It's the one time you can slip into our DMs and we will respond.
Okay. Corey will read out the next message that's sent to him at CRuckers_28
Deal.
on Instagram.
I'll read it out in full.
Be as random as you like. Actually, so will I, if you get me at Mr. Maximo. We'll put that up one more time for all the viewers. Maybe just introduce yourself. We're a community.
Yeah,
so
keep it PG.
I mean, if you can, that'd be great.
Looks like a drinks break. What's going on here, Vinny?
I don't know whether he had the wind knocked out of him when he dived for the crease there. Certainly when you dive, it does take a big toll on your body. Sometimes you can just kind of whack yourself in the solar plexus.
Good boy, set, let's go.
So check my messages after this over at Mr. Maximo. You can do the same. Hello to Rob Lever, who is watching from Romania. Asking to see you soon. Yeah, you will see us soon. Definitely see us over the summer, Rob. Looking forward to seeing you. Anyway, McCulloch's coming back. Pretty handy to bring Carson back. Just vary his pace. Doesn't get a lot of turn, a lot of side spin, but he's not really trying to. I think most of the time he's just trying to slide into the right-hander. Double checking the right batters on strike here, perhaps.
Yep, they tried to play the little bluff on us.
Very alert stuff. I mean, maybe they'd forgotten.
Cheeky cheekies, and they have to walk back and swap ends.
I'm guessing I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt there, I think, because of the injury stoppage or the potential injury stoppage. They ended up at the wrong ends. And now they're at the right end, so here we go. Over number 8. This is shot past the keeper, but not going too far. Single to De Silva.
Like this, boys, keep going, though.
Oh.
That's no ball, and that's going to go miles as well. 7 up time, Maximo. No doubter from Machado. He baseballs that one out of here.
Well, it's as bad as it gets. It's a freebie, and it's a 7-up. He tries to bowl the 24-yard ball. Watch where he was. He was miles back, and it costs him.
Probably had to go even further back. That's the thing.
Yeah, little errors hurt. That's super valuable.
He does do that on occasion. But yeah, overcompensates with the length, so free hit coming up. This is going to be quick. I'll be playing this like a medium pacer. Oh no, he goes again and loses the handle again, and he's going to have the same result again. Maximo has 14 without a ball being bowled, and it's like 2 cans of 7-up. He just guzzled them both.
That's unbelievable. That swung the game. You've just given 14 free runs. It's basically swung the game on its head. I've not seen that before. 7 and 7. It's a free hit still.
Good timing.
And all of a sudden, you look at the run rate. They're going above 11. They were going less than 10.
14 runs.
14 free runs has just swung this. They're in control.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh well, another free hit. Now he's going to go after this. It does get into the gap, and I think this will be 4. It is. So that's basically 18 off 1 ball, Corey.
Wow. Well, and sacrilege, you just can't have that in any format, but especially T10. Yeah, you have to be careful with what you're delivering up there, and 18 off 1 ball, it swings this game, and all of a sudden, the Swans are in complete control.
It's a complete control, but...
I'd say control.
Yeah.
85 off 7.2.
Now he gets banged, and that's authoritative from Machado, who goes large. Maximo! He expected this kind of pace, and he just escorts that one over deep mid-wicket.
Machado's loving himself at the moment, and why not? That's a gorgeous stroke. Unbelievable.
This over's gone 1, no ball plus 6, no ball plus 6, 4, 6. And 25, and it's only half the over gone.
Oh, wow. 25 off 3 balls.
It's gone magical.
Vinny, all of a sudden, they're on 120 plus rate. Remarkable.
Don't look away. Things can change pretty quickly.
Well,
another full toss.
Oh, that could be a 3rd no ball. He might be taking out the attack.
I feel like this one was definitely lower. Whether it's low enough to be okay, I'm not sure. It's an interesting one, isn't it? I think they seem fine with it.
Oh, very close. What's he doing, Vinny? He's completely lost it. He's yipped up. Oh, yeah. Pretty close.
He's them called before.
Super lucky.
Probably just okay, but you're right. I think he gets lucky because the others were so much higher, they didn't even consider it. But to be honest, we have seen those called.
Yeah, he's lucky he's not being dragged out the attack, and that could have been a 3rd 7-up.
I don't think they even wanted to look at it, but it was worth a look, wasn't it? Anyway, last ball of a forgettable over for McCulloch. De Silva wants to get after him. He'll just get a single here, but still that is 27 off the over. And the game swings. That's 8 overs down. It's 93 for 4.
Yeah, complete shift in momentum and a shift in where this game's sort of direction was going. We'll have a quick look at the Worm, and they had it under control, the Irish side. They'd be pretty comfortable and calm, but all of a sudden a couple of 7-ups, and that isn't the Worm, that's the table. Vinny, talk to me.
Anyway, we'll get the Worm back maybe after next
Sports
over.
Interactive once again playing games.
To be fair, they did tell us that in the background, but just don't check that message. But anyway, these are the standings. Whereas they're first.
Look at that net run rate.
Game. Yeah, net run rate. Well, that tells you it's a 61-run win. And a 26-run win in game 2. Coulter's back and he breaks through. And De Silva couldn't really do too much in an attacking way during his time there. Coulter right on target. Perfect start to the 9th as CIYMS try to pull this one back. It's 93 for 5.
Yeah, 93 for 5. It's a big wicket. They needed something to go their way just after being disrupted in the last few overs. And well, I've been really impressed with this man. I think Coulter's bowled a heavy length all day, and he's quicker than I think what people perceive him for.
Yeah. And he gets that good natural movement, just angling in and then occasionally swinging it, seaming it into the right-hander. I also think it'd be pretty useful to left-handers.
Hey, you know how we said we'd read out the first message?
Yeah, I was about to read mine. What did you get?
Raj Beer Sandhu, love your knowledge and energy as a commentator. Well, I love you. Thank you, Raj Beer.
You sure that one was meant to be sent to you?
Yep.
Okay, and that's nice. Well, I'll pick, I think the first one I got was from Ross Copeland. He says, love watching ECL, great commentary and suits. Watching from Belfast, think Corey's had a bit too much hype. I think he's actually coming down from a bit of a hype binge, Ross, but thanks so much for the message. New batter out there is Mubin Tariq. He's a good young spinner. Yeah. He's always had the potential to get a bit messy this innings, but Machado's 47 has kept them on track.
Well, Heat's 47's been a match-defining innings. There's Junaid Khan with the zinc ready to go.
Good if he zoomed in a bit on Junaid.
But yeah, this is a really impressive innings. 3 away from a 50.
Oh, wow.
Again?
Whew.
What is going on?
I tell you what, I've never seen anyone charging the mound, but we had a few of these in a row. This is where I'd like to see the benches clearing, but yeah, I don't think there's any intent there from Coulter. And that one, I couldn't quite hear which ribs were hit, but I'm going to go 6th and 7th. And well, that's one way to unsettle a guy. He's whacking him. He's 47 off 18.
It's all happening at the moment. That is a vicious beamer. And we've seen a few in the last few overs from the Irish. And, oh, that hurts. That's in the solar plexus.
The bullpens.
Yeah, this should be like baseball. Everyone should be allowed on the field right now throwing fists.
In baseball, I've played, he gets a little pat in the head anyway. He says sorry. I know we're having a bit of a laugh here. But everyone would be up on the top rung of the dugout after that. Even if they weren't charging, they're on the top rung of the dugout. Anyway, we'll be free hit coming up. Tell you what, free hit when you're on 47's all right, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all right if you've still got a rib cage.
Anyway, were we talking about Coulter having good control a minute ago?
Yep.
Let's see if he can escape further punishment. Oh, goes for the body again. No bat from Machado. We'll get a leg by here.
I don't think I still can't put my finger up there. There's been a lot of no balls this competition for waist height. A lot of bowlers have missed their lines, but
Tempted Yorker's gone wrong.
Yeah, that's what it is. Trying to nail that Yorker under pressure and then just completely overcorrecting. But right now, still, the Swans with 9 balls left want a good finish here. Maybe 120 on the cards.
Oh, shot, but out. Well, he took it on, had to reach for Mubin Tariq. That's a great bit of catching, though. That's match at the skipper. It goes goalkeeper style up and to his right, and he grabs it two-handedly. Coulter with a 3rd wicket now. Well, it goes for the kill another way this time. Tariq goes for a single, and the score is 96 for 6.
Yeah, nice catch from Matchett, and he'll be happy with that one after dropping a couple in the ECC final versus Spain. He holds on to it, dives to his right, and it's a good catch from the skipper. And the 3rd wicket for Coulter, who's having besides the beamer, is having a fantastic day with the ball.
Good catch. I mean, can't really criticise the shot either. Tariq hit it really well. If he gets it around or over that fielder, he gets a boundary. And that's the way it goes. You know, I think you still got to just play good shots and accept the outcome sometimes. And Tariq disappears, and will give us a chance to say hello to Miguel Stoneman. So we'll have 2 Miguels out there at the moment for Oeiras. What's your Portuguese like? You've spent a bit of time there.
Yeah, pretty good.
The fielder says, obrigado for that.
One more castle, please.
We had a few of the... Oh, he's bowled him.
Oh, what a shot.
Coulter gets 4, and he's on a hat-trick, and the stumps are a mess. Miguel Stoneman tries to give him some room, and Coulter spot on target this time once again.
Has he not seen the ball there? Well, have a closer look at this, Vinny. He went to back away, but it's almost as if he got caught in 2 minds. Watch.
It's a half-hearted one. I mean, I think he's thinking dab. He's thinking dab, and he's just
quicker.
Pace.
He's just quicker than a lot of people are realising, and that has blasted through him so quickly.
Yeah, it does look great in the wash-up. I think anytime you give up your stumps, he goes to dab, but by the time he goes to dab, the ball's already past him. It's already rattled into middle and off.
Great question coming in from the ECN robot, and I'm going to give a very positive answer to this. Yes.
So I'll tell you what the question is in a minute. Yeah, should no balls be called if it's above the pad? I think the issue here is you're going to start having people wearing real... I know a guy, actually, that used to play with, as we see the hat-tricks in 2023. Haven't had one since opening day of this ECL. Let's just pause for a second. We'll come back to that because right now, here is Coulter on a hat-trick. Oh, maybe a wide. Yeah. Just took off. Sometimes you don't know your own pace and bounce. So it's Junaid Khan who's out there. Check it out in the replay. See, it's pretty much top of the umpire's hat as the batter in his standing position, and it's over that. Good umpiring. So I know a guy who actually used to wear his pads as low as possible. He got small pads because he thought he would get more. He thought he would get less LBWs because his knee roll was lower. So I suppose it's a bit tough. Big swing and a miss. As that will be the end of the over. Coulter, 4 for 7. Great effort from him. And Machado will be on strike after the end of this over. The score is 97 for 7. Well, you wanted the heart rate. Here's the heart rate. Let's see what the worm has been doing.
I wanted the heart throb, Vinny, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. But let's have a quick look. And it's going to have a bit of an injection because of that massive over we saw. And that helped them get above 10 and over. About 3 wickets in that previous over. Interesting to see they've held Jacob Mulder right back again. For me, I'd like to see him come on a little bit early next time when they've got the foot on the throat. I feel like he could have bowled the 6th and tried to get another wicket.
Yeah, they've done this twice, so it's obviously a bit of a plan. So that over only goes for 4 after the previous one went for 37, for 27, I should say. So reining it back in. Machado chasing his half century, moves to 48. They're thinking about going 2. Junaid was keen, but I think they were smart. They went to the keeper's end.
A few errors last over as well. After he got hit by that beamer from Machado, the new batsman came in and didn't get him on strike. They just got themselves. All they had to do was get him on strike. He's actually 40 out of 20, playing a marvellous innings. So that's disappointing. Junaid Khan, though, what can he do right at the back end?
Yeah, not a bad shot from Junaid. Does his job. Now, if you're Machado, I was going to say, do you take a single?
No, of course not. You just face the 4 balls and you go to town. Try hit 2 out the middle.
What if you're on 48?
No.
What if you're on 49?
Should raise your bat for 30s in this, not 50s.
25s, quarter centuries.
Yeah, okay. I'm happy with that.
Go with that.
Do you raise your bat or raise a glove?
Oh, yeah. Maybe 1 finger or 2.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. We used to have to applaud quarter centuries in our backyard cricket because we're so low scoring. Anyway. Tries to go downtown, but I think he might have found uptown. Should be caught and taken. And Matchett doesn't drop too many in year 2023. Machado will be kicking himself here because he does get it on the full, but he can't get the timing. Good innings nonetheless, but he'll be the 8th wicket to fall. 99 for 8 with 3 balls remaining.
I reckon Mulder gets slightly lucky there. He came down the crease, turned it into the full toss, which he would have wanted, but then cloughed it. And he has to go. Nice safe catch in the end. And despite there being a 28-run over, they're still not over 100. It's been a peculiar first 10 overs, if you ask me.
Good innings, though. Had a very big contribution. 5 maximos, 2 fours in there. He swung it in that 8th. It does look like they'll make above that 3 figures in the end. And, his teammates give him a warm reception. I want to say a quick hello to Andrew Prince as well. He also sent me a message on Instagram. He said he's loving the games and the commentary, and he thinks that CI will win in 7 overs. So big call. To do that, they'd have to go around the 14 and over mark or so. Maybe a few more. Here's Paolo Butchamatsa getting a bat.
Oh, now here's a fan favourite. You've got to love this man.
We have to do a 30-second summary, assuming he survives this ball of Paolo. Gets a bit of bat on this, I think.
I'm not too sure how he survived that, but yeah, this man has an international cricket ground as his backyard.
Yeah, he built a cricket ground in his backyard in Portugal, and so he lives at the cricket ground where we'll actually have the ECS in a couple of weeks. So, yeah, I wish I could do that. Paolo does a lot for the game in Portugal. Anyway, it's going to be an reserver now because over to Junaid. And, well, Paolo, he's playing his own backyard rules, and in his minute,
he was off on a good walk then.
I don't even think Mulder was thinking about that until he noticed Paolo was about 3 to 4 metres out. Good cricket all round.
Imagine if he had a man-cad Polo. He's the one man that I would have left the commentary box and I would have been not out, not out.
Paolo was trying to work out how he could possibly come back for a 2, and he worked out he's had to run the first half of 1 before he let go of the ball. Anyway, Paolo, he's got 1 filthy swing in him here. Last ball of the 10th. Oh, it's well bowled. And don't think it's caught, but it will be no run. So Puchamatsa able to contribute a single and a Werash. It's an interesting way they got there, but they do get the 100 plus on the board. 101 for 8 will be the final score after 10 overs.
Yeah, 101 for 8, so they get across the 100 mark, but you're right, peculiar. That inning started slowly, it wasn't looking great, then all of a sudden just one massive over changed the complexion of it, and then after that massive over, they couldn't get the ball away again. They were 93 after 8 overs, so that means the last 2 overs only went for 8 runs. An odd style of innings, but in the end they do cross the 100 mark, and the question will be, do CI have the batting to get over the line?
And will we see more than their openers this time? That's the question as well. Whereas I mean, plan on getting at least 1 or 2 wickets and maybe exposing a couple of guys to the action that we haven't seen just yet. Well, COIMS of Ireland, they've been pretty good so far on day 1 here in Group F. And Werash, the Portuguese champions, their ECL debut. Carson McCulloch had a few control issues here. I think he might have been struggling with a little bit of a finger injury as well he sustained during the innings. That was great bowling though. And Coulter, he was on fire, wasn't he? 4 wickets in this 10 overs. It was a strange path to 100 though. They seemed to be tied down. There were some early wickets. Wasn't a huge amount of intent in the power play. Seemed to get bogged down a little bit. But I think they're in debt. Werash to Miguel Machado. His 48 really set things up for them. And he was the one that ignited things after the dismissal of Conrad Greenshields. That was best. He was pretty impressive with his left armers as well. And yeah, ultimately, we saw a lot of action. We always will. Werash have been working hard on their game. This one almost took the head of Doherty off the keeper. Luckily, he got out the way enough to survive that. But yeah, we'll look back and we'll see in a minute. It was that kind of 18 in 1 ball which just got things rolling, and I think that's the reason that the Portuguese champs end up making the 3 digits.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Vinny. It was an odd style of innings, and there was that 1 over that just got taken to the cleaners that really helped them get up to a competitive score. I was impressed with Best, the left arm seamer. Seems to be clever with what he's changes up. He's got a little off cutter, he's got the one that swings in, and he looks like a bowler to look out for here in Group F. This was just a little bit of a missed communication, almost a run out as it deflected off the keeper and went to short third man, which brought about a little bit of a drinks break due to the injury to the batsman. But this was the over that changed the game. We thought it was a 27 run over, not 28 as I was saying earlier. A couple of 7s, and you don't often get that. And there was 18 in 1 ball with the free hit also going for 4. So it felt like that all the momentum had swung drastically in the Swans. We're going to take it away from there, but right at the back end, the last 2 overs only went for 4 and 4, which is quite remarkable to have the last 2 overs go for 4 after they lost all the momentum. And this man on your screens, Alan Coulter, has been a star today. Really like what he offers. He ended up taking 4 wickets. This was a very smart catch in the inner ring from the captain Matchett, and diving to his right, and Tariq had to go. It brought us to the last over. Miguel Stoneman, too quick for him. He went for a golden duck. And yeah, it took us to the last over, and must be said, the Swans will feel like they left a few runs out there as Machado, he went. I think in the innings overall there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 overs that went for 7 or less, and that's pretty unacceptable in a T10. They still got up to 100. If they can pick up some early wickets, they definitely have a chance to win this game. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? Well, first the batting display, and there was only really one man that stood out, Machado, 48 off 21. What a special innings that is, with 17 extras being the second highest scorer. Remarkable. And a couple of those no balls got sent to the rope for 6. No one else really playing an innings of substance to help Machado out, but those extras definitely helped them get to 101. We have a look at the bowling figures, and it looked pretty good for a few of them. 4 for 7 for Coulter, Muldar 2 for 11, 2 for 14 for Best, and unfortunately Carson got a little bit of tap right at the top there, which didn't help overall. It was more the extra overs. 4 overs went for quite a lot, and the other 6 went for not many. Anyway, that does take us to the halftime break of this one. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Hello and welcome back everyone around the world. We're at the halfway stage of this clash between Oeiras, the Swans from Portugal versus CIYMS from Ireland. An interesting game brewing on our hands here is the Portuguese side. The Swans came out first, they batted first, they've got over the 100 mark, maybe in an odd sort of fashion, but 101 for 8. And the question will be, is that enough runs? Junaid Khan on your screen there, he's got the new ball in hand. Jason van der Merwe and Doherty are going to be the opening batsmen. The umpire about to say play, 102 required. Deep third man, deep long off, the two boundary riders. Almost set to go. We are set to go. Ball one in the run chase. And it's a bit of a Gundy ball. And, well, it looks like stand-in wicketkeeper Conrad Greenshields takes one on the forearm. But a wide ball to start from Junaid. Very loose indeed. And with only 102 on the board, they're going to have to get going straight away. But we didn't see anyone else from the middle order from the Irish team. So if they do pick up some wickets, maybe, just maybe, they're going to sneak themselves into this contest. Not with balls like that. It's a low full toss and he misses out that time as van der Merwe. Just miscuing that to the leg side. So he's off the mark with the one though. Left-hander on strike now, so we'll have to see where the fielding changes come. So it looks like we're going to keep it pretty similar. Deep third man and deep mid off for the left-hander. And they're going to want Junaid Khan to slide it across him. And it's well defended into the offside. They'll scamper through for a single. So we saw these two open up a little bit earlier today and they batted fantastically. They didn't lose a wicket and they took Ariana Keefe to the sword. The question will be, I guess maybe a more established bowling attack that we know about. Will they be able to bat the same way? And if they do lose early wickets, who else in that batting lineup is going to be able to respond? That's well bowled, swinging in, and that's a little bit better from Junaid Khan as they'll get through for a single, and Conrad Greenshield's really struggling as the makeshift keeper here. It's going to be tough for him. We usually see him with the ball, but keeping probably isn't his familiar suit, and you see this throw coming in, and yeah, that's going to test him out a little bit. And you can see he gives a bit of a death stare to Miguel Stoneman. So that's a thickish outside edge this time and they'll get through for another single. So sedate start to this one. Guess they only have to go at 10 and over. It's pretty much one boundary and over, but we haven't had the boundary just yet. So it looks like a little bit of an adjustment to the field. Junaid Khan now swapping the deep mid off and deep third man to deep fine leg and deep mid on. A couple of mind games early here. He comes down the crease and tries to bowl. Oh, he just can't pick it up in the inner ring, but he'll get round. There's no twos on this field usually. It's a good throw, and he could be out. This will be tight. It's a brilliant throw from deep long on. And Miguel Machado's thrown it right next to the stumps. It was an easy take for Conrad Greenshields. It's closer than you think. With a great throw, the ball didn't have to travel far. Is this going to be a run out to start? No. No, it's not. And I boomed that up brilliantly. So there you go. 2 runs and a bit of excitement here. Good to see. Well, hold on. Well, the Swans have just come in a huddle and done a cheer. Well, I didn't know they were a cheering type of team. I've never seen that before. For 2 runs, they've come in and done a little Swans applause for each other. Well, they are pumped up out there, the Portuguese side. Put that in my notes, Vinny, because I need to bring that up with him later. It's the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen on the field. As I welcome back Vinny Sandu.
I think it's nice coming together.
Conrad Brent.
Very indoor cricket style.
That is very indoor cricket style.
I'm not against it. And yet, certainly not too close, even though your eyes thought it was.
I thought it was a bit tighter than I thought.
All right, last ball the over then for Junaid. This is stroke through the gap. It's a really nice cricket shot by Jason van der Merwe. They get double digits off the first in the end. And CIYMS, once again, their openers doing the job. 11 without loss after 1.
Yeah, 11 for no loss. What a lovely stroke. A little bit of width, and he just whacks it, doesn't he, through the offside. And I guess when you're only chasing 100, when you go 10 and over with the boundary, if you have one big over in there, it sort of kills the chase. That's what they'll be hoping to do. And it looks like the other opening bowler will be young Faf Stoneman.
Yeah, so 84 matches since the golden ball. Okay, go. Darts check out.
Sorry?
How would you do 84?
Triple 20.
Okay.
Double 12.
Yep.
Keep it pretty simple.
Okay. I was thinking you could do triple 18, double 15.
You don't want to end on a nod.
You don't, but depends how desperate you
I
are.
don't even think that adds up.
It does. This is a Gundy ball, really, from Faf first up, and Doherty knows what to do with it. A boundary to start the second.
Yeah, Faf Stoneman, look, he's handy with the ball. We don't often see him bowl much for Portugal, the national team, but he can be handy. That was short, though, and he'll be disappointed with the start, and Doherty ain't going to miss out on that. Nice shot.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving freebies away with this kind of middle-of-the-road score on the board.
Yeah, especially with that field, it's third man and deep cover. 4 runs, nonetheless.
Well, this time it's the top edge, but it's going to fly miles. Is it staying in the field of play? It's a ridiculous catch. How has he caught that? Mubin Tariq, he has run like Forrest Gump coast to coast, and he has somehow plucked that one out of the sky. Incredible catch from Warash to get their first wicket in ECL cricket. And it's 15 for 1.
That's a remarkable catch from Mubin Tariq, and then to stop the engine from going over the rope. Oh, yeah, wowee, that's a 10 out of 10, Vinny.
When you take a catch that good, you don't want to throw it away to someone else. So he realised he could pull up and told it. Not quite sure how that got held, I'm sure, but he'll be the first man to go. And finally, we'll get to see someone else out in the middle for CIYMS. He goes for 6. It's 15 for 1.
Yeah, it does go into that middle order. We didn't get to see them in the first game, and well, Doherty would be disappointed. It was probably there to go as well, but just got a little bit big on him. And the first wicket down in this run chase.
Yeah, that was an incredible bit of fielding, especially with the wind kind of blowing it further towards the boundary. So he did very well, and when you've got that kind of middle-of-the-road score on the board, you want those moments to go your way. Matchett comes out at number 3. Now, he's one guy we have seen before here at the Carlton Oval, playing for the Ireland 11 in the ECC last year, the Euros of cricket.
Yeah, he gets an opportunity here at number 3, and he'll be looking forward to getting some time at the crease here after the early fall of Doherty.
So Stoneman, after a bit of a dodgy start, and even that ball could have gone the journey. He does have a wicket to his name. He'd love to be able to put the Irish skipper back in the shed as well. Finally comes up. They've got deep cover point and long off as the 2 outfielders. Little dab, and this is gone as well. He had 2 in 2, much easier this time for Mubin Tariq. It was just a little dab, wasn't it, from Matchett. Tried to get it around or over the fielder. He didn't either. And CIYMS lose 2 in 2 balls, 15 for 2.
Yeah, Matchett gets width, and he doesn't really put his hands through it. It's almost like a fending outside off. Yeah, he tries to control it. He can't. And it goes to the man that has the big buckets at the moment. Mubin Tariq isn't going to drop that. And now we will really get to see how does this Irish team respond under pressure, and how does their middle order respond.
Pretty good fielder to have in that position as well, isn't he? Because he's pretty tall, Mubin Tariq. We've seen bowl some off spin perhaps during this innings. And Matchett, he'll be disappointed because he goes down in what does look like a bit of a tame fashion. 15 for 2. You see the hat tricks for 2023. Just 4 of them so far. How many matches we're up to? But it's well over 200, I think, now. Regina Sidazai, hat-trick on international debut. First ever ECIW match, in fact. William Peatville had an ECL hat-trick here in Group A. And Emma Tariq took 2 in 1 innings. Anyway, hat-trick ball now for Stoneman. McCulloch doesn't quite get the full pull shot out. He's forced to hustle for it. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of energy right now out in the field. That's exactly what you want to see when you're defending a total of 101.
Yeah, you do want to see a lot of energy. And, well, they've got 2 early wickets, which is a dream start. And you can see a lot of men jumping around, desperate to do the backing up, which is always a good sign. This is game on. We said if they get early wickets, it will be game on. They've done exactly that.
And you're getting guys out there that haven't batted yet. That's the theory anyway. Adam Merva still at the crease though. He's looked pretty assured. It's a slower ball. Conrad deals with behind the stumps. Goes to bowl it around the field, then realises he can't bowl. Underarms it. Carson McCulloch though, I know he was struggling a little bit with finger injury. Trying to complete a catch in the first innings. Also a bit of a head knock it looked like.
Did you see him bat much for the Irish?
About too high for the iron 11. Around the 6 or 7 most of the time. Now they attempt a slow ball, it loses the handle on it.
Yeah, a couple of slow balls in the back end of this over for Faf Stoneman. He's had a good over here, just maybe doesn't have to overcomplicate it too much. While that ball's swinging, keep it swinging.
Cracks this one pretty well. Picks out the field, he's overcommitted here. That would have been gone. Had hit one stump but couldn't.
Yeah, good work. That's Paulo Bokamatsa there at cover, hands on head. That would have been a remarkable run out. And that was close, Vinny. That was very close.
It was. He just didn't get the message in time, and it wasn't going to happen. Would have been a big wicket. Now full toss, and it's pumped away, 1 bounce. Not a good delivery from Stoneman. He's been a bit all over the shot. And that's going to be another 4 runs. Checking for height. Feel like this one's okay, but
it's pretty close, you know. It's been a funny old over.
That's okay.
It's one of those ones again. It's a tight one, but I think he's going to get away with it. So it was a good start to his over, but those last few balls, a couple of wides, and he gets this one all wrong. And yeah, probably just under.
Great. That will be the end of the over then. Bit of the old licorice, all sorts about that from Stoneman. But it's 22 for 2 after 2. Having a look at the table, speaking of the 2s, 2 teams with 2 points, CLYMS of Ireland and Istanbul of Turkey.
Istanbul to win the group.
If you got points for enthusiasm, I think that no one would be able to compete with them. Although this Awareness team might give it a shake with some of the noise we're hearing out there at the moment. Coming up next, we'll have a game between Punjab Lions, Nicosia and Ariana Keefe, 2 teams without a win so far in Group F. Junaid Khan comes straight back. Some of his swingers. First one leaned on. Paolo gets everything behind it.
Yeah, good to see they've put Paolo in the hot spot of cover, and backing in the old boy. Yeah, Khan's got a big over to bowl here. Last over of the power play, 2 early wickets. They'll be happy with that, but he wants to finish this power play well for his team.
Goes the large shot, misses.
I don't remember seeing him bat too much. Interesting.
I don't think he was required to bat too much for Iron 11. I'll pull up his batting stats for you, if you like. Had a high score of 7. And an average of 7. They faced 6 balls for 7, including a boundary. So yeah, was primarily a left-arm spinner in that Iron 11 team. He's batting 4. Nice little flick away, not a good ball. One thing I will say about Awareness, their control hasn't been there with the ball. They've gotten a couple of breaks in this power play, and that was a fairly simple put away for the right-hander.
Yeah, he gets that all wrong, does Junaid Khan, unfortunately for himself, just slipping it down the leg side, and a very nice shot for 4. They're still getting that 1 boundary and over at the moment, which will keep them pretty calm.
Pitched up and driven. Stopped in the infield. Yeah, Werash, I think if you asked them what they've focused on, a huge focus would have been fielding. And T10 tactics and fielding. And so I think that there's a certain energy that they are striving for in the field. I'm going to chase down everything. You see people running around. They're so happy to have this opportunity. Can they topple the Irish on their ECL debut? Oh, bit of a lucky one. Gets knocked down by Alex Macy, the puppy.
Yeah, he ran up to that and fumbled it straight away. Gets overly excited, that man.
Yeah, but he's somebody that does get overly excited, Corey. Sure. Macy's a player you like to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Van der Merwe, 12 off 6. He's hit the ball pretty hard so far. He becomes the key in this run chase.
Interesting match. Feels like a big ball here. Has to happen across the line, but he's a long way forward. End of pretty good over, all things considered. Junaid Khan does lose the handle on one. He goes for 16 in his spell. And at the end of 3, CIYMS are 27 for 2.
Yeah, 27 for 2, and it's a good power play for the Swans. They've taken 2 early wickets. It's a dream start, really. Comparative power plays, both pretty similar. It's that 27 run over that really twisted this game so violently.
I'm glad Carson McCulloch's out there not looking at that graph, because he'll have bad memories of that kind of 2 minutes of madness where it went no ball 6, no ball 6, 4, and a 6 soon after. Looks like Nick Smith's going to bowl over number 4.
A bit of spin, right arm off spin around the wicket, probably going to dart it in. I don't expect to see too much air. Oh.
Well,
got that otherwise. Wrong. And a lot of air. She's brave. Brave bowling first up.
Sunglass game pretty strong.
The strong sunglass game.
Werash. Is this wrong? Has he hit this or is it
Yep.
keeper?
He's hit it.
He spoiled it then. That was going to be a big wide. Didn't think that Conrad was going to get anywhere near it, so that's a lucky break for Smith. Yeah, look at those. Look at the shape
They
on
are
those.
massive.
Like a one-piecer. Well, this is skied in the air. The bowler's going to have to go for it himself. He's got to find it first, and he takes it. So Nick Smith does the trick. Well, whatever those sunglasses are made of, they worked, because he had to go find that. It was blowing around, and so that's a big wicket. Jason Van der Merwe, first time he's dismissed in the series. He makes a dozen, and CIYMS 28 for 3.
It's a big, big wicket as well. Nice catch off his own bowling. Had to turn around. Obviously, the sunnies didn't get in his eyes, and he took it pretty comfortably in there, which was a difficult catch.
You know, he identified it was his, and that was pretty important as well. Probably recognised there was no infielder in the general vicinity. Yeah, as you can see, it was swirling around. That's what he's saying to his teammates. Taken a couple of good ones, haven't they? Still, he's an exciting player, Van der Merwe. He won't do anything more in match 3. Once he departs, it's 28 for 3.
Yep. In a bit of trouble here. Someone's going to have to step up in that middle order that hasn't had a bat in the competition just yet.
Yeah, you follow through to turn on your heels and chase it. Kind of zombie style, never easy. So we'll get a look at Jack Beattie now. Coming out in the 5 position. I like that Smith's not afraid to take a bit of pace off rather than be too one-paced. It's a risky strategy, but especially when you've got batters early in the innings, they're probably looking for slightly safer options.
Yeah, that's fair. It's aggressive bowling.
See some shoelace tying practice. I wonder what Conrad's saying there.
Not much between the ears. Hey, are
Still
loud
mesmerised.
sunnies,
Are they? I mean,
are they the loudest sunnies you've seen worn?
I was going to say he might have taken the DeLorean to the future and brought them back, Nick Smith, because I don't think they're from 2023. Anyway, whatever works. Probably get an allowance for the shoelace tie. An interesting heart rate graph to see after this over as well. Just gets one here, McCulloch. Who's ahead in this game right now?
The Swans for me, definitely. Where you're bowling to guys that haven't batted too much in T10 format before, and they're under the pump, and someone's going to have to step up.
Takes it on, hits it, but can't quite create the pace. Just a single. To Azharan Dani. Yeah, that'll be the end of the over as well. So, very interesting contest here in match 3. It's 31 for 3.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Looks like they're going to go to more spin, but being Tariq might be coming into the attack, and Good energy out there from the Swans at the moment. They're in control of this fixture.
They've done some good things, and, you know, a lucky break with Matchett, just dabbing it straight to Mabeen Tariq as well. So having a look there, you see they've just dipped below that red line, which is the required run rate to achieve the target of a tick over 10. But still, I think CRYMS would fancy their chances of chasing this down. Mabeen sneaks this one in. It's good bowling. It's a good young bowler. He does like to actually spin the ball, which is a bit radical. Probably vary his pace a little bit as well. But he's bowled two right-handers that can kind of go leg side with the spin if he gets it wrong. This time still nudge for one.
And the thing is, someone here's got to make sure that that rate doesn't get out of control and maybe play some brave shots. Go with the spin, get the sweep shot out. We'll have to see. And they're under the pump here.
Yeah, there'll be a few nervous spectators there. Mabeen's asked to take the light-coloured sleeve off, fair enough.
Yep, fair enough. White on white, never a good mix.
He goes after this and he absolutely slaughters it. Maximo! Not much has gone right for Carsten McCulloch in this game so far, but that was a proper one-wood job. That was out of here.
Yeah, he got that. He got that right out the screws. It was flighted up there. One thing about these spinners, they're giving it quite a bit of air. If you get it wrong, it's going to go the journey.
That was a huge hit.
Yeah, it was.
That was absolutely... That's a 100-metre job, I think, honestly.
Over-exaggeration, maybe 75.
Round it to the nearest 100. Tariq tosses it up again, throws the hands at this, just be a single.
The thing is, the score isn't like a 120, 130, so the odd boundary here and there is always going to keep them in the hunt. And it's at 11.8. It's a good game brewing on our hands, though, Vinny.
Need that boundary in the over just to keep yourself at the asking rate, don't you?
Shot.
Quicker one, but well placed. I think this will beat the fielder. It does. So Tariq, again, just offering a bit too much width, I think, with that quicker one. Beatty jumps all over it, 4 runs. Opens his boundary count here in match 3.
Yeah, good shot. He doesn't try to overhit this. He gets some width and just placed it beautifully. Good cricket. So 6 and a 4 in this over with a couple of singles does get them ahead in the over.
Again, this is a big delivery for Tariq. He's just trying to get out of the over now. Probably settle for a 1. His team still nose ahead in the game. It could all change quickly. Cut away. Now we're going to have a run out. He went with a hit. And, yeah, he's going to make doubly sure of it for 6. And so, yeah, I think he gets him the first time, but then he makes sure of it by pulling the stump out. I mean, Beatty just hits it well and goes with a hit. We'll have a look at it on the replay. You see, does he knock the bails off the first time here? Yeah, he does, but he knocks both, and then he realises, yep, that's fine. Because as long as he's got the ball in between 2 gloves, yes, he knocks both off. He knows, okay, it comes together, pulls them out, that's absolutely fine. So, yeah, disappointment for Beatty. He hits a good shot and then gets carried away, rush of blood. And so that'll be the end of the 5th over. The score is 43 for 4.
Yeah, disappointing. He hit it around. There was never a 1 there. He hit straight to point. So it's cost him his wicket. And Jack Beatty, he'll have to go. Disappointing.
Yeah, couldn't quite get the derriere out the way from knocking the bails off, but he had so much time to recover. This is the piece of the puzzle that we will finally be able to fill in on Saturday night. Group F champions will be through to week 4, championship week, joining those teams that won their groups, each group 5 teams. Let's get back to the action. Over 6. It starts with an up-ish shot, gets past Butcher Martza. That was a bit of an unnecessary one, wasn't it, from Beatty? But I can understand, you know, you get these rushes of blood, he hits the ball well, but it just couldn't have picked out the fielder any better.
Yeah, he hit it and went. It's a big error and a clean run out in the end. All the 4s, 44 for 4, 2 a ball from here on in, but I don't know. I still feel like the Swans have their noses ahead.
They have to. They need someone to play a good innings. 2 a ball required, so it's not out of control. 4 wickets don't help. Good take down the leg side, or attempt to take. They must have just flicked something on the way through. Yeah, flicks the leg. You see Joe Foster, a little bit of a sneaky signal just to acknowledge, yeah, look, that's why that's not a wide. So good communication from the umpire. This one doesn't get anything on the way through. Will be called a wide.
Yeah, it just gets that one down the leg side, so that is a wide. Best looking for that sweep shot. Handy to have the off-spinner bowling to the left-handed batsman here. 45 for 4.
He's got to get away from his legs, though. He's a bit lucky those haven't gone the journey. Better line. Just worked away for one, so Best is off the mark. What are you thinking here, Corey?
A little bit surprised by the middle order. Just they've struggled a bit, but I guess it is their first time
Early
playing
in the
this format.
season,
Yeah.
Batting always looks a lot easier than it is. That's what I try to remember from time to time. Bit of pace on this one. But worked away. The outfielders can raffle it. Just a single. Every time it's just one, that required rate's going to increase.
Well, I think Mulder's listed to come in next. Can he hold a blade a bit?
No more for his bowling, but yeah. Guess we'll find out. Couple to come for Smith. He tosses it up and no real timing from Best. Where's that one? Now with one ball to go in the over, what's your play? I feel like they need a boundary here.
Just get one out the middle.
He ties himself up in a knot, and so that's the end of 6. CLYMS 47 for 4.
I think Smith finishes with figures of 1 for 8 off 2. Sensational, really, and the spinners are doing a treat here. 55 of 25, that's not so easy. Smith order looking a little bit brittle, if you ask me.
Yeah, got Mulder and Robinson to come in next. It's a funny one, isn't it? But better do something quick. And they are going to go back to Mobeen Tariq, who certainly McCulloch was able to muscle one off him last over. But they're sticking with the offie. Big over coming up. Oh, this is an inside edge. It just deflects past Greenshields. As McCulloch made up his mind, I think, before the ball was bowled. He was dancing to that. There's the puppy, Alex Macy, cleaning up.
Yeah, good bowling from Tariq. Keeps it quite wide, doesn't let him get it in the wheelhouse, and he's lucky not to chop it on.
That looks easy throwing it home. Why didn't Conrad just go to his left and pick that up? But you have very little reaction time to make the adjustment. Tossed up, that's good bowling. Do you think maybe they're sticking with Tariq because you've got the left-hander at the crease as well? It's a good matchup.
Yeah, he's maybe in a bit of good rhythm as well. They haven't looked too comfortable against the spin. There's only been one real nice shot, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, this is the contest for me that will determine whether CLYMS can stay in this contest. McCulloch against Mubin Tariq. Just tries to smash it, and does smash it, and it's actually a really good bit of fielding from Machado, who almost got done kind of Ben Foster style there. Paul Robinson was able to bounce one over his head in the Premier League a few years ago, but he reacted well. Now it's a leg side Hoik, and this one's out of the ground. Maximo! Best doesn't really get that off the middle, but he gets enough, and he tries to keep his team in the contest, and he does. 46 off 20 now.
Yeah, he needed to get going, and he does. It wasn't out the middle, but it had enough wood on it. A much needed 6, really, and it keeps him alive in this contest.
Quicker one, but can't time it up. A few of our Irish supporters in the comment section were saying, see how wide to chase this down in 7 overs. Well, here we are at 7 overs. Bit of a reality check, I think, for the Irish, but still not too far out of this contest. And a couple of big ones. This one's misjudged, and it's going to be 6. Maximo! Nick Smith thought that wasn't going to carry. It did, in fact, did more than carry off the top of the fingertips. We might remember that, because that'll be the end of the 7th over. 62 for 4.
You can't be on a 50-metre boundary. You can't be 2 metres in from the ring and parry it over your head. If he's sitting on the ring there, Vinny, that's out. That's a simple catch.
This is something I have noticed quite a few times, that your instinct when you see a slight mishit is to rush in as an outfielder, but because you're actually a fair bit closer to the pitch, you don't need to. And Smith finds out the hard way. 62 for 4 after 7. Looks like we're going to go to Alex Macy here in the 8th. Oh, he gets flat batted and he gets smashed for 4. Wow, what a shot. Bit of length, and Carson McCulloch deals with it.
Yeah, Macy's going to come on now, and I'm looking at this scorecard. He might have to bowl 2 at this back end. He could be the 5th bowler. So interesting they're saving him 2 at the end. Maybe they've got someone else, but this is a really important moment in the game. There's been a couple of sixes, couple of fours. Here we go.
Oh, moves away off the end of the bat. It's a long chase out there for Keegan De Silva.
He's in trouble here.
I think he's home.
I'm not so sure,
it.
Vinny. He slipped. He slipped at the wrong time, and well, we'll have to see.
Yeah, let's have a look. I think he's home, but I'm a long way away. He is home.
Yep, he slipped at the wrong time. He did really well to recover.
Anyway, we'll get a little bit of the chant going again. This is a reminder of what's coming up next in match 4, which is around about half an hour away from the first ball. 2 teams without a win. Punjab Lions Nicosia of Cyprus against Ariana Keefe of Sweden. News from the toss is that Ariana Keefe won the toss. They're going to bowl first. They're going to chase. They like doing that. And Cyprus side, PLN, they'll want to redeem themselves with the bat. They'll get the chance to do that first up. So join us for the 4th of 5 matches today, starting in 30 minutes. How about that plucky Istanbul side?
Unbelievable.
Very different. What we saw last year from the Turkish club. Macy a little bit short again. He'll get away with this. Goes into the gravitational pull of Paolo Butchimart's cover. He's been good there.
He's been very tidy, actually. Macy trying to recover here. This game right, going down to the wire. There's wickets in hand. Just fighting back here in the last 10 or so deliveries here. The Irish team.
With no Conrad in the bowling lineup, certainly changes the makeup of the bowling lineup. So Macy in as the 5th bowler. And this one's hit so hard. This is going to be 4. Well, without that straight fielder, it's these kind of shots, they do go to the boundary if they hit well. And Best, well, he's fighting back for the Irish.
Yeah, he got that out the screws, didn't he? Really nice along the ground, almost hit the bowler in the ankle. So the boundary's coming at the right time. It's pretty 50-50 now, it feels.
The partnership they wanted, isn't it? Macy's just been on length all the time. And he hasn't really been able to get it up in the block hole. Yeah, right now, game in the balance for me, 29 of 14. Nervous smiles in the Irish dugout. Better length, but it probably will cost him 4. Gets away from the fielder into the gap. Now, things are rolling towards CIYMS. Another boundary to Best.
Yeah, another boundary, gets a little bit lucky that time, and really important that they keep going and being aggressive. Another 4. They're just timing their run at the moment. You still feel like there could be some twists and turns in this fixture.
Macy trying to hold it together. He's gone for 15, last ball of the over. Oh, it's not a great appeal, but it's a good result. So that's the end of 8. The score is 77 for 4.
Yeah, and the puppy dog runs away. Only 15 off the over in there. 25 off 12 still feels like it could be close. And who's going to bowl this one? That's the question. It might be Machado coming into the attack.
Yeah, so then do you go back to
Stoneman.
To Faf, yeah. Have a look at that. That's neck and neck stuff right now. The red line, of course, is the line to reach the target. Technically, it's the golden ball line. You want to be above it. All right, here we go. And it is Machado bowling the 9th. They won't get a run here. Quick call a no straight away. McCulloch took on the offie before and won. Also got Paolo to roll out some left arm spin.
Oh, you never know.
There he is. What a tense game this is. It looked like it was shorter than it actually was. Pushed through with a bit of pace. Machado being used as a 6th bowler. And if the offers were working, I might have wished they brought him on last over, but hindsight's 20/20. You can hear a pin drop at the moment. Best has ridden his luck to 22 off 11, played some really nice shots. Now goes leg side, drags it straight down to Faf Stoneman.
Yeah, they look at they've struggled against the off spinners compared to sort of the medium pace bowlers. So good over this from Machado, getting them back ahead. They really, really need a boundary here.
He takes it on and he wins. Shot. Really good shot under pressure from Carson. Goes maximal. That one keeps this game on a knife's edge.
Yeah, really nice shot. This could be the golden ball game, Vinny. It's brewing up like that, isn't it? 17 off 8. He stepped back and just gave his arms some rooms, and he got it. Nice shot.
Yeah, can't let that throw you. Jay Wilder Nashman walking around, had a very good view of that. It's twice that Carson's been able to blast the offie down the ground. What's Machado do next? It's pretty good bowling, a bit wider.
Well, we're on for a last over thriller, no matter what here. Oh, I still feel the Swans for me are just ahead. I just feel like they've just got it.
Yeah, like the CRYMS have always had the answers. Well, if we do get to a tie, then we'll have golden ball 43. Come back to that in a second. Bowled him. And so Best goes for 23. Big fist pump from Conrad. Watch your rotator cuff there. But Machado gets the wicket that they want. And that'll make it 86 for 5. CRYMS will need 16 off the last over. But, well, Machado's had a pretty good game. He delivers with the last ball of the ninth.
Yeah, he gets the big fish, doesn't he? Sneaks it under the bat, hits the off stump, and he has to go. And the off spin works again.
Not too many deliveries have actually been up in the block hole in this innings. There's been a lot of length stuff. And that one was. And he's pumped about it.
Yeah, I think they're ahead. I think if you give any bowler 16 runs to play with in the last, you've got to take that with both hands. So I think it's a 60-40 shot for the Swans at the moment.
Yeah, win more games than you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Defending 16. Mark Best, though, he batted pretty well, I thought. Yeah, so if you don't know what a golden ball is, when there's a tie, it happens from time to time, then the batting team gets one additional delivery. The golden ball, they need to score at least 2 runs to win. Otherwise, the fielding team wins. We've had 5 of them this year already in the ECS Malta. 3-2 to the batters so far. Will we get our first ECL golden ball of 2023 in 6 balls time? We'll have to find out. They are going back to Stoneman. Let's roll. And McCulloch, again, he'll want to face most of these if possible. You've got Jacob Mulder coming out there with him. He hasn't faced a ball yet. So, tension at the Cardimer Oval. 16 for the Irish to get up here.
Well bowled.
Yeah, well, Paolo, I was a bit scared he was going to deflect that away from the outfielder, but I think 1 run's a good result because it brings the new batter on strike. And you're asking how Mulder bats? I think we're about to find out, Corey.
Tough time to come in, 15 or 5. We've got the field set for bowling outside the off stump and keeping it full.
Got to hit 2 boundaries here minimum. And there's only 5 balls left. So it's all about trying to keep the ball in the ballpark. Stoneman's accuracy was a bit off in his first over. I think he's trying to go full. And either at the stumps or outside the off stump. And he bowls him. He gets him first ball. And Werash on the verge of a memorable victory. They're not there yet, but that helps as Stoneman hits the timber. And it's 87 for 6.
Yep, he gets it full. He gets it straight. He plays all round it. And these guys trying to run down and play a hero shot instead of going deep in the crease. It's going to cost you. And right now, this is the Swans to lose. They've got this under wraps. Well bowled, Stoneman.
Yeah, Mulder tries to go a little bit leg side with that. He hasn't really timed it up. He's new to the crease. It's a difficult situation for him. And, well, there might be a few more rotator cuffs that might be under stress with the amount of fist pumping going on out there right now. That'll make it 15 off 4 required as Mulder goes first ball, 87 for 6. Yeah, tonight, Werash will play Istanbul KSK under lights in match 5. Of course, the OYMS will only return tomorrow, where they will take on Istanbul KSK in match 7, and then Punjab Lions Nickers there in match 10. Each team playing 4 matches in the group stage. The 5th team drops out at the end of tomorrow night's action. And the top 4 play in Group E, Group F, I should say, finals on Saturday. All right, well, Coulter's having a pretty good game. Now he's going to come out there with the bat, left-hander, to take 4 wickets earlier on. He could really seal that Player of the Match award if he can get them home from here. What's he thinking? Is he thinking 1 or is he thinking boundary?
Vinny, please.
Just asking.
Silly question.
Here we go. Well, will he get 1? He won't. He could have a run out. He will have a run out. And he's already walking. So, yeah, you can see what Coulter's thinking there. He's thinking, look, I haven't got the boundary, but at least want to get off strike and try and put the set batter there. But maybe Carson McCulloch doesn't think he can get to the keeper's end. Stoneman held his cool, just flicks it back to his captain, and he's gone by almost a metre or so. And the wheels falling off late in the piece for CRYMS. That makes it 87 for 7.
Yep, they're in trouble. It must be said, it's good bowling from Stoneman, who's holding his nerve here right at the back end. And Well, I wanted to see the middle order of the Irish team, and right now, I'm not overly impressed with what the hell they've chased this. 100's not much in a T10, and another wicket has to go.
Once on the board, and cool to disappointment for him. Certainly bowled very well earlier. Yeah, what do you think about Carson there? Should he have run anyway there?
Oh,
run
absolutely,
on contact?
absolutely. Should have been contact going. You've got a new man on strike, and you would have at least made him throw it instead of passing it to the keeper, Vinny.
Yeah, it's a lot of decision-making under pressure, and it's hard to train for. It's a situational thing. Here's Kennedy. Let's see if he can be a hero. Well, now, I mean, if you can keep this to a single, well, then you cannot lose in regulation, because they need 14 off 2 or 13 to tie off 2. Then CLYMS will be relying on extras. So, yeah, this is all about keeping it to 1 run or less, of course. Kennedy. Maybe trying to whack it out of the park. Is there any life in this game yet? Faf Stoneman, 3 for 12, 3 to come. They'll get something here. Well, you've got to go 2. See, this is a lack of game awareness as well, because if you go for 2 there, if you get away with it, and 2 sixes to tie it, looking unlikely as it is, but now Irish, they're thrilled with the result, Corey. Looks like they're going to take the points.
Yeah, they'll definitely take the points. They've defended 101 runs they made, and they've done it pretty comfortably in the end. Well done to them. 2 balls remaining in this fixture.
Terry saying collapsing faster than a crypto exchange. That's very contemporary, Terry. 2 to come. And they won't get more than probably a single here. Will they get a 4? They get a 4. Well, you're not even trying. Then you get the boundaries. Carson McCulloch moves to 39. It's been a bit of a lone hand here in the second half for CLYMS.
Yeah, it gets a bit of a toe ender, and it just kept travelling and travelling and travelling and went for 4. As long as Stoneman just keeps his foot behind the line or doesn't bowl a no ball or anything crazy here, they've still got the win.
Yeah, this is where you don't want the minimo. I'll tell you that much. But what a game. And yeah, Carson McCulloch probably will rue that very expensive couple of minutes in the first half of this game. So here's the last ball of match 3. And they'll just get a single. What a great result for Uerash. They will explode with excitement, and they will take the points. The final score is Uerash of Portugal 101, CIYMS 93. A fantastic moment for the Uerash Cricket Club. They win their first ever match in the European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket.
Yeah, good win as well. A good team effort with the ball. Everyone diving around, lots of energy, lots of intensity, and that's what's going to get you a win. And they've defended 100, and I thought they were under par, to be honest, but that middle order struggled. They really struggled, and they bowled it in the right area.
I suppose it's always a bit different when you've got the pressure of a target, a pressure of a certain rate you're trying to achieve, and it may have weighed on the mind of some of the middle order. But I think you also got to give credit to Uerash, the way they changed up their bowlers. They had a fair few spin options when that was working, and when there was a big shot, they didn't seem to get too rattled. They seemed to get back and not panic too much. But, I mean, that's a great moment for the Portuguese champions, who worked really hard to be here. We've seen a fair few of them on the tour in the European Cricket Series. Of course, in Santarém, they'll be going absolutely crazy right now. I know that a lot of the bars in the area as well will be broadcasting this game. And Uerash, the chant goes up, and why not? They run out winners by 8 runs in match 3 of Group F. Very popular team, and Corey Rutgers is throwing his headset in delight. Uerash do get the points here in match 3. You've got to think it's CLYMS, though, maybe not a bad thing. They go back to the drawing board. They're a very proud club as well, with a rich history. But yeah, ultimately, when we got below the openers, they weren't really able to reproduce the fireworks that we saw this morning in match 1. Some of the bowling was a bit off as well early on, and they cashed in. I mean, you look back at winning this game by 8 runs, couple of moments, that's one of them. Abin Tariq, fantastic catch to get the dangerous Doherty, and he kept inside the field of play as well. The very next ball was just dabbed straight to the same fielder by the captain Matcher. This was the other one. I think that's not an easy catch at all. Had to turn and go. It was gone with the wind, but Smith was able to grab onto it. This is one that was absolutely boned out of the ground by McCulloch. You can see that the Irish were ready to do business should they be called. This is a bit of a funny one. Conrad accidentally knocked the bails off, had plenty of time to remove the stump and secure the run out. And then this was a misjudgment late in the piece by Smith. And that cost him 6. He thought maybe that could be a costly error. Macy came on and bowled an over. It was important he didn't go for too many. Ended up, I think, going for 15. But yeah, they just tried a couple of options. They tried Macy and they tried Machado as well. But this was a nice moment, wasn't it, for Machado? He's got that wicket, and then they needed 16 off the last. They weren't able to get anywhere near that. It was just a very tight last over from Stoneman. He was punching the air. Werris have waited a long time to be here. A bit of confusion reigned as well as they lost Coulter to a run out late in the piece. There was that 4 from McCulloch, but by then the game was gone. And very sporting as well, the Werris Swans. They also will remain victorious, and it means a lot to them. You can tell it's LYMS, and they'll go back with a few things to think about. They won't panic though. I think they're a very good cricket side. Tomorrow we'll see them take on Istanbul, KSK and Punjab Lions Nicosia. But certainly puts Werris in good shape, even for a top 2 finish. Speaking of Punjab Lions Nicosia, we'll see them in match 4, starting in about 15 minutes' time. They've been sent in by Ariana Akeef, and looking forward to seeing exactly how that match pans out. Let's have a look at the scorecard, and you can see that it was a bit of a sorry affair once the openers were removed, although McCulloch battled hard for 40 off 25. Mark Best played a bit of a cameo as well, 23 off 13, but then a couple of goals, and it just broke down with that scoreboard pressure. Only 4 extras in the innings as well, so not giving too many away.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proud.
Welcome to the Santarem Cricket Ground, where we finally have some good news to bring you. The rain has stopped and we're going to go underway with match 23, and that sees Gorkha face up against Marlow. The news from the toss is that Gorkha have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Marlow, well, they're sitting pretty right at the top of the table. They will want to cement their place into that qualifier on finals day. As for Gorkha, they still have a chance to sneak into that top 2. They already won that game this morning, the rain-affected game. They picked up the points here and they will have to topple the giants of Marlow if they want to take the win here. Taking you through this game in the commentary box, hopefully it will stay dry the rest of the day. It's the other half of the G-Force. Phil G, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tina, for the introduction. A welcome introduction, I hope, for everybody who is currently watching here on the European Cricket Network. Indeed, Phil G here in the commentary igloo, which we may have taken a bit of a beating about an hour ago, or say 2 hours ago, but we're back, we're bad, we're ready to play cricket, and let's get into it. So yeah, we see there from the drone shot, that was a little bit earlier on before the everything hit us. Looking nice there, and looking good here on the screen. We've got the Vanity dashboard here. It's Gorkha 11 taking on Marlow. A couple of changes there. Sandeep Singh comes into the Gorkha 11 team, and for Marlow, it's Mohammad Shah Mia. He's going to come in as well. It's his first game. And also Saeed Maisam down at the bottom there, first game for him. So Marlow, a couple of newbies coming in, still not the full strength team. Obviously commitments, as you can understand, and these ECSs which are played, during the week and all day, 5 games every day. Can't always get your best team, the one that you want. You get what you can. So Gorkha has a 46% chance of a win here, and Marlow 54. That's a lot more even than you think, really, isn't it? That's actually pretty close, and I think it's a fair representation. I think it's probably fair to say, just from my own personal viewpoint, I feel that I've kind of talked a lot more about Marlow and about Punjab CC Amadora and Awarish. Gorkha, meanwhile, just getting about their business and getting things going. That's been really impressive from them. I think they thoroughly deserve to be into where they are, and that is vying for second place on the standings and maybe getting a double chance, which could happen very, very easily. If they get a win here, it's going to help their cause to no end. So Awarish obviously got the nod. Well, no, it wasn't Awarish got the nod. Gorkha got the nod in the rain-affected match that was earlier today. The abandoned game, Awarish pick up 2 points, as do Punjab CC Amadora. So that's how things are looking. And isn't it wonderful to see the umpires, the players heading out there? There's even a little bit of sunshine breaking through. There's some dark cloud in the background, but directly above us, there's a little bit of a gap in the cloud. And we've got some sunshine coming down on us, which is absolutely terrific. So how about that? It was doom and gloom not too long ago, maybe half an hour ago. There was a few of us sitting in the clubhouse and we were sort of woofing down our lunch. We were thinking, well, what's going to happen now? And suddenly, bang. And it's a big, big shout out to the ground staff here and all the people at the ground who saw the break in the weather, and they said, right, let's go. And everybody down tools and rushed out there to get the ground ready. So well done to the ground staff. Thank you so much for everybody here at the ground for looking after us and for getting the pitch ready to go. The players are out there, the umpires are out there, and we're almost set to go. Umpire Bucks is standing there at the non-striker's end. He's going to be the standing umpire for the first over. Remember that Gorkha, they won the toss and they wanted to have a bowl first. And I can see now that we're moments away from a restart that maybe some of you in the chat maybe thought wasn't coming. Well, guess what? We're starting match 3 on time. That's terrific news. Oh, look, he's got everything out there. Looks like it's Rana Rehan's got the ball. And here we go. Match 3 has now started. Starts with a dot. Marlow batting. Amandeep Singh is out there. He's also there with Asim Sawa. Amandeep Singh is facing in his distinctive red sleeves. I tell you what, it's a little bit cool at the moment. Those red sleeves are definitely needed. And first runs off the bat as that's punched to backward point. Shy at the stumps. And now, obviously, conditions in the centre there are changed. Just nothing to do with playing conditions, just simply how it is out there in the centre. Things might be a bit slick underfoot for the first little while. So the batters need to adjust. The bowlers and the fielders need to adjust as well. So conditions are going to be a little bit tough to start off with. And so I guess it's going to be up to the team who adapts first. Could probably get a bit of a head start on the other team here. So if the 2 Marlow batters can get themselves together. Here we go. It's a wide ball to kick off them. So if the batters can adapt to these conditions and maybe, watch out for the slip sliding and just they need to be very careful, obviously, as they're playing. And obviously the shots along the ground for the first half an hour might be a little bit tough as well. So we're not going to get as much fluidity across the ground with the shots that are going to go along the ground, and maybe need to go aerial a little bit more. It's all about the ball getting a little bit more heavier and a little bit more wet as it goes across the ground. And then the fielding team as well, they need to adapt as well. So there's a fair bit of, I don't know, just feeling out the conditions for these guys. And let's see how it goes. It's going so far pretty good. Elevated, lifted, lofted, and that goes from Maximo. It's so good to be able to call him Maximo in this game. I was really worried about that. And here we go. Good shot there. Azim Sawa opens the Maximo account with that strike down the ground. Lovely stuff. Sorry, I got excited there. Trying my old falsetto voice. It's failing me in my latter years. So Sawa opens his account with a Maximo just off the one. Armandeep Singh has got one. And 2 balls faced. So we started the first. Oh, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's about just being able to adapt as a player. Now that has been hit straight to, looks like it's Jahidul there, and it's in and out. That ball might have been a little bit slick, and players need to adjust a little bit. So I wouldn't be too harsh on him for dropping that one. It does go down as a chance, but it's a tough chance. Conditions are still difficult out there. The breeze is still blustery. You can see from the long shots there that the flags in the background are being absolutely hammered. There's still a few dark clouds about. There's a bit of a dark cloud there as that goes right up in the air. Bounces. Oh, that's a great bit of fielding on the boundary there. Happy to dive onto the wet ground and save a couple of runs. That is desperation. Save 2 runs there. Look at this. Comes down out of the grey. Bounce, bounce. Oh, that's valuable stuff there. That is really, really good work. That is the skipper leading by example. Madhukar has done a terrific job there, saving 2 runs. Deep goes for them big swipe. It's going to run away. Now, did he get something on that? Watching umpire says no, indeed. That's just a bye. And that's the end of the first over. And I got to say, I'm really happy that we've got this game up and running. It starts on time. We have had to move heaven and earth to get everything running here. But the Tour of Portugal, right before your eyes, the Challenger. And we all remember day 1 in the Challenger. Well, we've had a bit of a rough one here on day 5 in the Premier, but we're okay. And we're playing. And we've still got ECI action coming on the weekend. It's Norway being hosted by Portugal, the men and women here. And then T20I action taking place from Monday onward for 3 days. And again, that is going to be Norway men and women actions. That's going to be exciting. And it's going to be really exciting because those internationals, going to be looking after those, is Tina Goff. And Tina has rejoined me here after running around like a woman possessed to try to get this little station of ours dry and working and doesn't electrocute herself. And Tina, you finally sat down after an absolute whirlwind. You even did an introduction and then you've gotten back here. Welcome back.
Thank you. I was halfway through my lovely pork dinner, and then a member of the production said, "Are you doing an intro?" Oh, yep, I'll do that. Then he got back to my dinner after I was on tyre rolling duty, so I was rolling the tyres off that hold the covers down. So we have to be jacks of all trades here, don't we, at ECN? But we all muck in because we all want the cricket to get back on. So hats off to everyone here who just helped out. No one is too big to not help out here, and it was a team effort, and we got there, and now we can finally sit down, breathe, and enjoy the cricket.
100%. Good summary. Totally agree. Azim Sawa carves this one away, and that goes for 4 runs. Yes, indeed. It's been so much work there. And yeah, we all had to jump in and help out there, get the covers off, get the super soakers out, get the tyres away, which are the weights that hold the covers down, get the teams prepped again, literally reset the commentary area from scratch, because when we got hit with that little mini storm, everything went completely south. Good delivery of that.
Some of our members of staff were just soaked to the bone.
Yes.
So I think the super soppers were used on them. They were just rolling it up and down their bodies.
Yeah, umpire Bucks, he looked like a drowned rat. No offense, Bucksy, but you look like you would rather be anywhere else in the world. And yeah, I noticed that Andy, the other umpire, who was the third umpire, just kept saying, "You look a bit wet there, Bucksy. What's going on?" Just give him a little elbow.
That's what friends are for.
Crunch down the ground. That is 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Sawa has come out there, Asim, and he's just said, well, maybe he's looked around to the sky and said, just in case it happens again, we need to get a big score on the board nice and early, just to avoid any sort of any sort of situation where DLS doesn't work for us. Let's get scores on the board. It's 22 without loss. Still 2 more to come in the second over.
Good start this from Marlow. And, well, they're topping the table for a reason, aren't they?
Yep.
That's 6 wins back-to-back, which, I mean, had you asked us at the start of day 1, we would have said, no way.
Yeah.
After they were skittled for 100.
Absolutely no way. Wow, crunch. This power play working all really well for Marlow, and they're getting after Gorkha nice and early in this second over. Asim Sawa, beautiful strike just inside the boundary rope for 4. But a lovely strike. Yeah, so I also want to say thank you to everyone in the chat and watching around the world for your patience on that. Hope you enjoyed the ECN Classic game as well. It was an absolute belter. Irish there in good form against the Irish champions there at ECL 23. And it was the first appearance of Irish at the ECL at Khartoum. And how about that? They get a win. So you might have spotted a few familiar faces in the team as well. I saw Mubin Tariq in there, Junaid Khan.
Conrad Greenshields.
Connie was there as well, yes, indeed. That's clipped away nicely. Last ball, the over just pushed out on the leg side for a single.
Paolo, of course, as well, who's
Paolo was there.
part of the blue crew here. In fact, the head honcho at this local ground to him. And shout out to him as well for making sure everything is in place here.
Yep, totally agree. That's the end of the over. 2 overs gone, 27 on the board. Yeah, we need to give the right proper props to everybody involved here in the blue crew and the volunteers at the ground who did absolutely everything they could do to get us back up and running. So we are back up and running. This is Marlow taking on Gorkha here in front of your eyes. Marlow top of the table on 21 points. Gorkha in 3rd place on 17. And with Awara splitting the points, 2 points each between them and Punjab Sisiamadora. Awara are now in 2nd place, but Gorkha with a win here, that will push them back up into 2nd.
It's been the perfect start for them. 27, most importantly for no loss. And, well, that one won't be lost into the bushes, but it'll still go for a Maximo. And Asim Sawa here started blisteringly. 26 off 8 deliveries. Obviously benefited from having his feet up all day and coming out, and, well, they're itching to get out there, surely.
Definitely. Yep. Yeah, shout out to the chat. Thank you so much for being patient. Yeah, like I said, hope you enjoyed that extra game and sticking with us as well to see if there was resumption and keeping obviously people up to date too. I saw Thomas Martinez and Dave B keeping people entertained. We really appreciate you just passing on the updates to the others in the chat who maybe weren't too sure what was happening and constantly asking, is it still raining? When are we starting? So thank you very much to all the mods, all the spanners out there. Crashed up in the air, and this time the catch is taken. Well, Jahidul Islam, he takes a good catch there. He had a drop in the first over and he's backed it up there. So that is a good effort for him. And Gorkha going over and saying, well done for that catch. Can't be easy. The wind is swirling and there's variations of white and grey cloud directly above him.
Yeah, you can see how much the wind was swirling. One of the caps was a casualty that flew off.
Yeah.
But luckily for him, stayed in his hands, and that is the first wicket down. It's the dangerous Asim Sawa, who has to depart. He scores 26 off 10 before Rana Rehan picks up his first wicket, and the first wicket for Gorkha 11. Amandeep Singh, he's still out there. He's 4 off 5. He'll have to wait his turn.
Just watching the weather around here, making sure. Just having a look outside the tent. It's funny because there's some high cloud, there's some low cloud, there's some broken. I can even see some blue over on that side. It's sorry, I'm pointing to the left when I say that. Got to remember it's radio, not television. Well, for me anyway. 33 for 1 is the score, and we still got a little bit to go in this power play. But a good breakthrough nonetheless. It's Usama Javid who joins Amrit Singh, and he's going to get on his bike straight away and goes one really high up in the air. It's a 1 bounce, 4 runs, a lovely square drive, elevated intentionally as well.
Nice shot. I think it was not quite as straight as you would have hoped for, but he got enough elevation and power on it. Nice back-to-back boundaries. A nice counter punch from Osama Javed as he comes in after the loss of that first wicket.
Not bad at all. So 2 to come in the power play. He's going hard again, and I reckon that, well, not just the Maximo, but I'm thinking this is probably Marlowe's game plan is, look, let's go hard early. And they would say that anyway, I'm sure. But, I don't know, maybe they're concerned that maybe we might have another little interruption of rain. And if we do, well, it's quite funny how suddenly a big, massive score can change under, you know, the certain regulations and rules we have regarding shortened matches. So they're looking to put their stamp really early on this game. Potentially the last ball of the power play. Brings out the reverse. And that is overdone. That's 3 overs done. Power play done. 43 for 1 as the reverse is brought out and it doesn't connect. Rayhan is got 1 for 28 from his 2 overs. And score on the board. Well, Marlowe having it all their own way. Let's have a look at this last ball again. Yeah, not a quite a wide good call from the umpire to say, yep, done. So we do end with the power play there. There you go, 13, 14, 16. You can see a good acceleration from Marlowe there, from 13 to 14 to 16. Probably not a massive acceleration, but still accelerates nonetheless. 43 for 1 in the power play. Not
as massively as we accelerated from the igloo to the clubhouse when that rain came down. I mean, we were bunkered in the igloo, weren't we? We thought, oh, we're never going to escape. And then when there was a tiny bit of respite just from very heavy rain to heavy rain, we made a bolt for it.
At one point I thought we were pretty much trapped. It was weird. Here we go, start the 4th. And that is short, and Amrit Singh gets onto that very quickly. Yeah, I've got to say, right now, I'm feeling just a little bit of drizzle, I would say. Yeah, we're thinking we're going to just maybe pull the table back a bit. So this is what it is. This is what we have to do. We're just going to be a bit cautious here in the comms area. Going to pull tables around and try to just make things a little bit safe for us, because we can feel there's a little bit of weather maybe potentially creeping up again on us. So we're just going to do the right thing and especially get the power supply well and truly out of the out of the any sort of weather.
This certainly tests our multitasking skills as we literally lifting tables at the same time as commentating. It's all glamour here.
It is.
On the European Cricket Network.
Oh, swing and miss. That's a leg side wide. I saw that from around the corner of the side of the tent. Oh dear. Tina's having a look at the replay. I can't even see the screen from here. I've trapped myself between the wall of the tent and the wrong side. I'm going to have to disconnect and come back.
That's weird. Well, I'm into happy. He's come on to bowl, and he went for 4 on the first delivery and a couple of wides to add to the collection there as well. Osama Javed, what a start he has undertaken. 10 off 3 for him. And that one is another wide, and Phil seems to have plugged it out and plugged it back in again, so we're all set to go here. And I mean, we're trying to keep dry just because we have a lot of technical and electrical equipment in here. We're not too bothered about our own personal safety. Of course, we all know what rule number 1 is, so we just did a slight retreat into the igloo just so that the equipment is safe. And that does restrict our view somewhat, but we luckily have, you know, commentary instincts to rely on, and of course the monitor, which went down temporarily, but we're back up. We're good to go.
It's been hit out towards the backward point area. Good diving save there. I can't stop 2 runs though. Yeah, I just had to do a little bit of electricity work there, electrical work, just a bit of a bypass. And I remember a couple of years ago I did an electrician's course, and I wish I'd stayed for the full half an hour now, because I might have learned how to do a lot more. Never mind.
Full half an hour. How long did you last? 10 minutes?
Oh, I can't remember. It was all a blur. Flash of lights. Oh, I heard something. But it's not from the bat, says the umpire. They're dancing in the streets, looking for the appeal. I heard something, but it could have been bat on ground. It could have been something else.
Let's take a look.
Doesn't matter. Umpire was not happy about a possible nick.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean,
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
We're very far away from here.
Yep.
And the only decision that counts is that of umpire Andy.
I mean, the thing is that anything I heard, that could be related to the electricity that's flying around this commentary area. So I might have heard like a circuit breaking or something. So don't worry about me. It's up to the umpire. Umpire Andy heard nothing. Nothing, I tell you.
Lovely replay that was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was inconclusive, so I was just admiring the camera work more than anything. And, well, if you're not sure, the decision always goes with the batter, and that's the call that umpire Andy made.
Quite rightly so. Happy follows up with a very good delivery, just in at the pads. Javier tries to swing hard and doesn't connect. And looks like we're going to have one more to come in the fourth. 56 for 1 on the board. Marlow off to a pretty good start here. The run rate is about 14.6. In fact, it is 14.6. Expected score 151. I wouldn't worry about that expected score just yet. I think there's a lot more to do before that we can counter on that.
Final ball of the fourth. And it's hit high up in the air. There could be a catch on, but actually it's going to drop well short of Azarandani. And he just sweeps up the ball. It's definitely raining now. If you look,
it is, isn't it?
Look closely against the greenery there and up from up high as well. You can see a few flecks of rain. But I think they're happy to go for now. It's just this one big low looming cloud, isn't it? It actually got much brighter in the last hour or so. But you can just see that the cloud is almost falling on their eyebrows at the moment. And if that sweeps away, then I think we could be okay. The forecast actually for later this afternoon looks sunny.
Yep.
Would you believe?
Yep.
So as long as we can maybe hold our nerve, get to that point, I think we will be rewarded. You can just see kind of sweeping in and, well, there's a conversation being had. Bucks has beckoned umpire Andy to him.
Yep. Off.
Yes, and well,
it's disappointing, isn't it?
The respite lasted 4 overs. As well, it's not torrential like it was earlier, but it's just this kind of sweeping, misty rain, which is the bane of any cricketer's life, isn't it?
It is, and I remember a few people when during the night series we had a couple of matches interrupted by rain. It was the big comment was always, "This is what happens when you play cricket in Europe in February," and this is what happens when you play cricket in Europe. Anytime, really. Weather can happen. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. A little bit of rain comes along. This is an outdoor sport after all, so there's not a lot you can do about that one. So there you go. So the match has indeed been interrupted due to rain. We'll give you updates whenever we can. And unfortunately, we have to go off the ground just for, hopefully not for too long. I'm looking in the distance just to have a look and see if there's any breaks in the weather, and Tina was absolutely right. It's a low grey cloud that's just sweeping across the ground at the moment. We can't, obviously we're not meteorologists, we can't really predict what's going to happen there, nor do we wish to.
We could do many things, but predict the weather, sadly, is not one of them.
Yeah, and hey look, even the people who call themselves meteorologists can't do that always accurately. That's just the way things are. Fair enough too. So I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to probably just take a short little break here at this point in time, and we're going to come back to you shortly. The match finished. Well, the match doesn't finish. No, it doesn't. Phil didn't say that. The match pauses at 4 overs, 57 for 1. Marlow have got a good score on the board. Azim Sawa 26 is the only wicket to fall so far. So Tina and myself are just going to put a pin in that, and we're going to be back with you shortly as soon as we give you an update. And hopefully it will not be too long until that happens. So until then, this is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, just saying, just bear with us, and hopefully Mother Nature will give us some slack, and we can get back on shortly. Hold on to that thought. See you soon.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And thankfully a sunny welcome back, everybody, to the Santarém Cricket Ground. I'm keeping a close eye on the weather outside and a second close eye on my colleague and co-commentator Tina, who's just plugging in the charger into the power, because we've had a bit of a drenching here in the last couple of minutes, as I'm sure you've all seen, and you're all wondering what's going on. And I can see the chat's lit up with, are we playing, is it cancelled, what's going on? We are resuming. That's the bottom line, we are resuming. And I can tell you right now that as I look out, it's blue sky and white puffy clouds that's coming towards us. And the news is that this is now a reduced overs game. It's going to continue. 5 overs per side. 5 overs per side. We've had 4 overs from Marlow. They've got 1 more to come. And then there will be a bit of an adjustment, according to Duckworth Lewis, at the halfway stage. So stay tuned after this over, as we will let the technical boffins get together, work out a bit of a DLS adjustment. We're expecting that Marlow score to be adjusted upwards. And it is pretty much the last over the innings coming up here now for Marlow. And Islam bowls it. It's been swung around. It bounces safely at the feet of the fielders running around, and they can't get to that, unfortunately. So just to repeat, it's now a 5 over game, 5 overs per side. Marlow have played, well, they've batted for 4 overs and 1 delivery. They've got this over to finish, and then there will be a Duckworth Lewis adjustment to Marlow's score, obviously because of the rain we've had and the delays, and then Gorkha will know what they have to chase in their 5 overs. So that's pretty much how we're looking at now. The restart, we're absolutely ecstatic that we've got the restart. The game is on. That's the most important thing. So once again, I need to give a shout out to everyone in the chat. Say thank you for your patience, thank you for your questions. I hope the updates have kept you all happy and content. We've got the game on now. So we're about to kick off the next delivery. Has to stretch, shouts to catch it. Not sure anyone was in cool with catching that one. That goes quite a long way. And that is a lovely strike indeed. So, I'm going to bring back Tina straight away. Still doing a little bit of cabling and electrical work there. I think Tina's the one who stuck around for the electrician's course for the whole half hour. Well done to you, Tina. You haven't electrocuted yourself or me, and that is a bonus.
I think I tuned in for the last 10 minutes, which were the ones you were missing, and I think there was something in there about not plugging in plugs into wet electrical outlets, but I just turned a blind eye there.
Yep, I think the people who invented electricity, they did half the job. They forgot to make it waterproof. So just remember, Gorkha won the toss and elected to field first, and we had 4 overs before we had the rain interruption. There was 57 on the board for loss of 1 wicket, and now we've started the final over. It's a reduced overs match, 5 overs per side, and Marlow will have their score reviewed at half-time. At the innings break, that comes down to just the other side of us. That's a big Maximo, despite a big leap there. Almost pulls it in. Wasn't that far away from it in the end, to be honest. Have a look at this one again. Backs away and goes crash. Amandeep Singh just trying to motor as many runs as he can out of these next few deliveries, because this is the last over coming up for Marlow. And it is Jahidul Islam with the duty. He's already gone for 11 from this over, so the score is 68 for 1. Still 3 balls to come. So still a bit of work to do. And Azhar Andani, he's patrolling the boundary just in front of us. Almost pulled off a catch then, almost pulled off a ripper. That's gone off an edge. And that is, well, it's good work on the boundary down at third man. Took a really nasty bounce and has managed to get his body behind that one, prevents a boundary. That's not bad. Gets a very generous applause from the bowler. Says thank you for doing that. 69 for 1. 2 to come in this innings. 5 over game, reduced to a 5 over game has this match, but we're really thrilled to be able to bring this to you, because we thought it could be trouble. That storm hit the ground, but I can tell you now the wind pushed it across quite quick. It was quite a busy storm. There was a fair bit going on. We had almost sideways rain at one point, and now we're back and we're bad and we're ready to play cricket.
The sun is shining as well, so
yeah.
I don't want to jinx the weather gods, but it looks good for the rest of the day, and that is a good looking shot as well off the bat of Javid. And well, we have to keep a slight eye on the score. We don't want to announce the score because it will be adjusted. Of course, there's several things to factor in. For example, the batting side, Marlow had 3 over power play, assuming it would be a 10 over game.
Yep.
So that all gets crunched into the computer. That is far too clever for us. And out comes a score.
Yep.
And that score will be what Gorkha have to chase in 5 overs.
I'm glad you don't understand it the same way I don't understand it. That way I don't feel threatened, so it's all good. I thought for a minute you were going to tell me exactly this is how it works. Well, it's going to be this and this and this divided by that. Anyway, this is the last ball of the innings coming up. And they're going to run on a bye. And they get through for a bye that could be critical. You never know. Javid ends up on 18 from his 10 balls face. Amandeep Singh is 19 from 10 balls face. 74 on the board. Not the final score. Let me just repeat that for everybody. It's not the final score, 74 for 1. There will be a moment for the officials to factor in a bit of a DLS adjustment, which should push that score up a little bit. And anyway, cut it. That's already quite a formidable score. And look at that lovely blue sky around. We're going to roll the highlights package. This is obviously pre-weather interruption now. And Asim Sarwar had a pretty good time out there in the middle. You saw a terrific save there from the skipper of Gorkha. Adilkar did a great job there on the boundary. Got himself a little bit wet in the process, but still saved 2 runs. Asim Sarwar was carving it up, looking very dangerous indeed. And then he's gone and put one right up into the air. And, well, that's the one that went out of the ground. One of these ones is going to fall into the hands of, there he is. Jahidul Islam takes a good catch. He did drop one in the first over. It was a sharp chance. You see in the background, the clouds are getting thicker. Everything's getting a little bit darker out there. And then we came out to a little bit of sunshine in the second half. And so glad we've been able to get here.
Yeah, I mean, again, we have to reiterate, everyone here did so much magnificent work to get it going, and that's how it looked just a while ago. But look, we came back, the sun was shining, and it was a bit of a blitz at the end, wasn't it, for Marlow? 17 runs coming off that bonus over, the final 5th over off Jahidul Islam. So, well, we'll wait to see what the score is for the Gorkha 11 that they have to chase. It will be a 2 over power play, so that's again adjusted for the conditions. And, well, we're really happy to say as well, the conditions do look much better. This is what we've been used to the whole week here in Santarem. Take take a quick look at the scorecard. Amandeep Singh at the top, 19 off 10. Asim Sawa, 26 off 10. And look, well, they were very equal in all the number of balls faced. All of them faced 10 balls. Asim Sawa there with the highest strike rate, but Osama Javed as well chipped in with 18 off, well, 10 balls. There was 11 extras as well, 9 wides. Yeah, well, that's probably a bit too many, but we'll see. Remains to be seen what the score will be. And off the bowlers, it was a pretty tough task, wasn't it, in the Storms. And Rana Rehan was the only one able to pick up a wicket, and the other 3 overs were shared between Aminda Happy, Jahidul Islam and Arav and Hiraya. So, well, we got here in the end, didn't we, Phil? We've got drenched, we've got sunbathing down on us, we've got electrical outlets in slight moist condition, but we'll get there.
Yeah, it's been a bit of everything. Just in the last couple of hours, we've gone from, well, there was someone was looking at their weather app and they saw it was real feel of 3 degrees. So the news that we're getting hot off the press is a revised target now is 82 runs. You can see it on the screen there, the mid-match summary. Gorkha need 82 runs. So the revised score is up to 81, but the target is 82. So 82 off 30 deliveries. That's what Gorkha have to do to get the win here. It's reduced to a 5-over game, as Tina and I have been discussing. And then we had, was it a 2-over power play?
Yep.
And bowlers can only bowl 1 over each. That's pretty standard for if ever we have to go to a 5-over game. So that's what we're looking at right now. Gorkha, 82 runs needed in 30 deliveries. Marlow have put a good score on the board. The DLS just gave it a slight little kick up as well, and that's fair enough because obviously there was the rain delay and there's a lot of factors that have to be discussed and worked out, but that's what we're looking at. So we're going to take a short break here. Both myself and Tina are going to probably just try to clean up the commentary a little bit more. We've done a bit of a rush job, done a sensational job. To be honest, Tina's probably done more of it than I have on this time around, so well done to her. And we'll have to give her something to congratulate her later. But seriously, it's just a little bit of work we've done here at the ground. Well done to the ground crew. I can't say that enough about the volunteers here who absolutely worked their Watts off to try to get things up and running. But we're there, we're looking good. And so we're going to come back shortly. Myself and Tina Goff, the G-Force team, are going to be back to bring you this short run chase. It's only 5 overs, and Gorkha 11 need 82 runs of 5 to take the win. So join me, Phil G, on the European Cricket Network for this European Cricket Series Portugal Premier Division, match 23, hanging in the balance.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to what is now again a sunny Santarem cricket ground as we pan over those beautiful drone shots. And while things weren't looking so beautiful just an hour or two ago, but I'm delighted to say that the sun is out, the storm has cleared, and we're looking at having hopefully a full day of cricket from now on. We've still got half of match 23 to go. This one, of course, is still rain affected, with Marlow having batted first. They put on 74 for 1. That has been upgraded because of the rain delay. Duckworth, Lewis, Stern has come into effect because they started their innings not knowing it would be rain affected, and it has been upgraded to 81. So the target for the Gorkha 11 is 82 runs needed in 30 balls. So that's a run rate for them of 16.4. So a 5-over game, 2 overs in the power play. Within the power play, you can have 2 fielders outside of the circle. In the remaining, in this case, 3 overs, you can have 5 fielders outside of the circle. And you can use 5 bowlers, so every bowler is allowed to bowl 1 over. So much for the rules. It's been an interesting day for us so far, with almost having a storm, an electrical storm, electrocuted, a lovely lunch in the meantime. There was tyres being rolled off the pitch to get those covers off, and all the while it was done in great spirits from everyone here. And the European Cricket Network tries to bring you as much cricket as possible, and we're back out there. What a sight that is. The wind is still whipping up, but actually that is quite good news because the clouds are clearing, and in front of us we can see dashes of blue sky, a few clouds, but certainly nothing like the threatening ones that poured down on us earlier today. So here we go with the run chase, the shortened run chase, 5 overs, 82 the target. There is no bonus point in play, as is always the case with rain-affected games. This just makes things too complicated, especially for me and Phil. We're trying to keep up with all the laws, but we will try and also keep you entertained with this cricket coming your way. Osama Javed, it looks like he has ball in hand for Marlow. Azhar Andani and Amninder Happy are the 2 batters out there. Of course, Gorkha, they have been, well, victims of the rain today, but they were on the right side of that rain-affected game this morning against the Gamblers. And the Gamblers, we'll see them in a moment as well in the next game. First ball is delivered. It hits Andani on the pad or higher leg. There's an appeal, but I think by my eye, yeah, that was nowhere near the pad. It was on his thigh, and that was certainly sliding down leg side. This is good lines bowled here by Osama Javed. Joining me once more in the commentary box, hopefully we have been drenched for the last time, Phil G.
Yeah, I think that's probably the 4th shower I've had today, possibly. I'm not too sure. I've lost count myself. Yep, and Gorkha need 82 from 28, as has been explained. Nicely set up there. Thank you very much, Tina, for delivering the news to everybody and saying this is what's going on. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a bit of a charge here. So Marlow need really tight bowling. How about that for a tight delivery? Well, Osama Javed with the job here, doing a great work here for Marlow in this and first over of this 5-over game, 5-over match. It's 5 overs per side. After Marlow posted a score that got a little bit of an elevation thanks to a DLS adjustment, which is all good and fair. That's how it works. And that is wicket gone already, so how about that? And already Gorkha in deep trouble. And that's not good for them at all. Have a look at this one more time. Steps across a lawful long way and can only get a little chop on there. Thought he didn't realise he chopped on. Was actually sort of looking for the work it away and maybe picking up a single. And that is a massive blow to Gorkha here. Azhar Andani, he is done. He's bowled. Chops on for a duck.
It's a bit of a thankless task, isn't it, when batters come in chasing what's a quite big total and they just have to go from the start, even more so than when it's a T10. And Osama Javed, well, he's almost taken the game away from Gorkha in the very first over. That's 3 dot balls in a row, make it 4 with the wicket. And let's remember, after this over, still 4 overs, well, only 4 overs, to get what would be 82 runs. And that's over 20 runs needed per over, unless they can finish this over strong. Well, they won't, because that will be another wicket, and it falls into the hands of Hardeep Khutan. That was a pretty comfortable catch for him. So, well, trouble brewing, just like those storm clouds brewed earlier for Gorkha here.
Yeah, it's you wouldn't be wrong for saying they're in a hiding to nothing here against Marlow, trying to chase that sort of score against this team, or against any team for that matter. That is very vertical, north face of Everest sort of stuff. So, well, let's see what sort of fist they can make of this, because it's going to be really, really tough. Unfortunately for Jalil Islam, he comes in and immediately hits it straight down Hardeep Khutan's throat. So that's 2 in 2. Funny enough, that means we've got a chance for a hat-trick in the first over of this shortened run chase. Could indeed unfold here for Marlow. They do get a hat-trick. That's just caught very comfortably there at mid-off. So it's a hat-trick chance for Osama Javid. Let's see if he can get himself into the Hall of Fame with this delivery. Hat-trick ball coming up. Yeah, no, I think we all know that it was definitely sliding down leg. And umpire completely agrees. Have a look where this one goes. Pitches and going a long way down leg. Had to shout for it, of course. It's a hat-trick ball. And, of course, that is a not out. That's going to complete, well, an astonishingly good over there for Marlow. And for Gorkha, that, as Tina said, that could very much be the ball game right there. That was a double wicket maiden. Yep. So how about that?
Well, you don't get that too often, and even less so in a shortened game.
Yep.
But, I mean, maybe it's worth clarifying as well why we try to get every single game on. And that's because we know the points out there are important.
Yep.
The forecast, and I hate to break it, doesn't look the best for the next 2 days. So any points that either side can pick up here could be valuable. And, I mean, it's a bit of one of those, if you then cancel the game, then one of the teams would have said, oh, well, we would have wanted to go out and get the points. And, well, the forecast now is perfect. The conditions are perfectly playable. There's absolutely no reason why we don't get on as much cricket as we can.
100% behind that comment. Totally agree with that. It's exactly how it is. So the second over starts. It's Hassan Khan, and he's been hit out towards, doesn't get through the infield though, just hit out towards the covers. Good bit of work there, and that's going to be the first runs off the bat. Let's have a look now. No runs are scored off the bat then. Curious. I guess that they Happy just said, no, that's okay, I'll stay here. I thought they're going to complete a run, but they didn't. So Hassan Khan comes in again for his second ball. And Aninda Happy spins on that one. And he has been caught. An absolute ripper in the outfield there. Well, can you believe it? He's probably picked out almost the only individual out there. It was a 2-over power play. And can you believe he's hit it straight down the throat? Oh, that's a great catch. That is Shamsher Singh with a terrific diving catch. So Happy tries to farm the strike from that first ball, declined the single, and he's come undone. Look, it's tough out there for the batters. Definitely really, really tough. I mean, it's not just the pressure of the runs, it's also the conditions are still something you have to adapt to as well. And just on the back of Tina's comments about how keen we are to get on again, I think that, you know, what I would say to people watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel and around the world is that the players want to get back on as well. We want to get the game going. And even if the conditions have changed, it's still a competitive match for both of these teams. And I think that that is the important thing that people need to consider. It's obviously we love doing this. We love your contributions in the chat. We love people to get behind us and enjoy the cricket we're promoting, the development cricket we're doing. But at the same time, you're going to need to remember that, you know, these players want to play. They're dying to get out there and play as well. So even though it's a shortened match, it is 5 overs, they still want to get out there and compete and show their worth, show how their skills are developing and be competitive. And I think for me, that's what makes even a shortened game a terrific game.
Well said, Phil.
Here we go again. Oh, swing and a miss.
I mean, tell Osama Javid that this game doesn't matter when he's just put in a double wicket maiden, which we hardly ever see on the network, regardless of what kind of game we're playing.
Yep.
And we know every time that these players go out there, they give 100%. They want to show what they can do. The cameras are on them. Yep. There's no way they want to be sitting in the clubhouse watching the conditions just get better and better out there.
That's exactly right. And, you know, if viewers don't like a 5-over game or even a 3-over game, I can understand that. But the players will play no matter what. And that has been swiped long and hard up in the air into the dugout for a Maximo. So there's resistance all the way to the end for Gorkha. This is still going to be, well, obviously they need to fight it out to the end. Don't stop fighting till the fight is done. And that is a great example of it right there. Smash. Good shot.
Nice little hit there. And, well, it's a sign from Gamiri that maybe this game has gone. But they've still got some power within their lineup. And I'm sure, well, as things are going, we'll see that power on finals day as well.
I'm sure. They will be there on finals day. Clips that this time goes to that third man area. Just the one run there. So against Susha Kumar comes on strike. He's only faced one ball. Hasn't managed to bowl the scorers just yet. It's 8 for 3 in the second. Remember, 5 overs only in this game. You can see there's 74 needed from 19. The run rate is, well, it's almost 4 runs a ball pretty much. So it's tough from here. It's not impossible, but it is apocalyptically difficult. If I can.
Apocalyptic was the rain we had earlier, I think.
That was quite something, wasn't it? Crunch. It's a big smack out towards the leg side. There is a lone fielder out there again. That's the man who took the catch just an over ago. Shamshir Singh fields the ball. He's patrolled that part of the ground throughout Marlowe's fielding exploits, and he's done a great job out there as well throughout the whole tournament. That's the end of the second over. We're going to have a quick look at the standings here. Marlowe sitting on top on 21 points, Gorkha on 17 in third place, and it would have been massive for Gorkha to try to push up here. Yeah, Punjab, CC Amadora, they've played 8 matches, and they are 4 points astray of Lisbon Capitals, who have got a game in hand. I think we'll be saying goodbye to them tomorrow officially. Yeah,
the rain didn't help them there, did it? They took home 2 points from that abandoned match, and what they really needed was that game to go ahead and try somehow to pull 4 out of the bag.
So true. They would have been aiming, just hoping to get on the field and get a chance to get the 4 points, as you say, Tina. But that has now been blown out of the water. They get to split the points with Warish. That sounded pretty good. That's been hit away nicely. Just one bounce again to that Lone Ranger out there. Shamshir Singh, he's earned his lunch as he fields the ball. Amardeep Singh is the bowler. This is the third over, the third of 5, as this was now reduced to a 5-over match because of the storm that hit the ground. Absolute torrential downpour we had for about a good 20 minutes. That's gone straight up in the air. Who wants it? Well, one player wanted it, and just one player has caught it at the, the position that's directly behind the wicketkeeper there. It's Mohammed Samir, who's patrolling the area at third man, gets around and takes a pretty well-judged catch in the end. Goes to ground, nicely taken, and that's another wicket down. Just remember, Gorkha are under hiding to nothing here, and it's a tough ask for them. Yeah, absolutely. And, well, I suppose they still haven't quite hit the heights that we know they can hit, because well, you often see a power play when that's the start of the game as well, or the start of a run chase going for 20, 30, 40 runs, and well, they've achieved far more wickets here than they have boundaries. It's just been that one big hit that went all the way for 6, and otherwise it's been a lot of dot balls. Of course, the first over was all dot balls, and this one looks like it's going to be another wicket. It is indeed. Have a look at this one again. That's a classy bit of glove work here. Let's have a look one more time. Oh, sharp. Really sharp, that one. And that is, Mohammed Nazrul Islam goes for a first baller. So we are going to see Amardeep Singh with a chance of a hat-trick here. Second time in this innings that we've had a hat-trick ball. Mohammed Nazrul Islam comes out and departs pretty much straight away. Try to get down the wicket to the pitch of the ball and just elevate. You might as well go for it. It's the only thing they really can do. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Does Amardeep Singh get himself into the Hall of Fame? Well, they're asking the question ambitiously. Why not? Rushan Singh, he's very lively behind the stumps, isn't he? And well, he tried to dupe us all into thinking there was a little nick on there. Amandeep Singh belatedly went up as he saw his keeper go up. He did indeed. But it's going to be 3 and 4. Oh, there you go. Well, I don't want to say when it rains it pours because I don't want to risk any sort of jinx. But yep, 3 in 4, Tina, exactly as you say. And how about that? That's a nicely judged catch. Just it goes away, and is it the same man again? Mohamed Samir has taken another catch, so he, Amandeep Singh's going to probably have to buy him a nice ice cream with sprinkles after this, because that's 2 for him in that respect. There was a stumping as well. Just having a look and see, there's a bit of a discussion there, just up at the striker's end. I think maybe just umpire. Maybe the stumps were disturbed. Maybe there was a bit of a celebration there. Not sure what happened then. As the new batter comes out, takes his guard. It's 10 for 6. It's at the end of the third. And Gorkha have done what they can to try to, well, basically try to belt the cover of the Grizzly at every opportunity. And unfortunately, it just hasn't happened, hasn't gone their way. They're always going to be in trouble. It's always going to be tough. So 1 more to come. Amandeep Singh, he's got 3 for 1. He'll be excited about these figures. Hurries it up nicely just outside of off. And it's cut, well, it's just pushed, really, into the covers. And that is the end of the over. So 11 for 6 after 3 overs in this reduced 5-match over. We want to welcome you all into the commentary igloo here. Phil G alongside with Tina Goff. Tina, this is, well, it's a shortened match, which is unfortunate for obviously everybody out there watching, also for us and for everyone around the ground, and also for the players, but they were so keen to get out there as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good news is that the sun is now coming out. So if all being well, we'll still get 2 full games on this afternoon. They're big games as well. We saw earlier, and we can flash up the table later as well, that these points still matter, and that's exactly why we're trying to get as much cricket played as possible. And well, it looks like the points here are probably going to go to Marlow, and that just makes them go even clearer at the top of the table. Yeah,
they are going to get a nice little boost here. And basically this match should book themselves into that first qualifier for Friday and tomorrow. We've still got 5 games coming up tomorrow, so there's still excitement aplenty. This is the penultimate day of the group stage. Still a fair bit of cricket to come, but obviously rain affected today, and we're trying to get things going as best as we can. And as Tina says, we should get the last 2 games of the day on time, and 10 over matches all the way through. 10 overs per side.
We also wanted to show that the igloo is still standing. We have not been drowned quite yet, and spirits are high as we make sure that, you know, we bring all the action here. We stop for no storm, and we're back at it. And well, Gorkha, they've kind of been stopped in their tracks, haven't they? But it's one of those. Sometimes you're on the right end of it, sometimes you're on the wrong end of it. I don't think they'll be too traumatized by this, and they've still got every chance to go through to finals.
Totally. That's been lifted away and well over the boundary for a big Maximo. It wouldn't be wrong to say that Tina and I, we've weathered the good and the bad in the igloo. We've had some amazing blue sky, 0 cloud days this week and on the weekend. Obviously, when Vinny was here towards the end of last week, we had a brilliant day for Finals Friday for the Challenger Division. Our week in the Challenger Division was terrific as well. Great weather after the storms at the very start. We've obviously had this weather hit us today. It's the first bit of bad weather we've had since that day number 1. So we've had a real run of luck here. Swings into that one. That goes out behind. Well, backwards square leg, and that runs away for 4. That's a lovely strike, that. That's Rana Rehan, who says, all right, I'm going to swing the bat, try and get a little bit of a batting practice here. And why not, I say, why not?
It's actually the first 4 of the boundary, first 4 of the innings. We've had 2 sixes go to the boundary so far, but a 4 added to the collection. Still 3 boundaries as opposed to, 6 wickets. As we said, this is no reflection on Gorkha as a team. We know how powerful they can be. They've proved that in their 4 wins so far.
Yep.
Well, they've lost to Marlow already by 5 wickets, so maybe the weather gods, they are equal and fair as well.
True, very true. Well, Rana really swinging here with big emphasis, but that is an astonishingly good catch. Amandeep Singh with the distinctive red sleeves just says, no, Rana's had a couple of good hits, but let me take this catch. And we'll send him on his way. Runs really hard right the way around from that fine leg area. Just coming into shot. Now there he is, stretched, does the dive. He's obviously gone to stuntman school because he's dived correctly in order to protect the body and taken a ripper catch.
Yeah, he made that one look easy, but it certainly isn't with the wind swirling around here. That ball flying off the edge of Rana Rehan's bat, but he holds on to it. You see this one right off the top of the bat and takes the catch, does the tumble. That's 10 out of 10.
Can I ask you a good question here then, Tina?
Yes.
Which catch was better of Amandeep Singh? That one or the caught and bowled with the inadvertent assist yesterday?
That's a very good question. If you haven't seen that catch actually from yesterday, Amandeep Singh dropping it onto the non-striker before catching it before it hits the ground, we have posted it on our social media channels. So head over to Instagram, X, Facebook, anywhere where videos are posted, because that's a real ripper, isn't it?
It was a terrific catch. Yep. Did all falling to ground as well. And that's been hit into the extra cover position, and the lone ranger out there, this captain, Mian Shahid, successfully fields that one. Might have worn it a little bit on the lower leg, but he stops it nonetheless. Yep, that was, yeah, I was really impressed with that catch by Amandeep Singh. Probably actually comes across in the commentary as well. I was really thrilled for him to take that catch. One more left in the 4, 22 for 7. It's been hit out to the boundary rider there, and that fielded and thrown back in. That is indeed Hassan Khan, and that is just one. So Sushil Kumar, he's on 3 from 4, and skipper Madhukar Thakur, he's got Tapper, he's got 1 from 1. So 23 for 7 at the end of the 4th. Still one more to come.
Inside my Sam, I think, has that been his first play of the tournament? In any case, he came in and got a wicket and went for 12, so a couple of boundaries in there, but he did pick up the wicket thanks to the tumbling figure of Sandeep Singh out there. Was it Sandeep Singh?
Amandeep Singh.
Amandeep Singh, there we go.
Yep. That's right. I think it actually is my Sam's first appearance for Marlow. Yeah, I think you're right there. Oh, that was a bit of an errant delivery, that one. That's clearly a no ball. A bit of a beamer there. Oh, well, it was a beamer that actually went nowhere near the player after all that, the batter, and it's run all the way down the hill, and that is going to be what's indicated as byes. 4 of them. Yeah,
with the no ball, I think maybe.
And the no ball.
Just struggling to grip the ball here is Mohammed Shamshir, because every time that goes along the ground, it's going to pick up moisture. Of course, there was a lot of moisture deposited on the pitch, and that won't dry out quite as quickly as the AstroTurf. So maybe he just needs to give it a bit of a mop, try again. In any case, Sushil Kumar will have the free hit here.
Free hit coming. So, Shamir, what does he do with the free hit ball? Here he comes. Oh, he's bowled a really filthy beamer there. And umpire's going to go and have a word here, I reckon. That is not cool. That is not pleasant at all. And you can understand why the batter might be giving a bit of a look towards the bowler and saying, hang on a minute, what are you doing? Skipper comes over to the bowler, and there's going to be a little bit of a mini conference here. And I'm sure it's going to be along the lines of, you don't have to do that. You see that big flat thing in the middle? Need to hit the pitch. Please hit the pitch.
I feel for him a bit here. He's clearly not doing it on purpose.
Yeah, there's no intent.
No, and the ball's wet. He's probably a bit nervous. I don't think he's had a ball, if at all, yet in the tournament. And
I would agree with that.
It's not the easiest time to come in. That's much better. There you go.
There you go. Well done. Much better. I agree. Look, I agree with 100%, Tin. He hasn't bowled. I don't think we've seen him barely at all. I don't think we've seen him at all. I think this might be his first game as well for Marlow in this tournament. And there was no intent there with those deliveries. It's just the way sometimes it comes out of the hand. The ball is wet. The ground is still a bit wet in the outfield as it goes across the grass. So I think we should just go a little bit easy there. There you go. He's a youngster as well. So let's give the youngster just a moment to pause. Obviously, it's good to see the captain and a couple of the senior players just get over and give him a little encouraging pat on the backside and say, come on. That one's full again. And this time that has been hoiked well over the boundary line for a Maximo.
And that one, full toss. I think he might just get away with this on height. As it was dipping, and, well, Sushil kind of knelt into that one, which made it look a bit taller than it was. And you can see there that was happily dipping down. But Mohammed Shamir, I feel for him here, but he's got a chance still to come back. He's been throwing the ball, obviously, because Marlow know full well that they've won this game. Just giving the youngster an opportunity out here.
Yep, that's exactly right. It's going to go leg side wide. He'd probably benefit from coming over the wicket to a right-hander. Maybe it might help him a little bit, but it's obviously his call to how he wants to bowl, how he's maybe bowled in the nets, and what his team want from him as well. I'll try one more time. Well, it was a better delivery, but it was unfortunate. It was in the slot and it got the treatment and it was taken all a massive strike. You saw something on the screen there, Tina. I couldn't see it quick enough. What was that?
That was the skeleton of our former gazebo. We'll see this on the replay as the ball flies. And there's Andy, and there's what used to be our gazebo. That was a victim of the storm. That went the way of your laptop.
I didn't notice the gazebo got absolutely pummeled. Yeah, that is a right skeleton of what used to be quite a nice strong structure. That shows how strong that storm was. It hit the ground. It's been hit along the ground and well fielded down there in the deep.
Not quite as valuable a victim as your dearly departed laptop, but nonetheless, Portugal claims its second victim of this tour.
My laptop, to be fair, my laptop was getting old. I'm trying to make excuses for it because it was silly for me to put it anywhere near a cup of coffee in a storm. Unfortunately, well, we know the story. Coffee plus laptop in a storm equals broken laptop. That's been clipped away, and that is going to go straight into the hands of the fielder rushing in off the boundary. Well, that's quite astonishing. And, well, he gets a wicket, the youngster, and he's going to get a little bit of a pat on the back, I think, from his captain, who's coming over right now as we speak, and maybe just having an encouraging word and saying, look, mate, well done. You've got the wicket. You just keep doing this. This is really good. This is really good to have a senior player walk across to the youngster, and he is indeed a youngster as well. So I'm really glad to see that. Just a couple of words. Voice of experience, and that's really good for that young man. For Gorkha, though, they do lose their 8th wicket at 42 in this final over of this shortened match, this rain-affected shortened match.
Yeah, there he is. He's got his wicket, and it was nicely taken in the deep. And I think this is good captaincy as well to give him a chance here. It's the final ball coming up. Well bowled. That was the best ball of the lot.
That was a great ball. That was terrific. Could have almost got a feather edge on that one, especially from a lower order batter. So he finishes with 1 for 15. We got there eventually. A couple of rough deliveries for him and, well, obviously for the opposition batter as well to negotiate at the start there. But that is the 5 overs gone. That is the finish of this shortened match. And, well, it is match 23. Gorkha versus Marlow is now done. It is shortened. It's 5 overs apiece. And it's a clear victory there to Marlow after that massive storm. It hit us, the rain. We had sideways rain. We had gazebos losing their cover. We had all sorts of weather going on. This is the next match, match 24, Lisbon Capitals against the Gamblers. And both teams a bit to do here. Lisbon Capitals, they've gone through a little bit of a rough patch, a couple of losses, a few changes in the team there. They've got 3 new ins, Imran and Fahad Arshad and Shoaib Rahman come in. For the Gamblers, just one change. It's Prikshit Kaushik. He is into the side. It's his first game as well. And we'll see watch the youngster in full swing in just a few minutes' time. That's not too far away. And we're going to go to the videotape, the highlights of the run chase. And Gorkha didn't start too well with their key strike batter. Aminda Happy, he's unfortunately chopped on. Didn't realise he chopped on. I think he actually thought that maybe the keeper disturbed the stumps. And he ran and the keeper had to say, hang on, where are you going? You've actually chopped on. Another wicket fell there. That was a really good catch. That is Shamshir Singh, who took a couple of catches in this innings and a couple of boundaries as well. A few hits towards the dugout area. This one went straight up in the air. And that was also 2 catches, funny enough, for Mohammad Samir. Now, he'll be happy about that. A stumping. It was tough for Gorkha. I mean, let's face it. I mean, Tina and I talked about this at length about how tough this was going to be for Gorkha, and it proved to be really, really hard.
Yeah, the weather wasn't exactly on their side as they got set a pretty mammoth total. But, I mean, that was also due to Marlow's batting. They came out all guns blazing, knowing perhaps that the weather would come in, and they basically batted the Gorkha 11 out of contention. But still, there was a few boundaries that were flowing. One thing that was actually really impressive as well was the standard of catching. I don't think a single drop went down in that shortened innings.
I think that's a fair comment. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they caught everything that went anywhere near them. So Marlow, even the fact that was a 5-over game, they were well drilled, they treated it like as they should. Gorkha, to their credit as well, also treated it the same way. It was, well, you've given us a target, we have to go about and get the target. Marlow were bowling their best to try to prevent them from getting to that target. So in the end, it was a contested 5-over game. Marlow just happened to put a good score on the board. The final uptick of the DLS adjustment to their score wasn't huge. I think in the end it was maybe only, I was trying to think what it was. It went to 82, so it was probably about only 8 runs for the uptick. So thereabouts. 7 runs, and therefore it was 82 it was needed to chase down. 42 for 8 is all they can manage, and a few ducks there. In fact, 5 in total, but that's because they were going for it. 3 at the top there, and that's because these batters, they walked in, they knew what the job was, and it was just a bridge too far, unfortunately for them. Have a look at the bowling attack here and see what happened. Well, Usama Javid, that double wicket maiden, well done to him for picking up 2 wickets in that maiden over. Hassan Khan got 1 for 9. Amardeep Singh had another good day with the ball, 3 for 2, and a wicket shared towards the end there as well. So that is the outcome of the match 23. Shortened match, down to 5 overs because of the rainstorm we had hit the ground suddenly. After we were celebrating the fact that we even got onto the ground after we had an abandoned match earlier as well. We were quite excited to get on the ground, but unfortunately it was shortened, and that's the final result. Marlow beat Gorkha by 39 runs with the DLS method involved in that to recalculate Marlow's score. So, match 23 behind us now in the tin. Let's get on to talking about match 24. We'll talk about a lot more before it starts. For now, though, I think Tina and I are going to take just a little break. Won't be too long a break. Just keeping an eye on the time as well, making sure we're going to start on time and a full 10 overs as well, which is the most important thing. So, from Phil G here in the Igloo, the ECN commentary Igloo here at the Santarem Cricket Ground, looking outside and just seeing puffy white clouds and some stuff in the distance possibly, but we'll get to that. We don't think there's going to be more interruptions. Phil G here saying, guys, thank you for your patience, thank you for indulging us, and thank you for your support, constant support for the European Cricket Network, whether we get rain affected or not. It's always wonderful. We know we've got a lot of support out, a lot of love as well. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes time for match 24. Hope you can join us then. And yep, we'll see you soon.
and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Recanto escalabitano, rico de história e espiritualidade. Azulejo que a tua história proclama, que enche de vida a mais bela cidade. Tejo que te banha e que a lesíria fortalece, brindando-nos de sabor que tão bem oferece. Campino, que te dá cor, movimento e união. Pelas mãos que sentem e sabem o melhor da região. Resiliência e união. Sendo a tua primazia, ruge de pulmões cheios a tua bela sinfonia. Santarém, de paixões, sabores e tradições. Santarém, de portas abertas ao futuro.
Hello cricket fans, so it is match 24 coming your way now at Santarém Cricket Ground. Sunshine has broken through, the clouds have all moved off, which is good news, and match 24 is with us. Lisbon Capitals are taking on the Gamblers. The news from the toss is that the Lisbon Capitals did not win the toss. The Gamblers won the toss. They're going to have a bowl, and for Lisbon Capitals, probably would have been a toss they would have liked to have won because they're 0-3 from the last 3 games. They need a win here to stay in contention for a top 2 finish. It's going to be an exciting game any way you cut it. Let's get across to Tina Goff in the Comsha Igloo. Tina, take it away. It is the Gamblers going to have a bowl first.
Thank you very much, Phil, and welcome back to this ECS Portugal Premier 2025 match 24. And well, this one sees Lisbon Capitals match up against Gamblers SC. And well, the good news is the rain has cleared and we're hopeful that we'll get all 10 overs here. Imran, he has come in for the Lisbon Capitals, as have Shoaib Rehman and Fahad Arshad. Imran and Shoaib Rehman, in fact, will be having their first taste of this ECS Portugal. For the Gamblers SC, Prikshit Kaushik is coming in. Again, he is making his debut in this tournament. And, well, Lisbon Capitals, they've lost 3 games on the spin after winning their first 4, but the record is still better than that of the Gamblers, who just won that 1 game on the Golden Ball 74. And that's probably why the win predictor has Lisbon Capitals with their noses in front. And as Phil said in that intro, the Gamblers are the ones, in fact, that won the toss. They have decided to field, to get out there, get their fingers nice and warm because, well, we've been treated to Portugal sun the last week or so, but today the weather gods were not quite on our side as we've had quite a lot of rain out there in the morning, but you can see the last bit of treatment is being made to the pitch out there. And you can see little dashes of blue in the sky there in the distance, and it certainly looks a lot better than it did just a few hours ago. So as a recap of what happened today, well, the Gorkha 11 were in action this morning, in fact, against the Gamblers. And Gamblers, they just started their run chase. They got to 3 overs, and that's when the heavens opened. And as a result, the Gorkha 11 took that win on DLS. And then the second game, that's really when the storm was at its peak, and the game between Awaresh and Punjab CC Amadora was abandoned without a ball being bowled. Just now we saw Gorkha 11 play against Marlow, and again that was rain affected. Marlow, they batted first, put on a decent score, then the rain came, so it came when they batted 4 overs, came back out, batted another over. The target was then set at 82, and well, Gorkha 11 never really got going, and wickets kept on tumbling, and they fell well short of the target. That was a 5 over game, but hopefully here we are back to the full 10 overs. we're hopeful that we'll get this game in, and then the final game of the day, which sees Punjab CC Amadora. Of course, they should have played earlier, but that game was fully abandoned, going up against Marlow, who were probably, some might say, the winners of this little rain delay, as they were able to take 3 points for the win against Gorkha 11 just now. But now we have match 24 on the cards. We can turn our attention to this, looking forward to digging back into 10 overs, and it looks like the figure of Nitin Kamboj with ball in hand for the Gamblers. Omar Mustafa, he's out there at the non-striker's end, and well, we know how powerful he can strike a ball. It looks like it's Arslan Zafar who's facing up though for the first ball. Here we go. That one's just knocked away into the leg side. It should be cut off for just the one, and it's Jay Parkash out there doing the fielding. You can see the sun is trying to peek out, trying to dry up the outfield, which took quite a battering early today. But luckily, the Santarem cricket ground here, a beautiful venue. It drains pretty quickly. The boundary goes downhill in almost every direction, which, well, is harsh for the fielding team, as they feel like they're constantly trying to catch up with the ball. But it's very, very good for drainage, meaning that as things stand, the final 2 games of the day should be full 10 over thrillers. Omar Mustafa gets himself on strike here for the first time. And he lifts that one up in the air. There's going to be a chance here for the fielder, and he's running backwards. Devinder Mela, he tumbles over, and well, he doesn't take the catch. He does stop the boundary, done himself a little mischief to his finger there, and his teammate helps him mop up. This one went more high than long from Mustafa, didn't get hold of it at all. He starts running, he's hopeful that the ball will land safely, and it does, off the finger of Devinder Mela there, who just about catches up with it, stops it in its tracks, and the Lisbon Capitals jog through for 2. Mustafa gets all of that one, having missed out on the previous occasion, the first Maximo of the innings, and that's a big, big hit in the direction of, I think, the neighbouring field with the cows. So the Grizzly goes and says hello. The cows, well, they were probably sitting down if those old wives' tales were anything to go by, because when they sit down, the rain came. Well, hopefully they're standing up right now, getting out of the way of those Grizzlies, and also ensuring that we have a dry afternoon. Warm welcome to everyone joining us in the chat. It's lovely to have you with us on this hopefully now dry day, and thank you for your patience. We really do appreciate it. We try to get as much cricket on as possible, and the turnaround here has been quite something. That's quite something as well off the bat of Omar Mustafa, just slightly short there from Nitin Kamboj, and off the back foot Mustafa just punches that away through mid-wicket for back-to-back round boundaries, 4 runs. It looks like actually there's a tiny bit of rainfall at the moment, but the most infinitesimally small amount of rain, because actually 90% of the sky is blue. It just looks like one little cloud is just saying goodbye, but I can guarantee it's certainly on the way out. One's just strayed the wrong side of the wide line, despite almost a comical double take here from Nitin Kamboj to the umpire. You can see that pitched just about the wrong side, and that means, as umpire Bucks there in the distance signals, still 2 balls to come in this first over. And the man on the 45, Jay Parkash, captaining his Gamblers side, fields that one. And didn't quite get that one away, did Mustafa. Dot ball. 1 ball left of the first over. That just dies on the pitch. Goes through absolutely everyone. The chase is on here. Get back the right side of the rope. I think Ankit Kumar does well there. It just skids through, goes past the bat, through the keeper, deflects off him, hence the dive. And, well, Ankit Kumar does well to recover, jump up, and, yep, just gets the right side of the rope. So that will just be buys. And, well, look who's on screen there, and there's a reason for that. That's umpire Crew out there, and hopefully he'll give us a big old turnaround in a second so that we can wish him a very happy birthday, umpire Crew. Well, we're sorry that it rained on your parade, but hopefully it will remain sunny the rest of the day. Many happy returns to umpire Crew. There you go. Happy birthday. He turned to the camera just in time as we wish him well and all the best for the year to come. And of course he's been doing a great job out there in the middle, making sure everything ticks along, and well, it's ticking along quite nicely here on this tour of Portugal. The Challenger division seems like a long and distant memory. It'll live long in the memory for the Lisbon Supergiants as they lifted the trophy. We're well into the Premier Division here, just one day left after today of the group stage games before we head into the finals on Friday. And then the action doesn't stop there. That's a wide ball to start the second over. Dishant Verma bowling it. The action then moves to the international stage as Portugal and Norway face up in both the men's and women's side in T10 or ECIs and T20 internationals. This one's gone flying up in the air. You can see there's the blue sky, and that is the Grizzly making its way to the boundary. 1-2 bounces, goes for 4. Omar Mustafa getting in on the act here is Arslan Zafar, who's only faced the one delivery. In fact, the very first delivery of the game. Everything else has been Omar Mustafa. And bringing a bit of sanity and sunshine to the proceedings, despite, well, the sunshine's come out now to join us here. Phil G, welcome back. Have you just about dried out?
You know what, I think I just have. I still feel quite cold on the back of my hands. Weirdly enough, it's the only place I feel really cold, just the back of my hands.
So that's gone high up in the air. And, well, there was a fielder out there, and he didn't do the best of jobs of trying to stop that. Almost hurdled over the ball here. As we see this one, it was hit very firmly by Omar Mustafa. He's so quick on that. Short of a length delivery and overrun it there. I think that was defender Mila again out on the boundary. Couldn't quite get to that, or he got to it and got too far on it. The end result is back-to-back 4s for Omar Mustafa.
Good, nice start here from Lisbon Capitals. They need to get a good score on the board here. I'm trying to overstate the obvious. Clearly.
Always good to get a good score on the board.
Yes, of course it is.
And, well, I suppose on a day where other teams have possibly dropped points or they've had to share points, your point is very valid because you want to make your way up that standings table and make sure you secure your spot on finals day. That one's miscued by Mustafa into the leg side. Should just be cut off. And Ravi Rulan out there doing the fielding.
Sorry I left you hanging at the start of the over there. I was trying to get back quickly, but just with that little happy birthday sign to Krut, just working with the production guys, and big thank you to those guys as well, everybody who helped get that little message to Krut. He's going to enjoy that. We were just waiting for him to turn around. And yeah, just like, turn around, stop and turn around. But of course he had to walk all the way to square leg. But thank you very much, guys.
That's hit square over cover point, and there's 2 fielders giving chase. It's Amandeep Kokka and Prikshit Kaushik out there, but neither of them can stop that runaway Grizzly. You can see just how quick this outfield is, even when it's been wet, and the ball is probably carrying a fair bit of moisture. If you get it up and over that infield, it just races away down that hill.
Really does. Just noticing, just in the gear, looks like one of the players has got the reverse gambler's gear on today.
That one's high up in the air again. It might not have the legs on it, but in fact, I've just proved my own point that, yep, it's lightning quick out there. This time, Arslan Zafar, after that single earlier in the over, he gets in on the action. That's back-to-back 4s for him. Yeah, you're right. I think he's got the main kit on, but he's wearing a jumper. And I don't blame him because it's quite chilly out there.
In that first rain interruption we had, the one where we had the abandoned game, the real field temperature, obviously you get your little apps, you check the temperature and this sort of thing, and it was saying it was 12 degrees, but the real feel was 3, and it was absolutely freezing on the terrace, and that wind coming across was absolutely battering us as well. It's wide, just going to get away from everybody there, just the one wide though. Yeah, so the real feel was 3 degrees, and I tell you what, when you're out in the field or if you're just standing on a terrace looking out to the rain and it feels like 3 degrees, that's someplace you don't want to be.
Absolutely, and we've been so treated to beautiful weather this week, barring the first day, and we're treated to a big Maximo here. Oh no, yeah, I got fooled there by the fielder. I was like, I'm pretty sure that went all the way. It did, but Rahul Huda, who is in fact on the same side as Umar Mustafa, he comes flying into shot, tries to take the catch here, and drops it. We've got that on camera. Sorry, Rahul.
Oh. Well, at least it was on the other side of the line, so
Yeah.
the Maximo still counts. Lisbon Capitals in 4th place, Gamblers in 6th place. Lisbon Capitals, you know what, because they've dropped their 3 points, you kind of feel that they needed this win just to say, no, we're holding this. And look, if they win this, then obviously the question of the top 4 teams will be completely answered once and for all, although I don't really see that changing at this point onwards.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, but they'd still want to pick up those 4 points because there's 2 other top sides on 18 points ahead of them, Awaresh and Gorkha, and they've both played a game more. So if the Lisbon Capitals pick up 4 points here, they'll all be sitting together on 18 points, and that will actually make tomorrow very intriguing indeed, because only one of those 3 teams can go through in 2nd place, which gives them that added bonus of going to the qualifier. Meanwhile, teams 3 and 4 will have to battle it out early in the morning in the eliminator, which means that, well, maybe you can explain again, Phil, for the viewers, why that is so important as Nitin Kamboj comes back on for his 2nd over. And that one's going to be hit away. There's a big ooh from Nitin, but in fact, it wasn't the greatest of deliveries, and Zafar just had to get a slight tickle on that one to help it to the boundary.
Indeed did. Yeah, so the first 2 finals that take place on Finals Friday, we start off with an eliminator, and then the second match is a qualifier, and that's for the top 4 teams, 1st and 2nd and 3rd versus 4th. They're the 2 battles. Now the eliminator would be the 2 teams that came in 3rd and 4th in the standings, and hence the name eliminator. Whoever loses is out. That's it, you're done, thanks very much. And for the teams that come 1st and 2nd, they go into qualifier 1. And qualifier 1, if you can win that, you book your place in the final.
Yeah, and that's exactly what, well, Marlow in particular will be in that qualifier. It remains to be seen who will join them, as this one goes straight through the legs of Ankit Kumar. And well, that comes right off the Q end of the bat, and he didn't quite get all 4 of his limbs in any kind of correct position there. And that is why that was raced away to the boundary. Meanwhile, that 2nd over by Nishant Verma went magical. 26 runs off it, 4 4s and a 6 coming off it, as well as a handful of wides.
Wow.
That's a good response there by Nitin Kamboj, but well, he doesn't quite get the rewards for that fantastic delivery, because I think it got a bit big here on Gopinder Singh. It did nip off the pitch. And Gopinder Singh could only watch that fly through his hands. Yeah, he did well. He hasn't got a helmet on. I'd suggest if Kamboj is going to keep on bowling with that kind of heat, especially on this pitch, he might want to get a helmet on.
Yeah, that went perilously close to man down. That's really very, very close. It's partnership with now 54 with that boundary.
That's coming our way. We not need to protect the equipment here, as that takes the leap right in front of us.
We're okay. The players are just staring at us saying, can we have the ball back, please?
One of us could have reacted quicker, but we're quite cold here, and we've just about settled into the igloo, and then suddenly the ball comes our way. And it actually hits the comm cam, but we're all safe. And, well, the end result was a big 6 off the bat of Arslan Zafar. That would just be typical, wouldn't it? We survived the storms and the potential electric shocks, and then we get wiped out by a grizzly. All the equipment. I mean, that's of course more important.
That is very important indeed. Yep. Lost it completely. It went above the line of that little front part of our tent, and just completely lost it. So I'm glad you were there to sort of see it go out of view and say, Phil, it's coming our way. Because I must admit, I was kind of looking towards the fielding positions in 3rd man for some reason, and just completely lost the track of that. So power play done, 60 on the board. What a cracking start for Lisbon Capitals there. 60 without loss. Yeah,
that previous over, Nitin Kamboj going for 19, and both of these batters, they faced 9 deliveries each, so they have shared the love now. Arslan Zafar, he's on 29, and Omar Mustafa, who is on strike now, he's on 22.
So it's going to be Narayan coming on, Ranjit.
And well, that has been given the treatment from Mustafa. That flew away through area 51 into the next field, and well, we know Ranjit, he's got a bit of guile, but that one was just a bit too slow and a bit too short, and Mustafa's not going to miss out on that.
Yeah, you're not going to miss out on those if you're the quality of that batter, that's for sure. Hey, just to finish the thing about the finals, about qualifier 1, why it's so important, because not only does the winner go into the final, but the one who doesn't win, the loser, gets a second chance at playing the winner of the eliminator. That's why the top 2 positions are absolutely critical in this tournament.
That one's been hit firmly to Ankit Kumar, and I think the bowler here, Ranjit Narayan, is absolutely fuming that Kumar didn't go for the catch, and well, it came hard and flat, and I don't blame Ankit Kumar there. He would have had to have committed in that split second and maybe had his teeth rearranged for the trouble.
Yeah, I'd be with the fielder on that one. I think that bounced quite a fair way in front of him as well, and even if he'd got on his bike immediately, I still don't think he would have gotten to the ball. I think Ranjit Narayan's a little bit harsh there on his fielder.
That one goes again,
yep,
and well, he's not going to have a chance to get this, and we're in real danger here in the igloo as, well, when these two are batting in this kind of form, we need to take cover, not from the rain this time, but by the raining Grizzlies. That one just going to the right of our tent.
Right, I'm changing my stance. I'm going to stand up, and I will be, next time something is elevated like that, I'll get out there, because that's 2 now in quick succession. Zafar is obviously trying to send a message downtown. That's fine. I hear you. No chance of no there. 73 for no loss. Still 2 to come in this 4th over. Just remember the Gamblers, they won the toss and won over field first. Happy to put the Capitals in. And right now you'd think the Capitals are very happy with losing that toss.
Yeah, an interesting one for the Gamblers. Maybe they thought that the pitch would dry out a bit more so that by the time they got out there to bat, maybe more favourable conditions, but it doesn't mean you have to bat with or bowl with a dry ball. This one goes high up in the air. Ankit Kumar underneath it, takes a great grab, and well, you can see by his reaction that he makes contact with the boundary rope. He did all the hard work here. It went so high in the air off the bat of Arslan Zafar. Lined it up perfectly, did Ankit Kumar, but for that rope, he goes backwards, and that step 1, 2, well, the cap is falling off his head, and yeah, well, a bit of disgust there. Maybe the positioning of the rope, it snuck up on him in there, and well, it should have been a catch, could have been a catch, ended up being a 6, and that's the end of the 4th over. Lisbon Capitals 79 for no loss.
Well, I'm kind of with Ankit Kumar then, because obviously he got a bit of a nasty look from his bowler early on. That was just unfortunate, and you know what? It just shows that shot was probably always going to go for 6. Just couldn't quite get the balance at the last second, and a fair effort. Yeah, probably goes down as a drop, definitely, or it goes down as a 6. That's what it goes down as. That's for sure. So he's feeling a bit of pain there in that over. But I'm sure he'll get an opportunity. I'm sure he'll bounce back. He's got a safe pair of hands. He's a good bowler as well. He'll get a chance, I'm sure. But Narayan goes for 19 off that over. That's probably why he was given a few glares.
And well, the carnage continues here. This time, Omar Mustafa, he just slaps that one away. It's Prikshit Kaushik who's come in to bowl. And well, welcome to this ECS Premier Division. And there's a bit of a frosty welcome there from Omar Mustafa, who just dismisses that one to the boundary.
I just want to give a shout out to people in the chat. John Gray. Hello, John. I know you've been out there for a little while now, keeping people company. One of our key moderators out there, along with the rest of them. And Sky's joined us from all the way from the US. Must have just woken up. Hello there to you.
Up in the air again. Ankit Kumar, does he have the catching gloves on? No, he doesn't. And he's taken the hardest catch of the 3. That's the one where he stepped back on the rope. And well, that one again fell through his hands, and that's always the way it goes in the field, isn't it? When one drop comes to you, they chase you around the field.
Yeah, that's that one will sting in more ways than one, because I think you're right. That one for me was probably, I thought that was the easiest actually. But there you go. This one up in the air as well. Oh, it's going to bounce in front. Kit Kumar's probably saying, why can't they bounce in front of me? That's not fair. That's injustice.
Yeah, there are 3 fielders out on the leg side, but all of them are right back on that boundary rope. So anything that gets lofted into the leg side does more or less fall safe. There's 5 fielders allowed outside the circle when not in the power play. Big swing there from Mustafa, and a rare swing and a miss from the French international.
He's had a pretty good tournament, has Mustafa. He's made a number of runs. He's looking sharp. He's bowled well as well. Had a couple of games bowling where he sort of had a few batters getting after him. But all in all, I think he's had a good tournament.
That one's been lifted away through the covers. I'm glad you didn't put the curse on him there, Phil, as that rolls away to the boundary. He moves to 38 off just 15 deliveries. Arslan Zafar at the non-striker's end. He's on 42 off 14. And while this partnership and the total for Lisbon Capitals moves to 89 with 1 ball left of the 5th over.
At least I get to say thank you for proving my point. One of the first times that's happened. In this tournament, that is.
And that's hooked away around the corner, and the treatment will be exactly the same. Partnership moves to 95. And that's another 6 to Omar Mustafa's collection. He moves his individual score to 44. And, well, the carnage continues here for the Lisbon Capitals. Gamblers SC not really in the luck at the moment, as we welcome you for the first time into the commentary booth in this game. We are dry, we are safe, and, well, by the looks of the weather forecast, the G-Force will be able to commentate a full 2 final games before we are sadly split up.
Yeah, that's. I guess that's a positive for everyone watching as well, is that this game is scheduled for its full 10 overs. Next game scheduled to start on time, full 10 overs, weather permitting, of course. But we've got a good view of the weather that's coming towards us, looking straight out through here. There's a plane in the distance there, just as I point out the weather. The clouds look nice and fluffy and white, and that's the good thing. They're not dark and low to the ground. So, as you say, fingers crossed we're going to get through, and it is sadly our final day together as G-Force, Tina, Gorkha and myself, our first commentary gig together last week during the Challenger Division, and you could say this is our second one for the Premiership Division. We'll split it in 2, and yeah, it's been an absolute thrill and fun, but it's not over yet.
And that's a safe pair of hands there from Ankit Kumar. He's probably lucky that one bounced towards him first, so he didn't have the chance to catch, or possibly not catch another. But the good news about the end of G-Force, of course, means that Vinny will be joining us back in the box. He'll be with you tomorrow, with me on finals day. And I think he's just about landed in Portugal. I hear the Maximos from here, and it'll be great to have him back with us.
It's going to be really good to have him back. Yep, he's flying in this afternoon. Might have only just touched down, literally in the last few minutes probably. I think that was his schedule. That was going to be touching down momentarily. We've had a few jets going across the ground. Funny enough, Santarem is almost on the flight path into Lisbon from a lot of parts of central and north central Europe. And obviously Vinny's flying in from that location. So maybe he could have even gone across the ground, maybe just looking down on us and saying, all right, things look good from up here. Captain, can you please bank left and let's go in for a landing.
Well, that's going to go for a landing, and it's going to go for a landing over the rope, inside the rope, inside the rope.
Just inside.
It was high rather than long. We'll maybe double check that one, because that would take Mustafa to his 50, but yeah, safely inside. Good fielding there.
Yeah.
He was actually lucky it kind of just dropped right in front of him rather than skipping along the surface. So Mustafa just gets a single off that. It's a bit of a race to 50 here at the moment between these two. Also a race to that 100 partnership. Zafar on strike.
Ooh.
And Ravi Rulan here, looks like he's done himself a bit of mischief there.
Well, he's moving okay now, but just on that delivery stride, it looked like, I don't know, maybe he was trying to stop. Maybe he was just trying to stop from, maybe just missed his run-up or something like that. But for a moment, I thought he was hobbling.
Well, whatever he did, it worked, because maybe he put off Arslan Zafar there. He then came steaming in, but threw down the slower ball, and that bamboozled us, and it bamboozled Zafar as well, as he could only pick out the cover fielder, and he's a bit fuming with himself there, because that was a bit of an unnecessary wicket. In fact, threw away his wicket, given that he'd been going so well so far. But he does have to depart. Khalid Usman was the man who took the catch Zafar still can be happy with his output. 43 runs off just 16 deliveries. That's the first wicket to fall. Lisbon Capitals 97 for 1. 4 gone in the 6th.
Yeah, you're right, Tina. He's picked out a fielder who was by himself in that cover position. Nobody within about probably 30 metres of him either side. And he's picked him out with pinpoint accuracy. So he should be a little bit filthy with himself, eyeing off a half century there. And unfortunately, that's it. Does not get the chance to kick on with that one. And the first wicket on the board. Very thankfully for the Gamblers, they've got into the first of the wickets.
And it's Ahmad Shafiq who's come to the crease, but he'll just watch that first delivery go past him for a wide. It's Gopinder Singh, by the way, who has the gloves again for Gamblers. We've seen Amandeep Kokka through actually the majority of the tournament behind the stumps, but Gopinder, he was behind the stumps this morning and he takes the responsibility again here. That one's high up in the air. There's a fielder going towards it, but he's just going to fall out of reach there of Nishant Verma, and Ranjit Narayan does the mopping up, and it looks like here Nishant Verma just on the dive maybe jarred his ankle as he tried to go, and then he kind of landed on his foot. He slipped a bit on that boundary disc or the inner ring disc, and just we'll have to make sure he's okay, as he's taking his shoe off, just maybe twisted his ankle a little there.
It's funny watching Ranjit Narayan, who fielded the ball, sort of backed off and fielded the ball, and just sort of stood to the side and looked down and sort of gave him a bit of a look of, oh, you're all right. He's going
to get wet socks now.
He's going to get very wet socks. Well, he's up now. Maybe he had a bit of it was just a slight little hobble there. Just got to probably just walk that one off. The fact that he's actually walking it off is a good sign. It means there's no immediate muscle or any sort of damage that could be problematic for him. Maybe we'll just keep an eye on him though. Next few deliveries will be interesting, just to make sure he does keep moving freely. Keep an eye on that. 99 for 1. No one likes to see those sorts of injuries, and it has been obviously. Well, I don't have to tell the chat this, but yes, there has been a bit of weather here today, so the ground is slippery in places, although it is drying nicely.
Again, that one zips through from Ravi Rulan, but it's the wrong side of the batter for umpire Bucks' liking, and that will be a wide. But so far, this has been a nice over from Rulan. Just the 5 runs conceded off it. Hasn't conceded a boundary, also picked up that all-important wicket of Arslan Zafar, and he's got 1 ball left. And that one won't go for a boundary either. I think it's Amandeep Kokka there with his jumper on, and that one just pinged up into his chin, I think. A bit of chin music, but luckily he took the sting out of the ball first. And well, if his arms are a bit warmer with his jumper on, his chin is quite exposed. Took a stinger there, but he's walking to his mark, so I think he's all right. And that is the end of the 6th over. The 100 is up for the Lisbon Capitals, 100 for 1. And, well, it's been quite a destructive top order throughout, actually, the tournament for Lisbon Capitals. And Arslan Zafar, he departed for 43, but Omar Mustafa still has a shot here of getting to his half century.
Does indeed, and he's looking pretty good too, Omar Mustafa. It would be just that he can pick up a half century here. He's toiled away in the last couple of innings, and remember, Lisbon Capitals, Tina, they've lost 3 on the trot, so this really is a game where they need to bounce back. And if they go into tomorrow with another loss, then I don't know, that could be a little bit more sort of in the headspace more than anything else if that happened.
It's Ranjit Narayan coming in for his 2nd over. That one just gets clubbed away. It hits high on the bat of Ahmad Shafiq, so they just jump through for the 1, but it does bring Omar Mustafa back on strike. He's 1 big hit away from his half century, currently on 45 off 19.
Yeah, Dave B in the chat. Hello there, Dave. He's saying black clouds in the distance. Well, there's a few, but they're getting few and far between right now, so we're staying positive and we're staying focused, and most of the cloud that you can see in the wide shot, that's what's coming towards us. That's the sort of way the wind's blowing, and right now I think it looks all right.
And that one looks more than all right, because we can brace for impact, but I think that's gone way over the commentary igloo. What a hit that is from Omar Mustafa, and that gets him to his half century. 51 not out off just 20 deliveries, and he's threatened to go big all week. And maybe this is the moment. And just how big a hit was that one, Phil?
Let's have a look and see where it's landed. I didn't even hear it land. That's the crazy thing. I think I think that has gone a long, long, long way back. But yeah, it's gone beyond the lens of the camera. It's gone beyond the distance at which I can hear. So how about that? It's gone an awful long way back. Anyway.
This is the third half century that Mustafa has picked up in this tournament. He went 68 in game 3, 57 in game 5. Since then, he hasn't really fired, and it's no surprise that that has also coincided with this little losing run that the Capitals find themselves on. But when he fires, it tends to be that the Capitals win. So I think this is a good omen if you are a Lisbon Caps fan.
Yeah, Mustafa, you would suggest that he's a barometer of Lisbon Capitals' success.
Well put.
I love the word barometer. It's good. It took me a long time to figure out what a barometer was.
Measures the temperature, doesn't it?
Pressure.
Oh, well, that one's gone high up in the air. It's going to land just in front of us. It's about, I'd say that's probably about a 60-meter boundary. And even if these boundaries were 80 or 90 meters, I think Omar Mustafa would still clear them with ease. He doesn't have much footwork, but he doesn't need to when he's seeing the ball off, well, from the hand as well he is at the moment, especially Ranjit Narayan. He's come in for quite a bit of punishment. And he'll go again, Mustafa. It's in the air. There's two fielders over there, but it's going to go all the way once more. That's the third 6 of the over. It will finish the over as well as the Lisbon Capitals race away to 119 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, a bit of an acceleration here in these latter middle overs. And Mustafa is responsible for that, brings up his 50 earlier and just keeps on keeping on, just kicking on here for Lisbon Capitals. And yeah, I kind of agree with Tina there about his state as a bit of a barometer for Lisbon Capitals. Let's have a look at the calendar for 2025. Look that we are going everywhere, showcasing the talent from all over Europe, north, south, east, west, central, lock, stock, the lot. I hope we can visit cricket grounds in your neck of the woods, hopefully, around Europe. And if we do, pop down and say hi. Maybe myself and Tina might be there. Maybe Mr. Maximo, maybe Corey, maybe
right.
Danny.
I reckon we can take the poles out of this igloo and just fly to the next destination. Because it's whipping up a storm here at the moment. That doesn't mean the clouds are moving past us very quickly. That was moving very quickly to the boundary off the bat of Ahmad Shafiq. 6 to start the 8th over. It's Ankit Kumar, the man who's dropped a couple of catches on the boundary. He now has the ball in hand to bowl the 8th.
Well, as long as the igloo doesn't get blown out to the west, I'd be up for that.
We'd be in trouble.
Because we go out to the west, we'd be looking for some sort of flotation device, because we'd be in the middle of the Atlantic before you could say, Phil, is that the Atlantic?
The European Cricket Network goes to the US just very, very slowly.
We'll get there eventually.
That one's up in the air into the offside. There's a fielder out there. He'll cut off the boundary, and they will eventually go for 2 as he looks around in the daisies to pick that ball up. Devendra Miller just couldn't quite get his hands around that one. Yeah, completely lost that one on the turn. In the hurry to pick it up, the one drop, then the slip, and then goes back and gets it. Unfortunately, yeah, there's still a few patches on the ground which are still in the process of drying up. The wind that you can probably hear, because the tent's getting a bit of buffer and you can see the flags in the background and the trees moving, it's helping with the drying of the ground enormously. And that one's up into the leg side. There's a fielder underneath it. Should be taken. It's comfortably taken in the end. That's a good catch out there by Khalid Usman. And that is the end of Ahmad Shafiq. He fires quickly, but burns brightly and has to depart in the end for 10 off 4. And that's Khalid Usman's second catch after he caught Aslan Zafar earlier in the piece. Ankit Kumar, he gets in the wickets, and the Lisbon Capitals still in a very commanding position. They are 127 for 2.
Yeah, very comfortable underneath the ball there, and there's indeed his second catch, and he took that really well. Ahmad Shafiq, he's just failed here in this one, 10 from 5. Doesn't get to stick around and make a big score, and oh man, we're just watching him having a little quick chat there. The incoming batter looks like the tall figure of Rahul Huda, and he's just having a little chat there and said, look, this is how I think we should do this. I'm firing on all 4 cylinders. You've just arrived. There's 2.5 overs left. This is the battle plan. I'm not going to suggest what the battle plan is, but we'll find out in just a moment.
3 balls left of the 8th. Huda hits it firmly, and maybe he was trying to get his teammate on strike, but he hit that one so hard that it just went crashing to the boundary. There was 2 fielders out there at point and cover, but neither of them got anywhere near that. 4 runs.
How about the placement? Probably couldn't have bisected those 2 fielders any better there. Went straight between them, and they just all you did is look at each other. Luckily though, I tell you who was placed there perfectly, and that is Boundary Rider. That's I think that's Migsy out there.
It's one of the Stoneman brothers. It's hard to tell when they're wrapped up in 23 layers. That one does just squirt away to the leg side. Maybe they'll consider going for 2, but no. Better fielding on that occasion to fire the ball in by Devendra Mela, which leaves Omar Mustafa a bit starved with the strike. Actually, he'll face just the 1 ball of this 8th. Score is up to 132, so the Capitals really very well set to go big in the final 2 overs.
Yeah, big time. They'd be looking to post a score. Well, it depends if Mustafa can farm the strike. I was going to say post a score into the high 140s, 150s, but if they can get Mustafa on strike for most of these deliveries, he'll be definitely keen to get a big score here.
Yeah, great footage there from our friends at 2 Circles as the ghostly figure of a wicket keeper of cricket matches past takes the stumping there. Of course, probably ably assisted by the wind. There's a chance of an LBW. That certainly wasn't the case. Chance of a run out. He didn't throw the ball, and Omar Mustafa, he misses out on that one.
Could also have been a ghost of wicket keeper's future. They could have done that.
Yeah, that's true.
We could get into real time travel paradox kind of conversation here, but I think we've already had that conversation at some time in the future. Just to really confuse everybody what I'm talking about. Anyway, 133 for 2 as Tina shakes her head here next to me, and that's not a bad run rate, 16.63, and there's still 2 overs to go, so big chance to kick on. Yeah, I said 140s, high 140s. No. If Mustafa can stay on strike, we're talking 150s, 160s. He gets onto a heater here, and if he enjoys the bowling of Ravi Rulan, oh boy, could be big. Like that.
Well, you called it, Phil, and the first one goes flying. You saw the Grizzly just pop up its head there above the tent as that one gets dispatched to the boundary by Omar Mustafa. He moves on to 69. That's his 7th 6 of this innings. You can just see, yeah, there it pops up like a golden retriever bounding through the barley fields.
I was going to say like a prairie dog, and then suddenly appearing again, but that was just, really caned that one so hard. Such a good strike.
Ravi Rulan, he only went for 5 in his first over, picked up that wicket as well. His first ball in the second's gone for 6. Good response though, as that flies through for a dot. And Omar Mustafa telling himself, maybe telling Rahul Huda as well, where he should have hit that, and that's to the offside. Yeah, it is a vacant area actually. There's a man out in the covers, but there's no one at deep point, so I reckon that might be where he's aiming. Well, he doesn't have to aim anywhere when the ball is bowled that wide. It was an attempted slower ball by Ravi, but just didn't quite get that one coming out of the hand.
I wonder if Omer was just tempted into leaning into that, through that gap that you're talking about, get it over the cover, and it's going to be 4 or 6. No, goes leg side. Crack. 4 runs. Been flat batted back by the next incoming batter. Says, I don't want it. Hit it back into the ground with his bat.
It's like the longest game of tennis. It gets hit about 60 metres, and then here, bang, he hits it back. Well, he's probably maybe sending Mustafa a message saying, I want to have a bat as well, because Mustafa is making it look fun out there. He moves on to 75, still 3 balls left of the 9th.
Have you ever played tennis with cricket bats and like a tennis ball?
Yeah, it's good fun.
It's really good.
It's quite tiring because obviously cricket bats famously more heavy than a tennis racket.
Yep.
It gives your arms a workout. That one has been absolutely smashed. I think Omar Mustafa could play this game with a tennis racket and he'd still hit the balls absolutely miles. That's another Maximo, the 3rd of this over. And Mustafa, well, there's a slight century tingle going on here. Possibly he moves on to 81.
Yeah, we should be on century watch, because if he can get on strike also for the last over, still 2 to come in this over, but if he gets on strike in the last over, you never know.
Another slow ball, another one that's not executed well by Ravi Rulan. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to tempt Mustafa on the offside But, well, there's only one fielder out there on the offside, so even if he gets this one right, I'm not sure it's necessarily the right tactic. He is changing tactics here, though. As he changes his angle, he's going to come around.
Well, this will be interesting.
Well, it does work.
Yep, indeed.
We saw this angle a lot in the Challenger division, didn't we? This right arm around angle to a right-hander. It did lead to a lot of frivolous LBW appeals, as the ball was generally pitching outside leg stump, but it's a difficult angle to get away, unless, of course, your name is Omar Mustafa, as that one goes all the way, tries to go rolling up the hill towards the scorers, stops on the hill, but there's no stopping Mustafa at the moment as he goes to 87, and that's the end of the 9th over. Lisbon Capitals 159 for 2.
Yeah, this is really good power hitting here for Mustafa. He has to sit out the first ball of the next over, the last over at the non-striker's end. Let's see what Rahul Huda does, whether he gets on with it or he tries to turn the strike over. Let's have a look at the bowling card. A few bowlers there will be a little bit sort of disappointed with those figures as we look to see who's going to bowl the 10th.
Looks like they've turned to, well, Jay Parkash has turned to himself, as is actually often the case. He doesn't seem too keen to bowl himself earlier in the piece, but he comes on here for the 10th, and it's clubbed away to the offside. And Ranjit, well, he was absolutely fuming earlier in the innings, wasn't he, when Ankit Kumar didn't go bombing in for the catch. And, well, maybe Ranjit realises it's not quite as easy out there on the windy long off boundary, and he lets that one drop in front of him, which does mean that Rahul Huda gets the single and Omar Mustafa on strike. He's on 87.
Took forever to get out of the blocks there. Oi.
And that one...
Oh, hope he's all right. Going down heavy. Just, he's pushing himself up now, but that did look a little bit awkward.
There's a big effort ball from Jay, and he manages to stop his fall as he goes down. So it's not a heavy landing, but it's more just a bit of a slip, and it's never nice when you're a bowler. You have to trust your footwear, trust the ground underneath you, and when it does kind of fall away from you, it's not the easiest, and it looks like...
He's not going to complete this over, I reckon. He's looking in all sorts of trouble. That was a genuine slip there.
And it looks like someone else might have to come on and finish this over. And, well, Omar Mustafa, this is his chance. He's got a bowler coming on who's having to finish the over.
He goes, he only bowls the one, he's only gone for a couple. So that's disappointing for the team to see that happen to the skipper. He's hobbling. It looks like is he hobbling off, or is he just hobbling himself to deep mid wicket to field? I'm not sure where he's gone. I've lost him at the side of the
corner
tent
of the igloo. I think he is going off, and Harinder Singh is the man carded as 12th. So Harinder Singh will have a little cameo here as he comes on into the field for the final. Well, it'll be 5 deliveries, and Ankit Kumar, he is coming on to bowl, and the first delivery will be a no ball, so it'll be a free hit.
Yeah, so Harinder Singh gets a... let's have a look. Yep, it's indeed Ankit Kumar. So Ankit Kumar is having a bit of a chat with Ranjit. I wonder if Ankit Kumar gets revenge and says, if it gets hit to you, can you please catch it?
Well, here we go. Kumar into the attack. That one flies up into the air, but I think it's going to land safe. It might even go all the way for a 6. It's going to drop short, so it's going to be a 4.
Okay.
That was, of course, the free hit. So Omar Mustafa, well, for his high standards, probably doesn't quite get all of that. And it still does give himself the opportunity to get to that 100. He moves to 91, and there are still 4 deliveries left.
Anyway, Mustafa, let's see how he goes. Fingers crossed for Lisbon Capitals and for Mustafa himself.
And that one's been hit all the way. I've completely lost that. I don't know where that's gone. I think it's just dropped to the side of our 10. Omar Mustafa certainly didn't lose that one, as he doesn't quite get a hold of all of it. It's low down on the bat, and that's why it lands near us and not about 50 metres behind us. But he moves on to 97.
I was watching Ranjit, who's right in front of us, and I thought, I'm going to keep an eye on you, and if you look at us, then I know we're in trouble.
97 not out, Omar Mustafa. Here we go. And he goes up in the air on the offside and he gets all of it and he celebrates immediately. He knows what that means. He gets his 100, 103 not out. Omar Mustafa, what an innings.
We have another centurion here in the European Cricket Series Portugal. Look at this shot again. Big strike. That is a lovely shot for 6 and a well-deserved 100 to him. He goes into the Hall of Fame as well. The second centurion for this tournament. Takes the helmet off, has a little bit of a breath there and says thank you to whoever's listening. Nice. And now he's going to rearrange the helmet.
Yeah, that's the problem about taking your helmet off, is that you got to put it back on. It's going to be a bit sweaty as well.
Yeah, it's a bit icky.
That is his first century on the network as well. His previous high score was on an international level. He scored 87 against Guernsey last year, but he's gone already 16 better than that as he moves on to 103. There's still 2 balls left to do the damage. Lisbon Capitals have raced away to 177.
Yeah, this is outstanding from Lisbon Capitals, really bouncing back here from all those losses. That is going to be flying over the head to the left of us. And that is another Maximo.
Ranjit, he knew straight away. He was the one here at long off.
Yep.
As soon as that ball was flying towards him, he knew he had no chance of collecting that. And that was just more of a punch. But the result was the same. And that's 4 boundaries in a row from this over, which of course was started by Jay Parkash and will be ended here by Ankit Kumar. Final ball. And well, we finished with a dot as that was comfortably within the wide line. Omar Mustafa can't believe what he's done. But he'll have a consolation prize, and that's 109 runs to his name as he lifts his Lisbon Capitals side to 183 for 2 off their 10 overs.
Yeah, gets a congratulations handshake from the umpires for getting the century. Gets a good shake of the hand too from his batting partner, Rahul Huda. And so he should as well, because that was a blistering, scintillating innings, really leading by example there. A couple of wickets fell around him, and we have a look at the highlight reel. You're going to see a little bit of cloud in the background, but don't worry, that's all blown away now, and we're looking gold for the rest of the afternoon. I'd say it was also gold with this innings from that man with a big number 20 on his back. Amir Mustafa got into it and got going, and how about that innings? And ably supported as well with a good innings from Zafar. And at one point in time, we were talking about maybe there's a race on to the half century and anything could happen after that. Unfortunately for Zafar, he, after many sixes and boundaries, he was dismissed in the 40s and he didn't get a chance to get his 50. So Mustafa, he had to keep going, and he did in absolute spades.
Yeah, he got 13 sixes and 6 fours on his way to 109 not out.
Yep.
But the platform was set right from the start, wasn't it? A 97-run partnership between Mustafa and Zafar for that first wicket. And well, that meant that not much else was needed after that. We were under fire, and well, we still enjoyed it because it wasn't the rain we were sheltering from, it was the cricket balls.
It was. Yeah, we've come under assault a few times, but we're better for it as well. And anyway, it's a great little highlights package here for fans of Lisbon Capitals. You're going to see, and also fans of Mustafa, who's had a terrific innings there. A couple of catches there in the outfield taken quite well, actually. Khalid Usman takes 2 of those catches. So well done to him for fielding cleanly. A couple of catches dropped. That was the second catch. It happened so quick you blink, you might have missed it. And that brought Rahul Huda to this crease. And all he had to do was get the big hitting Mustafa on strike for that last over. And this is where the punishment came from the bat of that man there. Well, man, Mustafa. That was this here. No, this is the second to last before the 100. This will be the shot for 100, and it went straight over the top of everyone. This was the one where they thought, well, no, that was the 100. Sorry, I got ahead of myself there. That was the 100 there. But either way you cut it, absolutely sensational bit of striking there from that man. And 183 for 2 is a terrific score. Not the high score we've had of the tournament. That was 192 posted by Awarish yesterday, but 182 is absolutely sensational. Big hitting there. Gamblers are going to have an absolute mountain to climb, and that is going to be one of the steepest mountains you've ever seen. But they're every chance if they can try to get a good start, and if they can do that, who knows? You can kick on sometimes. Let's have a look at the batting card there. Zafar, as I said, 43, does not get his half century, just misses out. Amir Mustafa, that 109 not out. Huda, 6 not out. Ahmad Shafiq, he misses out, only going for 10 from 5 deliveries, 15 extras in that, including 8 wides, 5 byes as well to note. 183 for 2 in 10. That is a great score. What do you think, chap? Is that going to be enough? Will that keep the gamblers at bay? Or do you think they've got a bit to play for here as you have a look at the bowling card? All the bowlers getting a little bit chased after here. Jay Parkash, we'll have to try and check him and make sure he's okay. He went down after that first delivery and he went down really hard. It was a genuine slip on the pitch there. That looked a little bit rough. We'll try and find out how he's doing in the break. Make sure there's nothing permanent there. Or not permanent, but just nothing that's going to keep him out of joining his team for the rest of this match. 183 for 2 at the halfway point in this match 24. We've still got this innings well, we've got the run chase to get through, then we've got another match coming after that. So plenty of cricket coming to you on the European Cricket Network. This is Phil G on behalf of Tina Goff and myself. Just want to say, guys, just put a pin in that for a moment and join us in 6 or 7 minutes time for the run chase. It's going to be all up to the gamblers to get 184 on the board in their allotted 10 overs if they are going to try to have anything to do with Finals Friday. We kind of feel it may be over for them, but you know what? They're going to come out and try hard. You know they will. So please join us in about 6 or 7 minutes time. We'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to sunny Santarém once more as we take you through the second half of match 24 of this ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025. And well, Lisbon Capitals and one man in particular, Omar Mustafa, put on an almighty total. The total was 183 for 2, of which Mustafa, he scored 109 off his own bat and remained unbeaten. So it's a big task for the Gamblers. If they want to take home all 4 points, they will have to chase down the target of 184 in 7 overs or less. Meanwhile, what's possibly more likely is the Lisbon Capitals claiming all 4 points. In order to do that, they will have to restrict the Gamblers to 128 runs or less. So it's an intriguing chase coming up here for the Gamblers. And, well, it really is last orders in the last chance saloon because they are languishing near the bottom of the table. In fact, rooted to the very bottom of it. Punjab CC Amadora are their only company in that basement. Meanwhile, it's a interesting proposition for the Lisbon Capitals, especially with their eyes on those 4 points, which will take them up with Awerash and Gorkha into 18 points. So only net run rate will separate these two. And do you imagine if the Lisbon Capitals put in a big victory here with net run rate and that bonus point, they might even take that second place. But of course, it's all immaterial at the moment until we see where the standings are at the end of tomorrow. Today is the penultimate day of the group stage. Tomorrow is the real business end. By this time tomorrow, we'll more or less know which teams will be through to finals day. That equation is almost already clear, with Punjab CC and Gamblers at the bottom of the table. But more importantly, who goes through to the qualifier, which means the first and second place, and who has to fight it out in the eliminator in third and fourth place. But there's a lot to be done before then and now. About 5.5 games to bring you, 6.5 games even, as Ahmad Shafiq has the ball in hand. There's a chance to run out immediately, and well, Nishant Verma, he almost said hello and goodbye straight away, as he would have been well stranded here after the ball was just clipped into the leg side. And the keeper there, Mayank Raval, picked up the ball. He almost had enough time really to just dive back at the stumps, but maybe he didn't realize just how much time he needed, and that was an eventful dot to start the run chase. Nishant Verma on strike and Ranjit Narayan joining him at the other end. And this is quite the mammoth task for Gamblers. 129 is simply the bonus point target. The main target is 184, which is a tough prospect for any side, let alone a Gamblers side that has only registered 1 win in this Premier Division so far, and even that one came through the form of a golden ball where they sneaked past their fellow basement dwellers, Punjab CC Amadora, on the golden ball 74 on the network. But otherwise, they've suffered loss after loss, including this morning when they went down to Gorkha 11. That was a rain-affected game, as they lost by 15 runs on DLS. Meanwhile, Lisbon Capitals, this is their only game today, so they haven't been affected by the rain. In fact, the only team that hasn't had any of their games put in jeopardy is, again, well, the jeopardy at the moment is in the middle between Verma and Narayan, because they haven't quite got their walkie-talkies set on the same frequency, as twice now they've almost found themselves stranded in the middle of the pitch. Shaky start here by Gamblers. That one slashed away, and it will beat the diving man at point and go away for the first boundary of this run chase. 4 runs, and it's Ranjit Narayan who registered that one. And a big hello to everyone joining us in the chat. Thank you for your patience earlier in the day where we had a bit of rain, a bit of storm. Our technology was holding on for dear life, as were we here in the commentary igloo. But the storm has passed, and although the wind is still whipping around, you can see those flags fluttering in the distance. The sun is out and the skies are blue, mottled with a bit of cloud, but anything like the dangerous storm clouds we had earlier in the day. So that one zips through to the keeper. Nice glove work there by Mayank Raval behind the stumps, and that does mark the end of the first over. Gamblers 5 for no loss off it. And well, look at that run chase and look at the run rate required, almost up at 20 already. And it's been a whole 10 matches since a golden ball. That was the one that involved Gamblers and Punjab CC, the one I mentioned just now. Can't believe that was already 10 games ago, and Gamblers, they probably think, well, I can't believe how long it's been since we registered a win. But it was 2 golden balls registered by the G-Force, and well, for the penultimate time, Phil, you joined me in the commentary box, but I'm sure it'll be the first of many stints together.
I would like to think so. I truly, truly would. It's been an absolute joy. I'll save all my compliments to the end of the last game. But Tina, this has been a fantastic little bit of commentary that I've been asked to do for ECN alongside you. It's been a real joy. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope everyone's enjoyed it as well. We're getting a bit of a buzz and a bit of feedback. People liking the G-Force, and well, isn't that what we're trying to do? We're trying to present something to everybody and say, this is European cricket. You can love it, you can leave it, but we prefer it if you stick around and love it.
Absolutely, and that one's gone up in the air. There's 3 men giving chase to that ball, and one of them, well, I think in the end they do manage. It was kind of a pass. It was a little 1-2 between the fielders. It was Arslan Zafar running away from the camera. His foot is on the rope there, and it gets hit from one foot to the other. And actually, I think it's 4, because I think there it makes contact with Zafar's foot. Is that how you see it as well? It either hits the rope or his foot. Either way, it's a 4.
Well, if it hits his foot, isn't he standing outside the rope? Yep, 4 has been indicated. I think that's what it is. Just one more time. But I think it's been indicated 4. But I think the problem is that he's standing outside the rope. So if it comes off his foot,
yep,
that's a boundary,
and
folks.
If it doesn't hit his foot, it hits the rope.
Hits the rope.
Either
yep,
way,
yep.
it's a 4.
Yeah.
Process of elimination. Great footage there to allow the umpires to make the correct decision. As that one's heaved in the air, there's a man under it. It should be taken, and it is taken comfortably by Ahmad Shafiq in mid-wicket, and that is the second of the first wicket to fall in the second over. It's Nishant Verma who departs 9 for 1.
Yeah, that wind just started swirling just then, and I was sort of heart jumped in my throat there for Shafiq as it was coming down. I thought, oh, it gusted just as it was coming down. I thought this could have a last split second sort of movement as the ball came down. As it is, he watched it straight into the hands and completes a very good catch, and that is trouble aplenty. That is the first wicket out, as you say, Tina. Nishant Verma, he goes from the bowling of Imran, and well done to Imran into the side in this match here today, and gets a wicket. And we've just got a bit of a blustery situation coming on here. The wind's picking up. Terry O'Connell likes to say the wind is really picking up now.
Stavinder Melap, who he was a bit unfortunate in a few occasions in the field, trying to grab that grizzly from going over the rope. It's not helped when the outfield is lightning quick. It's scuttling along. It's a bit wet and it's a bit windy, but he's got the chance now with the bat. Imran, he's come into the side. His first was hit for a 4, but he responded excellently with that wicket. Gives a bit of width there, and Mela goes chasing after it, and they will just run through for the 1 as Shari Breman does the fielding.
I saw Tim Harmer in the chat. Hello there, Tim. He said, once again, a lost count during the day. Is this game 4 or 5? You can be forgiven for thinking that because of the delays we had. And Tina and I talked about that a bit earlier, about how just we sort of lost track a little bit as well. And yeah, I definitely started calling match 4 number match 5 at one point and had to sort of retract very quickly.
That one's well bowled by Imran. I agree. I think as soon as the rain delay comes, all sense of sanity or time or space is lost. And well, the positive thing is that we, in fact, given the strength of the storm, we didn't lose too much cricket. It was just, well, it was the one game that was a complete washout, but otherwise we've managed to get in, hopefully by the end of the day, 4 out of 5 games, 2 of which will be hopefully the full 10 overs aside. As that one, there's a half-hearted appeal, and the signal from the umpire is that it nicked a bit of bat on the way through. Sorry, not bat, a bit of pad on the way through, otherwise he would have been out. And it's Ranjit Narayan on strike. You can see how much havoc that wind is also playing with the bowling as it's kind of hooping through the air.
Look at those flags in the background as well. Just of that shot there, they're absolutely fluttering. Well, absolutely fluttering. They're fluttering astonishing speeds is what they're doing.
It's a good day for flying kites. I'm not quite sure what that appeal was, as well it came off the pad. But how many imaginary stumps could you count here? Probably about 3 or 4 to the leg side.
I'm not sure Imran has been explained the LBW law. It's the second appeal he's done for a ball that is a good set of stumps and then some outside leg. Anyway, and pitching outside leg at the same time. This is the current schedule. You can see why this match is important to both teams. Lisbon Capitals, they get all 4 points. Guess what? You've got 3 teams sitting on 18. All completed 8 matches as well. That's going to be interesting. Bit of a logjam at the top of the table if that happens. And on current form, I would say Gamblers are looking like they may even cough up all 4 points here to Lisbon Capitals.
Yeah, I'd say it's a tough run chase just to get the bonus point. And that's dead-eye throw there from Ahmad Shafiq. And, well, we're going to have to go upstairs. It's Ranjit Narayan who is the man running towards the non-striker's end. Does he get home here? It's a brilliant throw, aiming at about 1.5 stumps. Here we go on the replay. Ball comes in. And, well, it's a bit of a block job, isn't it? And I think there's no blame there for the bowler, Shoaib Rahman. He's just trying to get out of the way of the ball. But in doing so, he inadvertently blocks Ranjit Narayan from getting in the crease. And, well, the closest Narayan gets is there with his foot.
Is that foot down?
You can kind of see his foot behind the white shoe of the bowler. But I think he's out, and he is out. And it's an unfortunate one because Ranjit Narayan just comes up against the immovable object that is Shoaib Rahman. And as a result, he doesn't get anything behind that line. You can see Rahman's foot is basically on the line, which means that Ranjit's foot is not behind it. It's the wrong side of it. And as a result, he has to depart. And it's an unfortunate run out for him. You have to say, though, what a brilliant piece of fielding that was from Ahmad Shafiq.
Oh, he had 1 stump to aim at. He took a split second just to get his alignment and get his balance and released. And it was a really good shy. And that is devastating for Gamblers to lose their second at the start of the 3rd over.
Back to live we go. And well, it's hit into the leg side. And Devinder Mela is joined out there by Ravi Rulan. Rulan, of course, at the non-striker's end. And Mela just clonks that one into the leg side. Really wants to get off strike. But Ravi Rulan unmoved at the non-striker's end.
Going nowhere and telling him about it too.
And it's a chance and it's taken. That one has hit firmly to the point region. And you can see how firmly it's hit by the ringing of the hand there. But Devinder Mela, he might have middled it, but he middled it straight to the fielder. And that's the 3rd wicket to fall as that catch was taken by the captain, Sunil Kumar Patel. And the Gamblers in big, big trouble, 11 for 3.
Yeah, I think Sunil Kumar, he's put down the hands. He doesn't want any more high 10s, and he's just accepting low 5s for the congratulations. That clearly stung. That hit some part of the fingers of the hand that was a little bit raw, and that is, well, curtains now. This is going really pear-shaped. If it wasn't going pear-shaped in that last wicket with the run-out, it's proper pear-shaped now. Just straight down his throat.
That is very true. And, well, that target of 129 simply for the bonus point looks like a long and distant dream. But that's going to help as that goes high up in the air. The man out there is not going to be able to fish that in from the boundary. And Ankit Kumar comes into the action and straight into the Maximos. That was a lovely hit. And, well, it could all be academic here for the Gamblers, but they don't want to go out without a few lusty blows.
Exactly. I mean, you need to, keep swinging and keep smiling. It's the best you can do.
Oh, it's going to come at us. I caught that one very late, but that one is going to hit us again. As we might have caught that on Comcam, maybe the production crew can hit that one up as, well, we've taken quite a peppering here. That was a lovely shot down the ground. I was half distracted and that one comes flying in, and Phil again, I disappear off screen. The big thumbs up, at least from Phil. I was still scrambling around with the Grizzly. All is well. And yes, well, the Gamblers, maybe we heard their damning indictment of their chances in this game and this tournament and decided to punch back at us.
I think so too. I wonder if we're going to get one of the ball collectors next to us in the afternoon game.
Well, we did have
later.
it yesterday, didn't we? The other side of the the igloo.
Just waiting for someone to turn up on the sunny side of the igloo, just to see if we get that little effect again. We'll see. But yes, we're okay in here. It's not a problem. It bounced well in front of us, and it came through. And both Tina and I went to field the ball as it went under the table, dribbled under the table, and it was all good. Nothing got struck. 0 got struck.
The thing is, we're not in a great position to kind of hit the ejector seat button, are we? I can move here quicker around the table than you can, Phil.
Yeah.
But it's that moment of stunned silence which is, I would admit, not great on the commentary. When the ball comes flying our way and we're like, oh, should we go? Do we protect the equipment? Do we put in the full frontal dive? And we're just kind of stunned into inaction.
I know the answer to that. We should protect the equipment. Yeah,
that's the answer. I know that if whatever the question is, the answer is rule 1.
Yep. Good afternoon to Vidi Sandu in the chat. I'm not saying he is.
He's always in the chat. As we move into the 4th over, it's Ahmad Shafiq who's coming back on after his first over. Just went for the 5. Ankit Kumar, who was the one attacking us in the igloo here, he's moved to 12 off 3. So a nice little attack mounted by him. So that one spins, but spins too far for the liking of umpire Bucks.
I've got a theory.
Okay.
Ankit Kumar, he was fielding in front of us.
Yeah.
And he put a catch down, the one that went for 6.
Yeah.
And I reckon he heard our commentary and thought, oh, really?
Sorry, Ankit.
Sorry about that, Ankit. But you did drop one you should have caught.
I think possibly 2.
Okay, therefore that's 1 each. That's one from you, one from me.
Got to batten down the hatches here in the igloo, as that one is going to come our way.
No, that's gone past. It's okay. It's gone over the top of the igloo. Ankit Kumar, he can't hear us. That's the problem. And we've tried to apologise, but we've realised we've both said that twice. So it's okay. We're fine. I wonder if they've caught that, because you dove for cover so fast.
I was trying to get out there to catch it, but then I realised because of the way this igloo is mounted, you lose the ball entirely. So if you step out there, you could have a grizzly just at your face immediately.
It's actually true. You would, because you have to come around the table. You've got shorter route to get there than me. You would at least lose the vision for maybe 1.5 seconds, and that's all it needs to then look up and have a grizzly about 6 inches from your face, and you'd say, oh, not even enough time to think about, this is going to hurt. Bang. Yeah, I've got a bit longer to get around because I've got a table right next to me. I can't go to the right.
I think we should both state for the record that if we had complete clear vision of the game, every single one of these that comes into the igloo would be caught. It would just be catch after catch after catch.
It'd be too easy, wouldn't it?
We would get the call up to play out there because they were like, we need people on the field who can catch as well as you two can. But we can only work with the equipment we have, and the igloo is just not a commentator catching friendly environment, is it?
Exactly. Or maybe they should get us a clear one, like
sunroof.
An igloo with a sunroof, that would help us. Yeah. So shout that out to the ECN office, all the guys back there watching. Guys, maybe we need something plastic, bit of perspex.
And that's a great caught and bowled as well. We've been under fire, but it was Ahmad Shafiq on that occasion who came under fire as the ball was hit firmly back at him by Ankit Kumar. What a smart piece of fielding this is.
Oh yeah, low down catch, very good. And I bet what he was thinking was, I can't have another one of these go flying into the commentary cube.
Ankit Kumar, I know, Ankit Kumar might not be on our side, but Ahmad Shafiq is. And he picks up a wicket with his final delivery in his spell. He finishes with 1 for 17 off his 2. And that is also the end of Ankit Kumar. But that was a nice little cameo from him.
Yeah.
22 runs scored off just 8 deliveries, but he does end his watch. And Gamblers find themselves on 36 for 4 after 4.
I find it quite ironic, maybe even just more coincidental than ironic, that his the delivery that got him out, he did go for a straight hit again. He was going for another straight hit. And it's
Ravi Rulan who is on strike because that was the end of the over. Khalid Usman has joined him at the crease. Man with 110 on the back of his shirt. And Imran, understandably, he comes back for his second after his first. Went for just 5. He did also pick up that wicket of Nishant Verma, the opener. So that one's been hit to long on. There's a catching opportunity, and it's taken comfortably by Arslan Zafar. A safe pair of hands from him in the deep, and that's the 5th wicket down for Gamblers. Ravi Rulan departs for 1 off 2.
Yeah, it's all unravelling here for the Gamblers right before your eyes. Wickets are falling regularly and they just can't get a partnership together. That little cameo from Ankit Kumar was definitely worth standing up for, and also for safety reasons as well. But Ravi Rulan doesn't manage to do much there. Has enough time to take the helmet off and put the cap on and exchange bats as he walks back to the dugout. 1 from 2, just not enough and not good enough from the Gamblers in this afternoon match.
He didn't get all of that, did Ravi, and as soon as he hit it, he knew he was in trouble.
Yeah.
As he saw the figure of Arslan Zafar lurking there on the boundary, and well, the Capitals have fielded extremely well this whole innings. Given the trying circumstances, the Igloo trying to take off here, it's windy. You can see it on the non-striker's shirt there, just how much the wind is whipping up there, which makes it pretty difficult to take these chances, but they've taken every single one so far. Imran, he's picked up his 2nd wicket. He's given away just 6 runs, and that was the first ball of the 5th.
So that wind is coming straight into our faces now, coming right across the ground, straight into the Igloo. It's no surprise that the shots are ending up down here.
Nitin Kamboj is the new man on strike, and he hooks that away to the square leg boundary. There was a man out there, but it was hit with enough power as he goes deep in his crease and then comes straight back out as he finds the rope there for a boundary. And just see if that one went all the way. We can have a look at this on the replay. The bounce goes... Oh, it's a tough one to tell because the foot is right in the way. The rope isn't disturbed, but it's Sunil Kumar Patel not being a very good window there, but it has been called a 6 on the field, so 6 off his first delivery, Nitin Kamboj.
Kamboj also with the jumper on, the thicker outfit, 'cause it's a bit cool in the breeze.
And he's dancing his way left and right, up and down the crease. That time, though, seemed to put himself off more than anyone, as that one, well, I'm not quite sure how that missed the stumps. I don't think Imran knows either.
Yeah, well, at least Imran isn't appealing for anything hits the pads, because nothing's hitting the pads at the moment. So that's good. He's got 2 for 12, so he has picked up a couple of wickets. Nitin Kamboj, known more for his bowling than his batting, but he gets a chance here to get some runs for the Gamblers. Let's see how he goes. Another wide ball. So 86 of 33 required. So just flashed off the screen. I think that was just for a point, though.
Yep, that's right.
Yep, so even the point is looking really steep now. There's just a bit of a shadow comes across the ground. Don't worry about that, folks. It's just a passing shadow. With the wind gusting up, I'll tell you what, the clouds are going very quickly overhead.
Yeah, it's like they've been put in fast forward.
Yeah.
As that one's hit away, there's a chance for a catch, but it's actually a really good effort from Sunil Kumar there, the captain, to stop that ball bouncing over him. He manages to get all his important limbs out of the way as well, because it just jumped up at him, but he did really well. I was expecting the ball to bounce over him for 4, but it was a nice piece of fielding there, and just the one taken off it.
I got worried he got hit there. They're pausing for a second. Did they looking at Sunil Kumar, or are they just looking to see if maybe that was forward? There's a few people looking over towards it. It looked like this. No, it was more. It was actually no. Just as he fielded it bounced up in front of him, and I thought it almost collected him in the face.
He seems to be all right there.
Yeah.
The captain, doesn't look in much discomfort, so we'll carry on here. It's Khalid Usman who is on strike now for his first hit.
Ooh.
That one's just a French cut, and they scamper through for 1.
He almost chops it on. Would have been a bit unlucky there. But yeah, 46 for 5, getting towards the end now of the 5th over. And this game is looking, well, it's just looking like an enormous task for the Gamblers. When you're 5 down chasing that mammoth score, even that point's looking tough. You need 16 and a bit every over from here on in to try to even just scrounge a point up. Could be tough. It is tough.
Another big swing there, and in fact they'll be able to run through for buys. They need to scrounge every possible run, but fortunately for them, just single byes and wides and hits here and there aren't going to cut it. That run rate over 16, and in fact their highest effort from an over so far is 13 back in the third, so you can see how much they're up against it. As we take a look at how much we have on our calendar, well, here we are in Portugal, and well, just in 5 days time now, actually it's running parallel to the internationals we have here. Is the first ever ECS from Madrid in Spain. Looking forward to that one. I know Vinny will be there as well. And then we move on to Bologna. I'm looking forward to covering that one, where we have ECS and ECSW. And then we move over to France. We go to Malta for the second time this year, and we finish off this little block in just about, well, exactly a month's time on the 2nd of May in Czechia.
That's right, Friday the 2nd of May. It's going to be T20I action, and the Cyprus women are joining us in Prague. That's going to be fun, and the Czech women in action, and I can tell you now, they are really looking forward to that weekend of T20Is.
In comes Omar Mustafa, the Centurion himself.
Indeed. It's good to see him getting a bowl here.
And, well, as if he hasn't done enough, here we go. 109 not out. He scored just a few moments ago, and what a century that was. He joined Simranjit Singh, that was just yesterday, and Ashok Kumar Banga about a week ago. So 3 Centurions from this tour so far, and who knows, maybe a few more to come.
I reckon we should get at least 2 or more. I just get the feeling we're not done.
Oh, that was hit firmly. I think that hit the lid of Nitin Kamboj. Maybe take a look at this again as, well, yep, umpire Crew is coming in to make sure he's okay, because that hit him flush on the helmet. He looks to be okay, maybe just checking where that ball has gone, and umpire Crew, he has to check, make sure the head is in one piece, the helmet is in one piece. That's a nice birthday duty for umpire Crew, and that was a vicious delivery by Omar Mustafa. There was no intent at all. The first person to check that Kamboj was okay was the bowler.
It was, yeah. So good sportsmanship there from the Lisbon Capital speedster, superstar, and for the rest of the team, they're having a bit of a smile on their face. Obviously, there's a bit of a funny conversation going on, which tells me he's okay. And people in good spirits there. Good to see. As everyone's just sort of slowly getting back to their positions. Bit of a shake-up, that one. If you've ever been struck on the helmet when you've been playing cricket, you will know what it's like. Obviously, it's that big, loud noise that first happens, and then you think, am I injured? Am I in trouble? And you kind of need someone to tell you, are you look okay? Are you okay? How do you feel? Are you all right? So it's really good that the umpires are the first people on site just to have that quick little question to ask the batter.
Absolutely, and that's why the men in black out there, their job is so underrated. It's not just making the decisions, it's also making sure all 13 players out there are okay, and just being that calm presence as well. As you said, the last thing you need when you've just maybe hurt yourself or got hit on the head is panic, and the umpire panicking, but they're the calmest men out there, and that's why they're so good at their jobs. And that one's been hit away too long off. There's a fielder out there, and he calls the boundary himself, does Arzan Zafar. His foot again is the wrong side of the rope as he tries his fancy footwork. He in fact keeps the ball the right side of the rope, but you can see here he overruns it, his foot's over, and the little hop, skip and a jump was unfortunately for him not coordinated enough to stop the boundary there. It was a good effort, but he just couldn't put on the brakes in time.
He went to confession very quickly there and said, it's definitely 4. It's definitely a 4.
It's probably easier to confess when you've got 133 runs to play with. Not that I'm saying he wouldn't do it in any circumstance. I'm sure he's a very honest fellow, but it's easy to be a good sportsman when you're so far in front.
And you've also got the cameras and the expert work done by our friends at Two Circles, who've had an absolutely terrific tournament with us. Big thanks to them.
As Omar Mustafa, well, he's not content with just getting a century. He wants to get his name in the wickets column as well, but he will have to wait until the next over, as that is the end of the over. Just that 1-4 conceded off it.
Not bad at all, is it?
Yeah.
Really good bowling. Good little bit of sportsmanship here at the end of the over. We just cut away there, but I can tell you in live action, Mustafa, again, he just went up to Nitin Kamboj and just gave him a little fist bump and said, hope you're okay. Nothing intended in that. And that's very good sportsmanship. So 22 is the top score in that batting card there. Ankit Kumar came in, couldn't stick around. Nice sort of cameo, but gamblers needed more than a cameo. You can see they're single digits dotting that batting card all the way through. And it's just been really difficult for them to get going. 51 for 5 in 6. And you got to say, that 129, there it is, there's the calculation. 78 of 24, the run rate required. Call it 20 runs and over needed. And they're not going to get there, I don't think.
Fahad Arshad into the attack. Takes the pace off the ball, just floats it up the right arm up. Khalid Usman takes a single and gets himself off strike.
Did I ask you this question the other day? I can't remember now. But have you been hit on the head or on the helmet by a cricket ball?
I don't think I have. Certainly not flush like Nitin Kamboj just did. I suppose in women's cricket, playing on turf wickets,
right,
it has to be quite a mean bouncer to get up to my 6 foot height.
Fair enough.
On AstroTurf, you're a bit more likely, I suppose, but again, you might not face quite the speed of delivery of someone like Omar Mustafa on an AstroTurf pitch, and you wouldn't want to see, I wouldn't want to have myself out there, because that's quite a fearsome sight with him charging in. But I think probably glancing blows when you misfire it into your own helmet.
Oh yeah, yep.
It does give your head a big old rattle, doesn't it?
Yep, it does. Good fielding down here on the boundary in front of us. Sorry, I giggled there when you said I don't think so, because I was about to say, oh, it sounds like the answer was yes.
Don't remember.
And I don't remember. There's about 5 minutes I can't place in my life, and I'm pretty sure I was playing cricket in the centre at the time facing a fast bowler on a bouncy pitch.
Can happen. I'm pretty sure it was Omar Mustafa, actually. That one goes straight through, and, well, Fahad Arshad was basically almost celebrating.
He cannot believe he's missed a wicket there.
Yeah, and it didn't quite collect it cleanly here. Did Mayank Raval. And yeah, he just kind of chased the ball backwards there. And this one, though, he will get.
Well, there you go. So misses the first one pretty badly, but the second one is done and dusted. You can see the ball there in the replay just before it fell between the feet. This one, though, look at this one. It's going to go very wide down leg side. Goes for the swing, trying to hit that towards the dwarf planet Pluto, renamed from a planet to a dwarf planet in 2006. There's some useless trivia for you. Nitin Kamboj goes 12 from 13 deliveries, stumped by Raval behind the wickets there. And of course, well, Fahad Arshad, he gets a wicket, so he'll be happy about that. 6 down now. So that's this is more despair for the Gamblers as they sort of edge closer to the precipice of a big defeat, needing 184 for the win, and 129 for the bonus point is looking a real long way away right now.
Jay Parkash, who we saw limping off the field earlier, he has made a recovery and he's out there.
It's good to see him recovered. There was he did go off. He did go off, and we all sort of thought, oh dear, that doesn't look good. He hobbled off the field in spectacular fashion. Was looking a little bit worse for wear, but he's come back, the skipper, and he's come back at a time when, well, I'm not sure what he can do here. When you need a boundary every single ball now, it literally needs to be a 4 every delivery to try to get to just a bonus point. And yep, the umpire's just correctly pushing the correct striker and non-striker on. Was it Usman who was thinking, I'm just going to stand here at the other end,
get away with it,
just see if they notice that? Of course we're going to notice that.
Yeah, it's good to see Jay out there. Shows that he doesn't want to let his side down, especially as captain. Even when you're pretty much staring defeat square in the eye, he's out there and, well, making sure he doesn't give away his wicket cheaply.
That was a very good forward defensive block there.
Textbook.
Jeffrey Boycott would be proud of that.
That is the end of the 7th. Gamblers 54 for 6. This game is more or less petering to its close, but something that we're very much looking forward to is the final game of the day, Punjab CC Amadora against Marlow. Well, Punjab CC Amadora, they suffered earlier today. They weren't able to get out there in their game against Awarish. That was rained out. But they've got a chance here to try and get some points on the board. That one's gone high up in the air. It's a chance for cover, and it's a great catch, actually, from the diving figure there. It was Ahmad Shafiq running in. The ball went high up in the air from the bat of Khalid Usman, but it was a nice take once more. Lisbon Capitals really impressing in the field here, and the Gamblers fall to 54 for 7.
Shafiq has had a pretty good time out in the field. He's bowled well, he's thrown down the stumps, he's really enjoyed himself out there and can hold his head up high. Fortunately, he didn't get, I think he got only 10 from 5 deliveries when it was his turn to bat, but he's bounced back. On an individual basis, he's really bounced back in the field for his team and just got amongst it. And that's a really good contribution, good catch from him there. 54 for 7. Also, just want to mention about Punjab CC Amadora. They've got this match coming up against, obviously, Marlow, who are really dominant this tournament. Punjab CC Amadora only 1 game tomorrow on the final day of group games. So they don't have a lot of opportunity to do anything with regards to the standings. Even if they got a 4-pointer in the game today, and, well, could they even mathematically, remotely, maybe challenge the top 4?
I think probably not. And again, we'd have to get our calculators out, but they're on 10 points. So they've got 2 games left. The most they can achieve is 18 points.
Right.
As this game is coming to its conclusion, the Lisbon Capitals will also have 18 points. So all the teams from 2 to 4 will have 18 points. But presumably they will be playing against each other tomorrow.
So
which means someone is going to take points against the others, which basically means, long-winded way of saying, it's looking very, very bad for Punjab CC Amadora because, for example, Gorkha are playing Lisbon Capitals, which means they will share the points. And, well, unless every single team, one team below them, doesn't get any points during the day, which is quite unlikely, then Punjab CC Amadora will be out unless they at least get the 4 points this evening, and then we'll get our mathematical brains into gear again. But that's, again, a big ask against the side that have won 7 in a row.
Yeah, true. Very true. I think the interesting thing also to note is that the other team who are only playing 1 match tomorrow is actually Marlow, which of course means that Lisbon Capitals and Gorkha get two bites to get the points that you're talking about. And of course, Lisbon Capitals be there as well. So as far as I'm concerned, that is definitely tournament over for Punjab CC Amadora. Any way you cut it, I think in my mind's eye, I can see the schedule tomorrow night, no matter which way it turns in terms of the points. And I don't think they're going to be playing in the finals, along with the Group PEC Gamblers, who are also going to be out of contention.
And that will absolutely be the case unless Punjab CC at least get 4 points. And then we can try and do the calculations. It's all immaterial if they don't pick up the 4 points in the game coming up in just about half an hour's time.
Exactly.
And that will be at the conclusion of this game, which is only going one way, and that will be 4 points to the Lisbon Capitals unless, well, minor miracles occur here for the Gamblers going into the 9th over.
Well, that's probably about as easy as caught and bowled as you've seen in the world at any time. Hits it back, miss-hit completely from Jai Parkash, the captain, trying to probably just play some forward sort of defence here, and he's come undone with that gentle little nudge. Just a bit too much angle on the bat there. And all there for the bowler just to stand his ground, take the catch, throw it in the air in a muted celebration, and say, "Skipper, I've done my job. I've got myself another wicket." What do you think about that?
Yeah, just completely mistimed that. It looked like he was trying to chip it back down the ground, and all he succeeds in doing is chipping it straight into the grateful hands of Fahad Arshad, who, well, he's picked up 2 wickets for the loss of just 3 runs, and he's still got 4 deliveries left. Gamblers 56 for 8 and threatening to get bowled all out here, and, well, maybe even for the lowest total we've seen so far.
That's true, which is 67 by the Gamblers. Oh no, that was their first innings, wasn't it? 67 in their first innings. That was the lowest score a couple of days ago.
Yep.
Yeah, that stands.
A few unwanted records for the teams at the bottom. And well, it's good news that the standings are so tight in places 2 to 4. Well, it couldn't be tighter if this goes the way we think. Then all the sides will be on 18 points because it means there's still so much to play for in the 5 games tomorrow.
Yep. Definitely 5 alive games tomorrow.
Someone's flashed away to the boundary. It's a thick edge off the bat of Gurpinder Singh, but he will collect his first runs of the game.
Interesting. Match 28 tomorrow, which is the middle match, is actually Punjab CC Amadora versus the Gamblers. You could argue that that might be the game where it's all for pride. It's all on the line for pride for both teams to try to get a win over the other.
And that one's been hit away. There's a chance out there for the fielder, and again, well, as Lisbon Capitals have done all game, they safely take that catch. And it's that man, in case there's any doubt of who will be player of the match. Well, Omar Mustafa takes a catch. He hasn't got into the wicket so far, but he'll get himself into the book with that pretty regulation catch out in the deep there. And that's the 9th wicket to fall for the Gamblers.
Yeah, it'd be difficult to look past him as player of the match unless someone popped up with a hat trick or a 5-for, or, you know, as long as Stefan Gooch isn't listening, maybe even a 6-for. But that has not happened.
It's going to be difficult with 1 wicket left.
Exactly. Yep. No one has stood up with multiple wickets.
Well, Fahad Arshad, he's got 3, but even if he gets the 4th now, I would say, well, this game was already more or less won in that first innings, thanks to that man on the screen there.
Yep, I would wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment.
And there's shouts of catch here, but that's going to run away. And will it be cut off here on the boundary yet? Good piece of fielding, foot fielding there by Fahad Arshad, who just bowls it back in. Maybe he wants to bowl the final over, as that is the end of the 9th. Gamblers 60 for 9.
No, it's the start of the 10th. So it's all good. As we see there, that is Rahman is bowling the 10th. But it was indeed our man Fahad, who was out there fielding though. Just checking the numbers again. Yes, indeed.
It's a big swing and a miss off the bat of Prikshit Kaushik.
Wonder if we're going to see an all-out in this over.
Yeah, well, they've got 4 deliveries to try and achieve it. Another big swing there by Kaushik. 3 balls left to survive. It looks like he is kind of just in swing and hope mode, as that one tails in to the stumps, but a bit too late to hit them.
See, I pronounce that Kaushik.
Kaushik.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask him how to properly pronounce his name. We try and be as faithful as possible to the pronunciation in the local language.
Absolutely, we do. Interesting that poor old Amandeep Gorkha comes in late, and we've seen him open in a few games, haven't we? So clearly, maybe just not feeling the best. He was wearing a jumper, so maybe the cold today has gotten to him.
There's a chance of a run out here, and well, we're going to have to go on the slow-mo replay here, as I think his bat was over the line. It's whether it's on the ground. Here we go, and we're going to have to rock and roll this one, as it looks like he's safe because his bat looks like it's in the on the floor there, and the next frame the bails are dislodged, but a good stretch there from Kaushik to make sure he lives to fight another ball.
Yep, he has definitely got the bat down there, so he will get to see out a few more deliveries. We've still got a little bit to come in this over. Well, we haven't got a little bit to go. We've got just a smidge to go. A very, very single bit to go. And this is going to be a huge, massive win to Lisbon Capitals. It goes to play some sort of uppercut, not textbook uppercut. Played it probably a few seconds too late. And that is the game done and dusted. The Gamblers are completely and utterly outclassed here. And they're made to look a little bit out of their league, as the Lisbon Capitals have absolutely ground them into the dust, of which there is none, but maybe into the sodden wet ground, the outfield there. Handshakes all around. The Lisbon Capitals should have a smile on their face, because they do indeed bank the 4 points. They go to 18 points on the standings. This game coming up next, it'll be Punjab CC Amadora take on Marlow, and Punjab have won the toss and they've elected to have a bat first. That's coming at top of the hour, which is not too far away, maybe in about 21 minutes time. And let's hope this one, the final match of match 25, also the last match in this Premier Division for G-Force to call together before we inadvertently split up and sent on separate paths, just for maybe a few more months before I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk together. You know we will. Anyway, let's have a look at the videotape, and we're going to see the Gamblers here just get absolutely carved up by all and sundry. The shy at the stumps here. Click, maybe with a bit of an assist there. Ranjit Narayan holds the hand up and says, well, not much I can do about that. Sunakumar Patel holds a catch despite maybe damaging the finger just a little bit. But catches were held, and I think that was a bit of a highlight for the Lisbon Capitals in the fielding. Obviously, that was another highlight for us too as well. I was fine. It's okay.
We're all fine, and, well, there wasn't too many opportunities to take cover here, as there was 1 or 2 sixes hit, 4 of them in total in the innings, but there was far more wickets taken. 9. They didn't quite manage to take all 10, but that was a lovely caught and bowled there by Ahmad Shafiq. And, well, I don't think we'll see a single drop on this reel because, in fact, everything was taken that was offered to them by the Capitals. The Centurion, Omar Mustafa, he got in on the act. He caught Gapinder Singh. That was maybe the one piece of foot fielding that didn't quite pay off. But otherwise, the keeper, he took a stumping and, well, it was just a bit of a procession. And the Gamblers, in the end, they had no more chips to play.
That's exactly right. It was pretty much snake eyes for them at the old craps table as they have come undone here in this fourth match of the day. Another caught and bowled, bit of a dolly chance that one, and accepted by the bowler. Don't know many bowlers in the world who wouldn't be able to catch that one as this one gets chipped away for it. It was almost like just a complimentary 4 runs and then another wicket taken. Good catch. There's Mustafa, has a bit of a look to the camera, look to his teammates as well who are yelling out, well done, that's the player of the match, in the bag, you're done, mate. And I would wholeheartedly agree with that. Tina said that as well. We think he's definitely done enough to earn himself that little badge. Maybe an ice cream for later as well.
Yeah, he definitely lit up the batting innings in that first half. Well, it's pretty grim viewing for the Gamblers here in their batting card. Ankit Kumar, he top scored with 22. That was a bit where there was a bit of a fight back. We knew it was never going to be enough, but a few counter blows there off the bat of Kumar, and Kambodge, he also reached double figures, but he took it pretty slow on the way there. And, well, it's good news for the Lisbon Capitals because they stopped the rot. They won their first 4 games, don't forget, but then they lost 3 on the bounce, and they've come back strongly here. And that's the bowling card you want to see if you're a Caps fan. Those economies all in single figures. And Fahad Arshad, he's certainly the pick. He picked up 3 wickets, including that excellent caught and bowled, gave away only 7 runs. And in the end, it was pretty much a walk in the park here for the Lisbon Capitals. That puts them level with Awerash and Gorkha on 18 points. So it couldn't be closer in those spots between 2nd and 4th place. As for the Gamblers, well, they're rooted to the bottom of the table, and with only the 1 game, now they've got 2 games tomorrow, but even then, if they picked up all the points from that, it still wouldn't be enough to take them into the top 4. So this will be the last we see of them tomorrow, and at least they'll be able to play for pride tomorrow and try and get a win or a point on the board. Another team that certainly needs to get the points on the board are Punjab CC Amadora. They need to pick up all 4 points against Marlow if they have any chance of making it to finals day. As for Marlow, well, they are just a runaway train at the top of the standings so far, and they certainly want to keep that momentum going into the final group stage games tomorrow and, of course, finals day on Friday. So we've got an intriguing final match coming up for you here on this ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025. It's the final ride for G-Force as we come back in about 15 minutes time here on the European Cricket Network for the final game of the day. So don't go away. We'll see you back here for match 25.
and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to a slightly windy but definitely sunny again Santarem cricket ground, and we are into the final game of the day. It's match 25, which sees Punjab CC Amadora face Marlow. Let's go straight out into the middle for the coin toss.
Marlow to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. It is heads.
Bat first.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Punjab Amadora won the toss. They're batting.
So there you have it. Punjab CC, they've won the toss. They decided to bat. Their game earlier today was unfortunately washed out against Awaresh, but we're hopeful to get in the full 10 overs today. Punjab also managed to pick up their first win, but unfortunately their only win of the tournament so far. Can they pick up what will undoubtedly need to be a big 4 points to keep any chance of getting through to finals day alive? As for Marlow, well, they're sitting pretty at the very top of the table. They made it 7 wins on the spin this afternoon. Their game was also rain affected, but they managed to take the win against Gorkha 11. It's the final game of the day. The sun is out. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are too. Someone who is definitely looking forward to it. It's the final day, the final game between G-Force. It's Phil G. He'll take you through the commentary. Take it away.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Tina. Yes, indeed, I am looking forward to this one because it's the big battle between Punjab CC Amadora and Marlow, two teams which I've seen them play so many games in the ECS, the night series, a couple of times, and well, it's a couple of teams which every time they come together, they just have a way of really turning it on for the viewers and for the fans around the world. Rohit Sharma is the in for Punjab CC Amadora, and Marlow have an unchanged team from early today, from that big win that they had from Gorkha in that rain-affected match. And I can see Marlow running out to the field, sprinting out to the field, if you will. And it's going to be, well, let's have a look at what the win predictor thinks. It thinks Marlow 60% to Punjab CC Amadora, only given a 40% chance of picking up the points here. That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought it'd be that heavy. Well, actually, probably maybe a little bit heavy because Punjab CC Amadora, this has not been their tournament in any way, shape or form. And the one win that they had, that big win, that massive win they had where they put on a mammoth score, thanks very much to the blade of Simranjit Singh, who belted one of the best centuries that we've seen for quite a while in the European Cricket Network. A scintillating century, including 16 sixes and 5 fours. And anyway, he cut it. That's 116 runs just from boundaries. Ended up with 122 off just 32 deliveries. Anyway, we're almost set to go here at the start of this game. This is the final match on day number, what are we up to? Day 5. This is day 5. And it is match 25 as well. Bowlers ready. Batters ready. Umpires just waiting for the all clear. Looks like it's Arshad is going to be facing Simranjit Singh. Looks like he's going to open the batting with Arshad. So clearly that screams nothing but intent, pure intent from Punjab CC Amador to absolutely go right from the off. Here we go. First ball. Arshad has to play just a back foot little punch. I can hear church bells in the background. And at the risk of breaching any copyright rules, you wonder for whom the bells toll. You can see Tina headbanging in the distance. It is indeed the 6 o'clock bells. That's for whom the bells toll, but do they toll for thee? Oh, now I've become really Edgar Allan Poe. I need to bring it back to Santarem, Phil. Come on. Phil G here at the Santarem Cricket Ground. Not going to start quoting Gothic horror or Edgar Allan Poe. This is the game. This is Osama Javed with the ball. It's been hit, mishit down the ground. There is going to be protection down there at the long on, and that's Amandeep Singh who fields the ball, wields it back, no problem at all. And that is first runs off the blade. So there we go. Arshad is off and running. And Simranjit Singh has got his chance to get amongst the rungs. And did he get amongst the rungs a couple of days ago? Oh my goodness, yesterday. And he had a big smile on his face too during that whole time. Great work in the field there to deflect the ball. Is it going to have the legs? It's not. Oh, that's a really, really top quality effort there. That is sensational. Is that, just thinking that was it, no, it's not Hassan Khan, that's Armindeep Khutan who makes the save. He's given his forearm a real rub there from the save. Saved a certain boundary. Deflected the ball and saved at the boundary line, roped by Amandeep Singh. That was a strong strike. Simranjit Singh, he was absolutely just in blistering form in that game yesterday where he scored the big 100. I'll give you a few more numbers about his 100 in just a moment. He's looking to play just a little bit gentle at the moment, just a bit watchful. Obviously, clearly looking to stand around and have another really big, a big match today against the old enemy Marlow. As I said before, these are two teams who know each other very well. They play really good games against each other all the time. Just one of those things that you see when these two come along. Hit towards us and just a bit to left, and that's the first boundary, and it comes off the blade of Simranjit Singh. Hit down the ground, lovely stuff. Yeah, Simranjit Singh, 122 of 32. Can I say, yeah, 5 fours, 16 sixes. He was striking at 381. And I think maybe for the second half of his innings, maybe that strike rate was actually in the 400s. Something to have a think about for Marlow. They can't afford to let him get off to a flyer. As it is, we are looking at the Tour of Portugal right now and the Challenger Division. Well, Tina and myself took you through the Challenger Division. We are bringing you the Premier Division as well. And we've got ECI action this weekend with Norway and Portugal. And Norway is visiting Portugal, and they're going to be sticking around, the men and women, for the T20I action kicking off from Monday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is all T20I. And Tina will be here in the Cromshaw Igloo at Santarem to take you through the action for those internationals. And I know she's looking forward to that. In fact, she's right here with me. Tina, welcome to the final match of this day as the wind decides to give us one last little buffet and push, try to send us off across the Atlantic as we've already discussed. We won't let that happen though.
You could see I was battling the elements in that intro. I had to get my winter coat on, fitting of this igloo, and the floppy hats are flying, the grizzlies are flying. It's all whipping up here.
Not sure where the ball's gone. That's funny because the player who's lost his hat, he was looking around as well and then looking at us, and then yes, the ball sounded like it landed somewhere with a thud off to the side there with a big Maximo towards the dugout. Completely lost sight of that. Came off the blade, went straight up and straight out of our line of sight. So Arshad gets himself a Maximo. And Hassan Khan, who I think at the moment, I believe he's the leading wicket taker in this Premier Division tournament. Last time I checked, he was top of the table, so he is bowling an absolute ripper tournament for his team. Swung around on the leg side, miss hit though. Oh, a good strong throw in towards the bowler there, who gives his hand a bit of a ring and says, "Oh, thank you very much for that." Shamsher Singh patrolling that deep mid-wicket area as he's done all tournament, picks it up and flings it in quickly. Hassan Khan has to give his hand a bit of a ringing.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's sunny out there, but it's not exactly summer weather quite yet. We still are at the start of April, and those fingers, they are going to be stinging right about now. As the keeper, well, he decides he doesn't want to be standing up to the stumps either, so he drops back. Probably just seen how quickly that ball was thrown in.
Keeper looks like he's very deep. Well, it is Hassan Khan, I guess.
Yep, far too deep.
Yep. Now, that's not the first time Roshan Singh has had a ball bounce in front of him like that this year, and happened earlier during the night series. He copped it right in the mouth, had to go to hospital for stitches. I know I've already said this story, but it's one to remember for him as well. That's why he should come forward a couple of steps, which I think he's just done that, because he went to hospital and he stayed there for 2.5 hours, didn't get seen to because it was a bit busy. He came back to the ground with a whole lot of bandages, and he said in a very muffled voice, "I'm not going to wait there that long." And he got back into it the next day. We continue.
Still too far away.
Yeah, he is still too far away.
I know it's kind of human instinct that if the ball's coming at you fast, you want to take a step back to avoid it coming at you even faster, but it's far worse trying to stop this ball grubbing along and then pinging up and it hit him somewhere on the chest than it is getting your helmet on and getting on in there. I know it's difficult. It's easy to say from here, but he's not doing himself any favours here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just a couple of steps in, I think, is all he needs to do. He just looks too far back. And you're right, he takes another one of these awkward bounces in front of himself. He could find himself on his way back to A&E before he knows it. Well, he takes that one nicely, just above the eyes, because Hassan Khan really bent the back on that one. A little bit of extra hot sauce on that delivery. Oi, and that is definitely a wide. Yes, and relay signal. Thank you for the replay there to our friends at 2 Circles. And that means, of course, umpire Bucks just saying, Mr. Khan, just that is your one. That was definitely short. And here we go. Yeah, shouts a good boy from around the ground. Very happy to get that one past the swinging blade. And unfortunately, Simranjit Singh, who you'd almost back him just to absolutely clobber that one to the next world, has not connected. And that is, that's a good over so far. Only 8 from it. So second over, sort of pull things back here. 15 from the first over and 5. You wouldn't think that. You think Punjab Sisi Amadora sending these two in at the top. They will be off to a flyer, but Marlowe's bowling too good. Makes contact with that one, goes very fast out to deep mid-wicket. Amardeep Singh takes a bit of a bounce right in front of him, comes off the body, and it goes over the boundary rope for 4 runs. That would not have tickled one bit. Look at this, pulls this one from outside off. Bounce.
Yeah, it's that second bounce that just right in front of him kind of sells him down the river. And it's unfortunate there that he couldn't stop it.
Look, he's maybe just worn that just on the side. That would give you a proper, well, I wouldn't say wake-up call. It is, 6 o'clock in the evening, so he better be awake. Marlowe, top of the table. Have a look at that, 24 points. 3 teams on 18 points, only separated by net run rate. And Punjab Sisi Amadora in 5th place. And they are pretty much out of touch now to challenge that top 4. I think that's how we see the standings. Might be the way how you see the standings as well. But a bit to play for here in terms of pride. Only 1 win in this entire tournament. And that's they really got to feel the pinch on that one.
Yep, absolutely. And it's not how they probably expected or how we expected their tournament to go. But it's hard when you get on a losing run here, just in the same way that if you get on a winning run, just ask Marlowe, you can just ride that wave. You kind of start drowning if you're not catching up. And that's the case here. And so that one will be hard to catch up with as well, despite the chase of Hardeep Katan. And it's interesting, isn't it? 3 teams on 18. And we were wondering earlier, the Lisbon Capitals in that big win how much their run rate would be affected, and they haven't quite jumped into second place above Awaresh, because the Swans have a net run rate of 1.124 and Lisbon Capitals have 1.001. So that's 120 or 0.123 between the two sides, which in the grand scheme of things is not many percentage points at all. So it's all still to play for going into that second game, or that final day tomorrow, as the Grizzly has infiltrated the side of our igloo. So we've been under fire a bit today. And well, this is a good start actually to the third over from Aitzaz Arshad, as he goes back to back off the bowling of Osama Javed, coming back for his second over.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about Awarish's net run rate. They took an absolute pummeling yesterday against Marlow. 163 for 4 was Marlow, and they bowled Awarish out for 80.
Yeah, and their run rate would be have them comfortably in second place otherwise, as that's been absolutely cracked off the bat of Arshad. That was even bigger than the previous two, as he goes for a Maximo.
Yeah, Arshad getting in a bit of a mood now. It's he's due for a big score. I think I said that over the last couple of days. When I see him play, I just think any minute now he's going to explode out of the blocks and he's going to post the top score. This might be the one. It almost feels like that they've only got one game tomorrow, so he's only got this and tomorrow to try to make an impact here. And that's just short, and probably could have been hit harder or a bit longer, or if placed better. It was there for the taking, and unfortunately just picked out the fielder on the boundary. Awarish also yesterday posted 192 for 2. That was the biggest score of the tournament thus far, wasn't it? And Lisbon Capitals in response could only manage 115 for 6. So that's Awarish, you know, sort of best and worst, if you like. And obviously the net run rate got a lovely lift from that game where they posted the big score. But also may have been a bit undone by also that really low score, getting bowled out for 80. But yeah, anyway, you cut it 18 points, 3 teams on 18 points in the standings. It makes tomorrow so much fun and so much intrigue and interest. Who's gonna secure second place? That's been whipped away, and that's gone a little bit finer, not quite, just backward a square. And that is a good shot. Have a look at that. You can see it clearly there. Gets away from the fielder who thought he was on there. Slumped the shoulders just a little bit and realised it's gone backward a square. No chance of picking that one up. Arshad now rocking and rolling along. Doing quite well. And
it's hard to get your head around just because there's so many permutations, but it's quite likely, in fact, or at least possible, that Awarash, Lisbon Capitals and Gorkha, they both have 2 games left. They could easily pick up 4 points each. So let's say they win one and then lose one, but with a bonus point, because they will invariably play a team below them and possibly a team above them.
True.
That means they would all finish on 22 points, and then it would go down to net run rate. So we're going to have to get a good night's sleep and get our maths heads on tomorrow. Thankfully, Vinny will be joining us as well. And I know this is the kind of thing that he really can get his teeth sunk into, because it could be tight up until the last game.
Yeah, Vinny lives for that sort of stuff, and he will be joining me here in the Igloo tomorrow for the last day of the group stages. 5 big games coming your way tomorrow, and then Tina will be back with Vinny on Friday for Finals Friday. Wide there signalled. Just having a quick look at the rundown for tomorrow and which ones are going to be the big ones. Gorkha, Lisbon Capitals in the second match tomorrow. Gorkha, Awarish in the 4th match tomorrow. And then Marlow, Lisbon Capitals as well. It's going to come down just more sort of on that angle. It was lucky it wasn't a flat shot. It had a lot of elevation. Tina was out of the seat. I was reading the schedule for tomorrow. And fielder in front of us, Hardeep Khatan, was watching the ball land just over the boundary line. And yeah, it could have been interesting as it is. That's a good Maximo to Arshad. He's almost to 35. Now this one's going to go to the right of us. And that is massive. That's another big Maximo. So Amandeep Singh getting absolutely taken to the cleaners here.
And that's the 50 up as well, the 50 partnership for these 2 openers. Mostly off the bat of Aitzaz Arshad. He races to 41 off just 12 deliveries. But there you see, Simranjit Singh, who did all the damage yesterday, he's contributed just 12. But he's a bit of a sleeping giant there at the non-strikers.
Oh, could come undone here though. Oh, that is a bad drop. That's a really, really bad drop. Skipper Mian Shihad can't do anything really apart from just ask people not to blame him too much for dropping that. I am the captain after all, but he has dropped a bit of a shocker there.
Yeah, he just never got in the right position. The wind is swirling, in fairness. You can see that on the flapping trousers there.
Fair enough.
Of the bowler. And there'll be another chance here, possibly.
Oh, not far away. Absolutely close. It's a Maximo, but the leap, the timing of the jump was actually really good. Have a look at this one again. He turns to the bowl and he says, look, I almost got it. And he almost did manage to get it. Have a look. That's not all. I mean, okay, that's probably a good, what do you think, maybe 20 centimetres? Call it, say, 7 or 8 inches if you're, you know, still working on the imperial scale. But not too far away as it was dying on its trajectory. Unfortunately, the upward lift was not enough. Despite the wind, it didn't assist with the jump. And Gatan couldn't get a fingertip on that. Even if he did, it just would have been the tipping it over the bar. And Simranjit Singh now just miss-hitting that one. He's on 18 from 10. He's just struggling a bit here. 22 off that over. It has gone magical. Amardeep Singh, a little bit of a dejected look on his face as he realised he had too many Maximos hit off his over. Now we'll have a look at the run rate charts. We're going along at 15.75, 63 on the board. Haven't lost a wicket yet. This is a good springboard for them.
It is indeed. And, well, Marlow, they're playing in this game here, and they're also playing in the final game tomorrow, the final game of the group stages. They take on the Lisbon Capitals. And that could actually be quite an intriguing one and quite an important one, because Marlow, well, they'll know pretty much that they will be in that qualifier in position 1 in all likelihood. But Lisbon Capitals, they could go into that game still needing something for that position 2. And Marlow, well, I'm not saying they could do them a favour, but Marlow will more than certainly have one eye on the finals as well. We don't have an eye on the ball there because that's gone so far. It's got into the upper canopy there off the bat of Aitzaz Arshad. What a hit that was. Yeah, oh, there we go. In the field there. Watch out for the cows. And watch out for the cow eggs as well. So, yeah, tomorrow it could be Lisbon Capitals in the final game. With Marlow already knowing they're through to the finals day, they could change their whole lineup if they wanted to, because they have nothing to gain from that game. They just don't want to get anyone injured or have any kind of mishaps. And the Lisbon Capitals could cash in on that, but it's all ifs and buts, isn't it? True. Yep. No, I see exactly what you're saying there. That goes for another Maximo. So Arshad there brings up a really, really good quick fire half century there. That is a massive blow. He has raced. No, I've jumped the gun. No, I have not jumped the gun. It's up to 74. Thank you. Arshad 54 from 15. Took a few deliveries to sort of get warmed up, but now he's right in the arc. Let's see what he can do here. He misses one. Oh, raises his hand up, and Roshan Singh breaks the stumps just to be sure, just in case there was any chance of him getting away there or the foot lifting up. Doesn't lift the foot, so that's fine. But there was more the disgust of, oh, I wrong shot selection, Simranjit. And Simranjit Singh says it was indeed, but I don't know why you're telling me I'm at the non-striker's end. Sasim Sarwar who's bowling this over, by the way, and there's 3 to go in the 5th. A bit of respite there on that dot. It's in fact the first dot in a long while, but it'll be the last one maybe in a while as well, as that one gets the treatment. And there was the triple boundary rider there. Maybe get a replay of that, because all 3 of them were ready there in a line. It's like 10-pin bowling. How did the 3 of them know that the ball was going to get hit there? Look at this. 1, 2, 3. How did our 3 boundary riders all end up in the same place where the 6 was? That's quite an astonishing ability there. I just saw Johnny here in the chat ask me a question about if I'm flying tomorrow. I'm not flying tomorrow. I'm actually here in Santarem tomorrow. And then I'm departing these shores, heading back to Czech Republic on Friday. So you've got me, everybody, for at least another 40 odd hours. Let's call it 48 hours. So last ball, the 5th coming up. That's a wide. That's not a possible catch. Roshan Singh there trying to do his best to convince the umpire otherwise, but no, not to be. Yeah, turn and bounce there, and it was unlucky because it might have shaved a bit of the line actually. Yeah. But it's always difficult when it's spinning away from the line. By the time the keeper collects it, it's definitely the wrong side of the wide line, but tough call. We finished the over with a boundary of 4 runs. Sarwar goes magical, 23 off his over, and
Well, that's Arshad. He's really getting into it here. Felt like he's missed out through the entire tournament, but he looks like someone who doesn't want to miss out in this particular game here, and this is some good, powerful hitting. You've got to really enjoy that. And as we bring you into the igloo, into the commentary, our home away from home, and there we are. So hello to everyone in the chat. Lovely to have your company. Hope you've had a great day today. We've had a bit of a rain-affected day, as you'll all know. We've had an abandoned match. We've had a match that's been shortened, but we've powered through it. Thankfully, everything's all dry now. We've got the sun coming in. There's still a breeze coming in as well. But Tina, today's been a bit of a mixed bag, hasn't it? And it's been I don't know, the storms and stuff has been sort of Mother Nature saying to us, guys, really, just one more game? Is that all you've got in you? Really?
Well, we've got 5 more lined up tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to seeing Vinny back on our screens as well as we go back to the live action and enjoying the power hitting of Simranjeet Singh. And, well, he's been playing second fiddle so far to his strike partner, Aitzaz Arshad, but he gets in on the action there as he climbs into a big Maximo.
Does indeed. Look at that. He's really helped himself to one there. Arshad, though, 64 from 19. Simranjeet Singh, 24 from 12. Yeah, sedate compared to what we saw yesterday, striking 122 at a strike rate of 381.25. Oh, gives that a fair old welly. That goes over the top of the commentary igloo and far, far away. That is really, really gone far. That is 30 now for Simranjeet Singh. And maybe it's an innings of 2 halves between these 2 batters. Maybe they came out with an attitude of, I'll let you go for the first half. I'll hold back. But second half, it's all mine. And we might see the Simranjeet Singh show here. He's gone to 30 from 13 now. Poor Hassan Khan getting absolutely caned. Biggest wicket taker in the tournament, and he's getting belted. Well, he comes back with a beauty there, though.
Yeah, maybe he wants to remind anyone watching that he can do the business, and that one wasn't far away from the top of off stump, was it?
It was not indeed. 97 for no loss. Almost a century partnership between these two, and that would be really outstanding if they can get that. It's been 33 deliveries so far. As you can see, the run rate is 17.6. And this is a really big score, building up, threatening to build up over Marlow. We will test their run-chasing abilities for sure if they can keep some momentum going. Shot. That's going over the top of us another time. Up the embankment, not quite to the hedges that separates the road from the ground. And that is the 100 up. That is 103 off 34 deliveries. This is a big partnership, and this is getting scary for Marlow. Although Marlow, I don't think they'd be too upset only due to their standings, but at the same time, you know, they need to make sure they get good practice against a hard-hitting team because they're going to face that on Friday anyway.
Absolutely, and it's all about momentum when you get into these latter stages of the group games, and they, even if they're sitting pretty at the top of the table, they don't want to go into finals day losing today and then losing that final game tomorrow. They've only got the 1 game tomorrow. And well, what a shot that was. What a lovely piece of invention.
I want to see that one more time. I blink and you miss it. How has he done this? I thought he was in trouble.
It's a no-look paddle over square leg is the best way of describing it. And that's an unbelievable hit.
From front on, I actually thought he was going to be in trouble and maybe even caught in front of the wicket, but he's got the bat onto that in such style. So he's already gone to 40 from 16 deliveries. He was striking at about 200 when he was on 20. So this acceleration is really something else. Oh, Roshan Singh is comfortable. He's keen. We're going to go upstairs and have a look at this one. Wicketkeeper was very keen, and that's why he's definitely got him. That is good glove work there, well taken, and quickly with the bars off. And Simranjeet Singh, I think he knows his goose is well and truly cooked.
Lovely piece of keeping there from Roshan Singh, who I'd say is up there in this Premier Division as the man with the fastest hands.
Yep.
Proves it once again there as a big old swing from Simranjeet Singh, and well, he did get his bat down, but not in time, so he has to depart for 40 off 16 balls. So he didn't stick around, but he already did a fair bit of damage, and not only to the side of this igloo, as
Indeed.
That is the first wicket to fall, but 100 partnership nonetheless, 107 for 1.
Yeah, how about that? 107 for 1 indeed. That was a great century partnership. Don't see too many of those in T10, but you've seen one here today from these two. That was absolutely sensational, but great glove work as described by Tina there. Really good work, Roshan Singh. I agree with you. I think he's probably been the best glove man for the tournament. I'm just going through my head of the other glove men as well. We had Pavi Nanglu in the Challenger, did a terrific job, and I reckon, I'd put Roshan Singh so far for me. Best in the Premier Division. Walk down the wicket, and the club is being wielded, and it's into area 51. The three boundary riders in the high vis, they're still there. They know the ball's coming there because it's Arshad on strike, and he loves hitting it to deep mid wicket, and he loves connecting with it. It's something about the sound of the willow on the leather. He loves the sound of that, and he's raced to 70 from 20. This is good striking, really, really good.
It's a good comeback ball from Syed Maisam, who's,
Yep.
well, his first ball of his spell went for 6, but he came roaring through that time and slightly back of a length, and Arshad just swung at thin air there.
Did indeed, yeah, really good comeback. Arshad will be thinking, well, I can't let that happen. What does he do here? Parveen Singh has also joined him. He's at the non-striker's end, hand on hip, just waiting for his opportunity. Oh, shouts to catch it. A few people a bit slow to move there. And it's bounced in a bit of a Bermuda triangle between 3 players. And, well, he's a bit lucky, I would say. Gets through for a single. Just miss it. That one was up in the air for quite a while. Yeah, the player who was in the regulation inside the circle, sort of backward point area, just took a while when realising he was in with a chance. Thought it was going to go a lot further, I think.
It went higher than further, and it would have been a stinger on the way down. That went so high up with this wind whipping about. I'm glad I'm in the relative safety of the commentary igloo.
I love the way.
You never know with Arshad out there.
Love the way you said that. Relative safety. We've been a bit bombarded. After not being bombarded one bit, it's like the last couple of days, it's almost like the players said, those guys look comfortable down there. What do you say?
Yeah, we were saying in the Challenger division, we said, we seem pretty safe here. But we had the foresight to say, just wait for the Premier Division. So it has proved.
Oh, hits it straight down the throat of Shamsher Singh. He's taken another good catch. He's got a safe pair of hands, and he's very exceptionally good fielder there. He's just out of shot there. You're not going to quite see him. And it's hit it straight to him. And Parveen Singh comes, and Parveen Singh goes.
Yeah, perfectly positioned, does a little 360 turn, thank you very much. And, well, Arshad is still there, but he's watched the second wicket fall as Parveen Singh goes for a golden duck.
It's interesting, isn't it? The when Punjab CC Amadora get a partnership together that works, not only do they look electrifying, but more often than not, I'm finding them in a position of winning a game. And when they're not getting partnerships, which you've seen too many times in this tournament, they're falling to pieces, and they can't keep relying on the person who comes in next. This is the skipper though. This is Rao Imran. He gets a chance to open his account and support Arshad through these middle overs. Nice shot, club down the ground. There's protection there. It is Kutan who forms the long barrier and says, I got that. However, is he taking that on the knee? Is that what you saw?
I think I heard the clonk off the knee there. But he seems to be all right.
If you could hear the ball hitting the knee from that distance, then yeah, he's doing well to hide it. Maisam here looking to finish strong in this over. Well, it's gone straight up in the air. Who wants it? Who can catch it? It's no man's land. 1, 2, 3 players, including the bowler, convene, and no one can get to it in time. That is a real bit of luck there. How high is it? Wow, I mean you're 2 meters out of your crease, but it doesn't matter because that is going to be a fair enough delivery. Arshad. Well, Arshad's mishit. He's missed it a couple of times, and both times it's fallen in no man's land. He's been a bit lucky with that one. Day 6 of 7. That is the final day of the group games tomorrow, and we're going to kick off things with Awarish against Gamblers. Gorkha 11 take on Lisbon Capitals. Big game, that one. Punjab CC Amadora against the Gamblers. Well, that's basically a who can not be on the bottom of the table. And not really relevant to the standings in terms of who plays finals. Gorkha on against Awarish in match 29 and Marlow Lisbon Capitals match 30. The big 2 games for me, match 27 and 29.
Yeah, the 2 games involving Gorkha and then their direct rivals where they're really taking points off each other, trying to compete to get into those, into that second spot. I think that's the most exciting games, the ones with most at stake as well. But, you know, every game has its stories, excitement, and even that basement battle, I think, will have a few twists and turns.
Yep. I like what you pointed out about match 32, though, that Lisbon Capitals Marlow. When we get to that game, it's going to be interesting to see how the games have unfolded prior to that, just to see what's at stake. And I think you quite rightly said, look, Marlow wouldn't want to go into that game sort of thinking, oh, it's a dead rubber for us. You know, who cares who we bring? It will care a lot who you bring, because Lisbon Capitals are going to care a great deal about what happens in that game. And they could be your opponent in qualifier 1 tomorrow, or maybe someone else could be your opponent in qualifier 1 tomorrow. So there's that to think about.
I suppose that's kind of the luxury you afford yourself if you do finish top of the table with more or less a game to spare. And it so happens the way the fixtures have fallen that they have only the one game tomorrow, Marlow. So, I mean, you can grumble if they turn up, and we don't think this is going to happen, of course.
Sure.
The squad is what the squad is, but if they turned up with a whole new team and they had all their players, you know, having massages, putting their feet up, ready for finals day, that's what you get if you win your games and you sit top of the table.
You have the luxury of being able to make that call. Yeah, as long as you bring in players who are registered, and you can do that if you like. That's exactly right.
I mean, you can see the opposite side of that as well, as that one probably rolls away. It does 4-4. You can see the opposite side, which is you have one more game before finals day, which is basically a free hit to get your batters, your bowlers into a bit of rhythm, so they don't not have a game for a whole day. So you can see it both ways, and that's again the Marlow batters and bowlers have the choice there what they want to do. Yeah,
it's fair to say that they've earned that because they've had such a good tournament and they're top of the table. Fair call. Amardeep Singh, he's got a couple to go in his spell. There goes one. The camera's not sure about that one. There it is. Well picked up there. That is a big hit. He thinks that his over's done. Went to take his hat away from the umpire, and the umpire said, "Sorry, buddy, you're not done yet. You got one more to come."
A bit of wishful thinking from Amandeep there, as his previous 2 balls have gone for 10. It was a decent over before then, though.
Yeah, it was going well.
Here is the final ball coming up, possibly. Oh, I jinxed it.
No, but you did well. That you covered yourself, but you've jinxed him. Yep, he'll be a bit filthy on you for that one. Have a look at this one. Yeah, doesn't really grab any of the line whatsoever there. Good call. Oh, straight into that arc, that area that Rao Imran absolutely loves. And he's happy to pull that one from outside off and punish it. Not sure about Rao Imran's offside game, but that is proof in the pudding that he loves it there because he can pull it across and absolutely cane it. Acceleration big time there. Arshad, well, would you be fair to say that Arshad is on century watch?
Yeah, I think so. A couple of flurries of boundaries there takes him. I mean, he's still got 2 overs, and this was a pretty much similar position to what Mustafa was in. He still had to accelerate in the final 2 overs, but it was Arshad who hit that monster 6 to finish that previous over, so he's on 89. It's Rao Imran on strike here.
True, my apologies. I was talking about Rao Imran.
I think he can hit just as big a 6 in the same area. We'll see if he does. Well, not the same area, but the outcome is the same.
That is. Well, he does have a offside game. So my apologies, Rao Imran. I was there saying he doesn't have an offside game. It's Arshad who doesn't have the offside game because he can pull the ball so well. Rao Imran says, what are you talking about? Look at this. I cut and I loft for a Maximo. What are you talking about, Gowers? What's going on? Good shot, that one. 142 for 2. 11 deliveries to come in this innings. And Punjab Sissi Amadora, they are racing to a big score here. Marlow, well, you know, this is all... For them, this is something which they don't want to let this one go because even though they're top of the standings, it's about getting the right headspace as well and getting the bowlers in the right headspace. Oh, I thought that might have almost gone to hands there. Fielder just has to sort of turn around. Hassan Khan got a bit lost. And a good dive. And it's the dive, I reckon, has saved him as well. What do you think, Tina? I think the dive was needed and it's going to save him?
I think it's a tight one. Let's have a look. The dive certainly helps. I think he would have been long gone otherwise, but it's here we go. Oh, we have to go take it back 1 frame. I think you're bang on there, Phil.
Ooh, yeah.
The dive saves him, and it's not a full extension there, but just the fact that he does get that forward momentum a bit means that he... Oh, it's so tight.
It's the next frame,
yeah,
isn't it?
You've got to give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Yep.
In the previous frame, the bails aren't off, and nor is he in the crease.
Yep.
In the next frame, though, bails are off, but he's safely home.
Ooh, but close.
Great footage again.
Yeah, thank you very much, 2 circles. And I think Raul Imran is having a bit of a chat with Arshad, and I think that maybe that's just a, let me catch my breath, pretend we're talking about something to do with this game. I'm just getting my breath.
Yeah, it looks like he maybe did himself a bit of mischief there.
Yep.
As he put in the dive, because he landed heavily on his knees there, and then it kind of propulsed him forward. And that's going to hurt the knee as he jarred into the pitch. You can see his right knee there jars into it. But he's back on his feet, ready to face this delivery.
Oh, it's run away, and it's going to run all the way as well. Yeah, he's done an injury to his knee. Have a look there. He hopped around a bit, and he's stretching for it as well. He's having a chat with his counterpart. He is hobbling. That you're absolutely right, Tina, that he's done himself a mischief there.
It looks like he's, as is always the case, when a player gets injured, try to just swing themselves out of trouble because they know they can't rely on the quick running. In this instance, they were able to rely on the buys as that flew through past everyone, past everything.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting because Punjab CC Amadora, he's the captain. He likes to come on and bowl a couple of overs as well. And with if he's done something to his knee, then he will not be bowling whatsoever. Let's see. Arshad stuck at the other end on 89. Have a think. Just remember that. Oh, it's clever bowling too. Just, you know, if you've seen the injury, you know he's going to have trouble stepping out. So just bowl it. Just flirt with the wide line, which he really does there. It's a really good. If you've ever seen someone get the white ball to flirt with the wide line, that's an example. Now, is he going to go off injured?
I think it looks like he is. He's taken his gloves off.
Yeah, umpire motioning to the dugout there.
Yeah, and it was just that one big dive which ironically saved him. Now it seems to be his downfall, as it looks like not good news for the Punjab CC captain, as he does seem to not be able to put much weight on that right knee.
Yep.
It was a heavy fall, wasn't it?
It really was. It was the dive was pretty much jump onto the knees. And unfortunately, he wasn't really extended, so every little bit of weight came down on the knee. There was no extension of the body. We're going to see this one more time. Watch how he comes down to ground, and it's going to be a little bit painful to watch, but have a look.
Yeah, that right knee just jars out, and then it lifts up in the air, and he just didn't quite get the slide and the purchase on the AstroTurf that he needed to kind of protect himself.
Yeah. Every bit of his weight came down on that knee. He didn't get to stretch the body out to try to spread the fall, the impact of the fall. So the impact completely onto the right knee. So it's a little wonder that he just took a moment to see if he was okay. He still is having a lot of trouble getting off the field here, and he is in a real bit of hurt. And I hope this isn't something that's going to curtail his tournament here. But he's going to have to get a little bit of treatment immediately. And fingers crossed that is nothing serious. Fingers crossed that that's maybe just a bit of a jarring and nothing beyond that.
Yeah, all the best to Raul Imran, the Punjab CC captain.
Yep.
As Adnan Ali has come out to replace his skipper.
So 2 more to come in this over from Maisam. He's had a pretty good spell actually, all things considered. 148 for 2 on the board. And this is the 9th, so it does indeed all happen in the 9th. So 1 more after this, as Adnan Ali sets himself to continue the onslaught against the Marlow bowling. Swings hard, goes high, and it's a handsome shot. That goes for 4 runs. That's a good shot to start off things. Doesn't quite carry the whole boundary line, but a good shot nonetheless to an area which wasn't really particularly well protected. Players up inside the circle, no one back to protect it.
I feel like this is more or less 2 free hits for Adnan Ali because, well, there's no point getting a single on that one because I don't think Aitzaz Arshad would be too interested in just having that 1 delivery left of the 9th.
Yep.
So Adnan Ali just had license to swing twice, and Arshad, he'll hope on getting on strike for the 10th, so no single hit because, well, 2 sixes would get him to that magical number, so it's well within reach.
Good shot, that one again. There's a lot of airtime. That delivery has been sent out of the ground for another Maximo. So Adnan Ali's done the right thing by his team. And you could probably argue he's done the right thing by Arshad as well, by collecting a big Maximo and turning to him and saying, 10th over, it's all yours. You want a century? Knock yourself out.
Could have back-to-back centuries in 2 games.
Hey, how about that? You posed the question. You said that probably won't be the only century for the Premier Division. Little did we know that it could turn up in the following game. So, yeah, how about that? The only bowler who's only bowled one is Asim Sawa. He went for 23. Be interested to see who they bring in. Of course, it's going to be Mian Shahid. He loves to bowl the 10th. He's a man of occasion, and this is an occasion for him to try to come on and, well, maybe ruin the Arshad party. Yeah. What do you think?
I think he'd love to be party pooper in chief here.
Let's see how this unfolds. 10th over starts. Crunch and boundary. There's 4. So it races now along with another 4 there. Tries to elevate, but doesn't get all the elevation over the line. Umpire square leg, just almost given the naughty boy signal of, no, that's 4 runs. Just, you know, when I was a kid, I was shown that a lot. No, Phil. We don't,
finger waggle.
We don't do that. 162 for 2 now. And a good leave. That's a wide ball. Shahid tempting Arshad with something very wide and short outside off. Could have maybe gone for the uppercut. There is someone on the boundary rider. Amandeep Singh is on the boundary at deep point, or more extra cover actually. But doesn't like extra cover. He likes that part of the ground. That is an incredible catch on the boundary line, and the party is spoiled indeed. Yes, the catcher is saying, I've caught it. And have a look at this one more time. The batter knows it's been caught, and that is a terrific catch. Keep rolling backwards there. He is fine from the boundary line. His hat has gone over the boundary line, but he himself has not. And I think that in the books, that is a catch. Arshad has come undone. 93. What a terrific score. 93 from 30. He is striking it over 300, but unfortunately he doesn't get into the century books. He has a bit of a wry smile on his face as he knows he's sort of come undone there. That's look, for him, that's unfortunate. But for Mian Shahid, we said he's going to try and spoil the party, and he's done exactly that. Yeah,
with a lot of help there from Osama Javid, and that was a brilliant catch on the boundary. Party well and truly pooped, but I'm sure Aitzaz Arshad, if you told him before the game, you'll get 93 runs in just 30 deliveries, he'd say, okay, I'll take that.
I'll have that. Thank you. Oh, Adnan Ali continues his merry way. No one's catching that one at all as it bounces past area 51 for a lovely strike. And just in the meantime there, you might have missed it, Mobeen Tariq came in and got a single to get off the mark. And then with that 4th ball, the over, that has been absolutely schmacked out of the ground. 170 for 3, formidable score. Punjab CC Amadora, they got 170, it was 174, 172 a couple of days ago, yesterday. So this is going to probably eclipse that. There's a wide to add to the score, so we'll try that one more time. It's very good batting here from this team. Simranjit Singh, he put on a 40 and left the scene. Arshad Ali, it was up to him, sorry, Aitzaz Arshad, he had to keep going and struggled. That's coming down. Oh, put down, can you believe it? There's been so many good catches taken by these teams this afternoon, but this one should have been, well, it should have been taken. So Marlow have grasped a couple in this this game. 172 on the board. Last ball, almost. It's in fact a no ball. Well, how about that?
This is exactly what Aitzaz Arshad wish would have happened earlier in the over. There's nothing more pleasing than getting a free hit when you're in the 90s.
Yep. Here we go. Oh, it's a wide ball. Yeah, Punjab CC Amadora, they got 176 yesterday, just to correct myself there, 176. So they've got 173 now. The free hit is still signalled. We're still trying to get there with a free hit. And, well, there's no point asking for how's that because it was a free hit. So it's academic. They all walk off. The wicket won't stand, but the dot ball will.
Anyway.
Yep, yep. There's a funny old chat for how's that. I think maybe somebody had the, was it the free hit amnesia?
Exactly.
Yep. And Shahid walks off. The enemy of Punjab CC Amadora and Aitzaz Arshad as he spoils the party. But he won't mind that because that was his job to do so. And he did it quite well. So a good little mini fight back there. The score is still on the board. So all credit to Punjab CC Amadora and the man himself, Arshad, along with Simranjit Singh, who took to the bowling attack like a fish to water.
107, that opening partnership, and well, Simranjit Singh, he fell after 6 overs. We thought that might put the brakes on the innings, but they pretty much carried on going. Marlow, it wasn't really their best fielding performance. They were coming up against 2 batters in incredible form, but they took a few tumbles, they spilled a few over the boundary, and well, it was the 2 openers that really cashed in. Arshad falling tantalisingly close to his 100, but Simranjit Singh, he departed first. That was a nice stumping by Rushan Singh, and we think he probably has been the keeper of the tournament.
Yep.
And well, the wickets, there was only 3 of them, but they did stunt the run rate just a little. But Punjab CC Amadora, where's this batting performance been the whole tournament?
Yeah, it's a fair call. With regards to Azaz Arshad, I know I've said it a few times during our commentary together. I've said, you know, he's a batter who's in, you know, when he gets in form, he's in blistering form. There's the stumping there. Simranjit Singh gets stumped very well by Roshan Singh. Azaz Arshad, he just hasn't had this tournament. It just hasn't been his thing. And maybe we talk about barometers before. Maybe he is a bit of a barometer for this team. I'm not sure, but it just didn't seem to be clicking for him at any time, and that is definitely, well, not just his biggest score, but that is a really big score for a batter who was just struggling to get even up to 20s and 30s in this tournament. So well done for him at least to get there.
Yeah, and it was a shame that he didn't manage that milestone to make it 2 centuries in 2 games, but that was the tight run out, and that was actually what injured the captain of Punjab CC, Rao Imran. He had to retire hurt just 1 ball later, and that looked like a nasty injury. All the best to him. But then the boundaries kept on flowing. Adnan Ali, he put in a nice little cameo, 17 off just 4 deliveries, but that was the end of Azaz Arshad. A brilliant catch on the boundary by Osama Javed. The bowler, Mian Shahid, a little smile on his face. He knew maybe he just didn't quite steal the headlines from Arshad, but he made sure that there was a little win for Marlow in that innings, which otherwise I'd say was won by Punjab CC.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Parveen Singh came in and went. He had a golden duck to his name. For Rao Imran, that retired hurt, that 10, that nasty injury when he went to his knee on the slide, all the weight on just one knee. But at the top there, Azaz Arshad, congratulations on a fantastic 93 off 30 deliveries. Sensational. Look at the bowling card there. There's Hassan Khan picks up a wicket, and Syed Masam. He actually bowled not too badly then. That 1 for 27 doesn't look great, but actually I thought he bowled pretty well. And Mian Shahid came in at the end, 1 for 16 off his single over, and wicketless the rest of the bowlers, and took a little bit of punishment when it was that opening partnership of 107. 174 on the board, 3 wickets down in the 10 overs. And just to recap they're the players we're talking about: Azaz Arshad, Simranjit Singh, and Syed Masam at the top there. Well done for him. It is 175 required by Marlow in the run chase. So for match 25, hanging in the balance now, the run chase to come. This is the European Cricket Series Portugal Premier Division. It's match 25, hanging in the balance. And myself, Phil G, along with Tina Goff, we're going to be back in about 7 or 8 minutes time. And it is going to be the last time that G-Force is going to be commentating together for this particular tournament. Stress this particular tournament. So we're going to make it a good one. Hope Marlow probably will as well, and I'm sure Punjab CC Amadora will be there for the fight. I hope you're going to be there as well. Join us in about 5 or 6 minutes time for the run chase, and we'll see you then.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to the Centurion Cricket Ground for the last time on this this Wednesday action. It's a big day today. Punjab CC Amadora in match 25 against Marlow. They've just posted 174 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Atsaz Arshad just misses out on being a Centurion, the 3rd Centurion he would have been for this particular division, and the 4th Centurion for the last 2 weeks of this Portuguese ECS, split into a Challenger and a Premier Division, which has worked beautifully, by the way. So the bonus point equation is pretty straightforward. Punjab CC Amadora, they would need to restrict Marlow to pick up a bonus point, and that would also mean getting all 4 points, and they would need to restrict them to 121 runs. And if the batting team can get this in 7 overs or less, then they will get themselves a bonus point. If Marlow can get this in 7 overs, then they would certainly deserve every little bit of that bonus point, because this is quite an imposing total, even for a team like Marlow. But stranger things have happened, and stranger things will always happen, because that's the nature of things happening. I guess, sort of talked myself into a hole there. But you know what I mean. It's lovely conditions. There's faraway clouds, but they don't look threatening, not one bit. Well, except for maybe that one up there, but that's a long way away. It's going to be an exciting run chase. And it's for Marlow, this is a really good test for them because it's quite a tall run chase. Be interested to see how they approach this and how it all pans out. But Punjab CC Amadora, they need to hold together here. They're a team that can very quickly sort of introvert if things don't go their way early. And if they do that, they tend to get a little bit sort of, you know, negative. So they need to be careful here. We start, though, with a Maximo. That's positive. Amandeep Singh and Asam Sawa at the top of the batting order here. Going to get things started. And that is as good a start as you'll see in any match anywhere in the world with a Maximo. And then Ali's got the job to open the bowling. And they're going to be looking at him to try to start off things with something something subtle and quiet, because the run rate required at the start of this is 17.5. It's a 6 and a wide, so not an auspicious start in the first 2 deliveries, but early days yet. A little bit more to go. Looking at those random questions in the chat. What have we got there? I think I saw something from Johnny here. No, there's a question for Tina. When she joins me, she can answer that one for you, Dave B. We'll be there soon. 7 on the board. I need to re-bowl that wide and get things back on order. Adnan Ali's going to try coming around the wicket now to the right-hander. And that has been mis-hit down the ground, but it still has the power to go across the boundary for 4 runs. And that is a good shot anyway. So it's a good start. It's a very good start. It's a positive start. So Marlow intent is shown here. Amandeep Singh, he would never take a backward step into chasing runs. He's got a real sort of focus about him, a real steely resolve when he gets out there, and he knows a big score has to turn up big and quick. Oh, that's a shocker. That's a real shocker. That's going to get away from everybody. That is that is the maximum of minimos you'll ever see. I know it's a bit of a contradiction there, but how about that? It gets past the keeper, it gets past the fielder who's close in to, well, he's there to either catch or to save runs that the keeper can't get. That has gone a long, long way back. You can see there that's not good. And now the umpire's just having a couple of words to Adnan. Just I wonder what he's saying. He's probably saying you probably should try and get it on the pitch. That would be a good start. I'd recommend, not our umpires don't give tips, don't get me wrong, but I'm sure what he's saying is I have to give that a wide because you kind of missed everything. So try one more time. Even Sawa was given a little bit of a hand gesture saying maybe you should try bowling it there. Let's see what happens here on this next delivery. Shouts, how's that? And it's better. Goes across. Dave B was asking me a question. Chat's asking me when is my next quiz. My next quiz is the 22nd of April. If that's a Tuesday, that's my next quiz. Oh, there you go. That's just in the foreground there. That's someone just getting a bit warmed up. It would probably be the 12th man, I believe, in place of Rao Imran. I'm just trying to see if that might be Syed Anaki, who's Ali Naki, possibly. So that's been hit out towards that position, and that is going to run away down the hill for 4 runs. That's a nice guided shot. And then it's Rohit Sharma, who's new into the side, who has to chase that one. Just there in front, the one with number 14. Unfortunately, can't get his hands on that one. That is actually Gurjit Singh. So he is warming up because he will get a bowl, I would say. Just getting a bit of a cool breeze, just firing up and coming into the igloo here, and find myself sort of just pulling the jacket together a little bit, just going, where'd that come from? It's like it's been just coming down from the North Pole. Just suddenly got really cold. Crunch. That has been caught on the boundary line. Well, Amandeep Singh, he went to ground, so it just shows he was completely off balance when he struck that one. Hit it quite hard, but Mubin Tariq has got around on that that boundary line, sort of between, well, he's not quite deep mid-wicket, is he? He's more closer to a long on, and completed a pretty good catch in the end. So despite Adnan Ali going for a magical over, he has picked up a wicket, so I guess there's that. It's 20 on the board for loss of 1. Amandeep Singh, he comes out with the intent, but unfortunately the execution with that last shot, he was completely off balance. He almost fell to his knees, almost fell on his face. Have a look at this. Goes to the ground there on all 4s, and Tariq completes a good outfield catch. There you go. So Dave, yes, just answered that. Yeah, I do have a quiz at the Down Under in Prague. It's a, just for argument's sake, just to fill in the blanks, it's a science fiction movie film quiz. So there you go. 22nd of April at Down Under. If you're in town, please drop in. You're going to love it. And that is a wide ball there. No real attempt to sort of get around to that one from the batter. That's Catan, who's out there now. He's just no foot moving all, but he didn't need to. Have a look at this. Just really almost a dismissive swipe. Didn't really need to. It was leg side. Keeper can't get across. No one could get across, and that is gone for more mini-mows. And that is that's not good bowling. This over is blowing out big time. We haven't even finished yet. There's already 25 on the board. Yes, a wicket's fallen, but there's 25 on the board. You have to say that, well, Marlow were so far with the first over. They're ahead of the curve. In terms of run rates. Yep, go, go, go is the call. And just going to, I think after all that, there was maybe one. The keeper's down. Keep an eye on the keeper because he's down. It's that's Azarshad. Yep, that's he's rubbing the knees. He's got a problem with the right knee as well. Now, we've already got one of those. We don't need any more. And that's not good. And that's the end of the first over. It's going to be 26 for 1. Just keep an eye on that for now. That's not too good. 11 matches, it's a golden ball. It'd be terrific. Absolutely fantastic. If we could finish with a golden ball for this match, oh, that would be an absolute blessing. I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to bring in Tina here. Tina, if we could get a golden ball here for the last of the G-Force commentary unit here for the last of our Portuguese experience to get a golden ball, how good of a blessing would that be?
I would love that. It'd be our third golden ball in just about a week.
Could you imagine?
I mean, it's a wishful thinking, isn't it? We're happy that the cricket is back on after that weather we had earlier today, but that would just be the cherry on top of the icing on top of the already iced cake.
I would get T-shirt made up. And every time I see Vinny, Rico, Corey, Danny, Rhino, anyone, I'll be with that T-shirt saying, we had three in a week and a bit. There you go.
You might have to refine what goes on that T-shirt. Probably needs to be a bit slicker.
Yeah,
Three
probably.
in a bit. Three in a week and a bit.
I'll work on that.
Work on it, yeah. We'll do a workshop.
No. I'll send you some ideas and I'll let you approve, and then we can go straight to the printing press with that one. So 27 for 1. We start the next, and it's indeed, funny enough, it actually is indeed Gurjit Singh who got the ball. So that warm-up he was doing in front of the camera was fair enough. So did you see Dave's random question for you in the chat?
What was that one?
It was, I believe it was, what's on the menu tonight?
Tonight or tomorrow?
I think Dave.
What's on the menu for tomorrow?
Oh, we said tomorrow. Oh, my apologies, Dave.
I assume he maybe means the actual menu and the metaphorical menu, because I have a day off tomorrow.
I think metaphorical. Yep.
That one goes in the air. It's going to go all the way for a 6. Mr. Whippy, Hardeep Katan, he's into the action.
Oh, it's good to see Mr. Whippy in action here. And goes for the full. Now we've got to come up with some ice cream related commentary here. I'm not sure how we're going to do that.
He creams that to the boundary.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I'll be here all week apart from tomorrow, because tomorrow's my day off. And well, what's on the menu?
He's iced that one.
He's iced that one. We're using it all up now. You've got to keep them back.
All right. Okay.
I'm gonna maybe partake in a few pastries after
Oh
you.
yes.
I mean, I've been so influenced by that video that we've played in front of some of our games, and by you as well. You did a few pastries on your day off, so I might do that. I did Lisbon on my previous day off, so I think I'll probably take it easy. Certainly watch some of the final group stage games, because that's going to be super intriguing.
It will be. Well, I'm sure that the games tomorrow are going to be part of your homework for Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got to do a bit of homework for the internationals as well, because we've got 4 brand new teams: Portugal men and women, Norway men and women, and, well, Portugal women in particular, their debut on the international stage.
You got a busy little couple of days in front of you here leading into Saturday for the internationals. Totally, yeah.
It's definitely rest day with rest in inverted commas, I think.
I think so too, yeah. Okay. It's okay, so we need to work on Mr. Whippy here and what else we can get into there. Maybe the chat might want to jump in and give us a few sort of examples of how we can integrate, sort of like dessert ice cream. Although he's going to come undone here, so we won't need to do that for too much longer. Oh, tell you what, just for a second, I thought Arshad was going to make a meal of that. I thought he was in all sorts of trouble. but he's completed the catch. It goes straight up in the air. A few people run in, and the man with the gloves is going to come into shot any moment now. There he was with the gloves, and just that last second of, it almost goes headfirst into the bowler, Gurjeet Singh. So Hardeep Katan is gone. That's a big wicket. That's a really big wicket. So 2 big wickets have fallen now, 38 for 2, and Marlowe stuttering.
Yeah, any hopes of more Mr. Whippy puns melt away, as we were able to sprinkle a few in.
That was lovely.
Double. There we go. 2 points to Tina. Not that it's a competition, but if it was, I'd be winning.
That is terrific. Has he bowled, Katan? Has he done any bowling? Only reason I'm asking is because surely you could have a whippy wide or something like that.
Whippy wide. I'll have a look to see what his figures are.
Yeah. I think you've definitely won that one in terms of the his batting. Just with the sprinkles remark. Well done there. Well bowled. Seeing if anyone in there has come up with something better in the chat. Nope, no one's come up with anything better.
Not yet. We'll give them a moment.
I think we need to hand Tina that award because you've absolutely nailed that one. The icing on the cake. Is that coming towards us? No, it's just going to the left of us. And that is 1 bounce, 4 runs. Gurjeet Singh just for a second threw the hands up and thought that maybe we had the chance of a catch for someone there. But no, not at all. There you go. Parveen Singh is fielding, but he wasn't on the boundary. He was in a regulation mid-off position. And no chance of getting near that one.
You need to keep an eye on the run rate here. So do Marlowe. What they don't have to keep an eye on as much is these standings, because they're sitting pretty proud at the top. They don't want to come away with from this game with no points. By no means, because we said Punjab CC, they need 4 points to at least put our mathematical brains into gear to see if anything is possible for them tomorrow.
It's interesting of those 3 teams sitting in second place on the standings. Awarish have got 1 less win than the other 2. It just shows how important the bonus point is again. There you go. Evidence. Or was it Exhibit A, Your Honour? That's exactly what it's all about. Adnan Ali's going to bowl out. That is a lovely straight drive. That's really, really lovely hit. And that is a Maximo from, Asim Sarwar, who gets to face his first delivery. Can you believe that? He's had to wait to the start of the 3rd to actually face a ball. He's just been at the non-striker's end the whole time for 12 deliveries saying, well, I go out to open. When's it my turn? And he gets his chance and goes downtown for a lovely hit. Oh, wow. Now, has he chopped on or has he almost chopped on? Because there was hands on head and muted celebration. I think he's just missed. Have a look at this again. No, he's just missed it, hasn't he? Oh, yeah, because it's hit the leg. And how's that just missed? Look at this. This is really quite close to the stumps. Hits the pad, hits the leg. Probably misses by about 2 centimetres. Nothing in that.
Lucky escape there.
Yeah, big time. Adnan Ali thought he had another one, despite the fact that Adnan Ali has gone for 31 off his 8 deliveries bowled. Yep, he almost got another wicket.
Hardeep Katan hasn't bowled yet in this tournament. I think he bowled maybe in the night series, an over or 2. I think he's more of a batter. So
yes.
We have to restrict our ice cream puns to his batting innings. So it was a shame he got out there, because we could have really...
We were building on something there.
Yeah.
That was going places.
That would have been our best commentary yet.
That would have been sterling, I reckon. That would have been something for the ages right there. Kids telling people telling their grandkids, I remember the time when G-Force talked about that man Katan.
Oh, I wouldn't have given it 100 out of 100, but definitely a 99 flake out of 100.
You've built up to that one, haven't you? Nailed that one. There might be a few people in the chat saying, what on earth is a flake? What's that about? That's a nice little chocky bar that you used to be able to order from the Mr. Whippy van and say, I'll have a soft serve 99-cent flake, please. And you get the soft serve ice cream and the little bit of the chocky bar flake shoved in the top. And that was a bit of a treat, that one. And you would use the flake to scoop that ice cream into your mouth. Or like me, you might drop it the first moment you get it, and your parents would say, we're not going to buy you a second one, Phil. That's too bad. I have bad childhood memory sometimes. We continue here with the attack, though. Well, Adnan Ali is going to get a second wicket here. And he does indeed, holds the catch. Cannot believe his luck as that one goes up all the way down. And that is a really good take there. It looks like that is it Shamsa Singh has gone in early and he's come undone. It is indeed. Well, he gets 2 wickets after all that. Nice catch, just above the eyes there. Well taken.
We've seen a lot of really solid caught and bowled of kind of every flavour this week, haven't we? We had
really have, yeah.
the one that will be doing the rounds on social media at the moment, the caught and bowled of was that Amandeep Singh who took that?
Amandeep Singh, yep, with the assist.
Yeah, off the non-striker. There's been a sharp one earlier today, right at the foot. And this one, I mean, it's not easy anytime, especially when the wind is swirling, the sun is coming through his right side as well, and he manages to snatch that one up. Second wicket of his spell.
Yep. One more to come. He's got 2 for 36 now, a bit expensive. And shouts to catch it. I'm not sure. Almost juggles it. Oh, that would have been a great catch. Did what you spoke about yesterday about players who, if you're in that position, you might want to just try to push it up. Maybe that left foot's almost flirting with the rope as well. But if you can try to push it up and deflect it into a second tooth, maybe third bite of the cherry in your favour. Not to be, though.
It's always so hard when you have in the back of your mind the fact that the boundary rope is right next to you, so you can't afford to really take a step, which means you can't get in that set base that they always talk about in all the catching schools, and he almost did really well there to knock it back and take it at the second attempt. It was a good effort.
Do you think he was almost had his foot on the rope when the ball went into the hands?
Yeah, I think they might just check, and they just they did give it as a 1, so they said it didn't touch the boundary rope. I didn't see the rope move, to be honest. So that's always a good indicator.
Yeah, big time. So Punjab CC Amadora put on 174 there. There were 6 magical overs in that, and in response, Marlow have just had the 1 magical over, but they're travelling nicely at 54 for 3, needing 122 for a bonus point. But I reckon they'd be looking for just the win here, just to get that over Punjab CC Amadora as well. Swings very fine. That has gone away. I think that's just bounced once inside the rope for a 4. And I thought I heard a dunk. Has it maybe hit the top of the helmet? But the helmet's on the other side of the boundary line. Have a look one more time. Yeah, maybe just flicked the lid as it went past. I don't know. Either way, it's in the book as... Well, it's not in the book yet. I was preempting. It's in the book as 4. I was preempting whether it had gone in. Maybe just caught inside or outside. Has gone for 4. That's a good strike. That is definitely a Maximo, that one. That is just a good shot from Javid. Rolls up the slope and almost breaks out through the hedge into the road, and it doesn't quite get that far. That's a good Maximo.
Did you have those ice creams in Australia with the ball of bubble gum at the bottom? Screw balls, we called them. In England.
Was it like a face with ears?
That was also another one, but this is like a conical plastic container with a little ball of a little ball of bubble gum at the bottom and vanilla ice cream on top.
I don't think we did. If we did, I was never exposed to that one. But then again, my parents didn't like us kids having ice cream. My mum was a nurse. She was very full on about not allowing us that. No, that doesn't look familiar to me. No. No, we used to get the one that was a face with ears and eyes, and that was called Bubble-O Bill, and his nose was a ball of bubblegum.
Okay, yeah. So a similar vibe.
Yeah, Bubble-O Bill.
Yeah,
everyone loved the Bubble-O Bills.
Mildly terrifying now in hindsight.
Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah. I'm eating the face of a fictional cowboy, cartoon cowboy character. Lovely shot, that one. Sawa continuing on his merry way. It's a pity Danny Hoodcheck's not here. He and I love having the ice cream chat because growing up in Australia, we remember all those things we used to just claw at our parents and say, please, 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 it's only 15 cents. No. Just an emphatic no, because he and I grew up at the same time, so we have fond memories of the 70s. I'm very proud to say that. Oh yeah, there you go. There's the Bubble-O Bill. There you go.
Probably also formerly available in the US and the UK, so maybe before my time.
I wouldn't be surprised. I do tend to talk about a lot of things which definitely would be before your time, which is why we make such a great commentary couple here, because I've got all the 70s and 80s going for me, and you've got all the latter stuff. It's working beautifully.
We span generations.
It's a generational thing going on here, folks. It
G4 stands for generational.
Not just G, not just Gowers and Goff or anything like that. It's also generational. Maybe we should change the names to Triple G.
Well, there's also a G for Golden Ball, so that would be Quad G.
Or Double G. Sounds like a radio station. You're listening to Triple G Radio, Golden Ball channel coming your way. Sorry, I've gone a little bit late night radio there. Score is 73 for 3 in case you missed it after 4. It's a really good, making a really good fister here on Marlow to get the win. It's 17 needed per over, so there's still a lot to do. 102 off 36, and with Sawa out there in a bit of a hitting mood, although he hasn't seen a lot of the strike. Have a look here at the lines. What are the lines doing here? The white line, it dipped just with maybe that last wicket, but it's sort of got the upward tick now going into the 4th. And that's a momentum they can take, but it's about maintaining that 17 runs and over, which is always going to be difficult.
Yeah, they had that big first over that went for 26 off Adnan Ali, which gave them a bit of a buffer for the next 3 overs, but it was only that last over that went for 19 above the run rate. Well, that's going to help at the start of the 5th as Tariq comes in to bowl it, and Sawa, well, he's been starved with the strike, but when he gets it, he gets hold of those Grizzlies, doesn't he?
He's a really big hitter. He's a real standard deliver batter, and I really like his striking. He really gets into it, and that is no exception here. He's 24 from 7. How's that for pace? Yeah, it's just a bit short, that one. Doesn't quite get that one out of the meat of the bat, and Simranjit Singh is patrolling the boundary at deep mid wicket, keeps it to just the 1. Brings Javid on strike. He's 12 from 5. 95 from 34 required now. That run rate's still, well, just under 17 now with that previous Maximo. Dances down the wicket and just gets an edge that runs away. Probably luckily he got something onto that one. Well, Javid's coming back for the second run. He slides and dives. Nazim Sawa had no interest in going for a second there whatsoever. And he was late to take off. Luckily the throw did go to the bowler's end. We have a look now. Another dive in the lovely sort of gladiatorial epic sunshine shot there we see.
I think the bails were never whipped off because the keeper there, Aitzaz Arshad, he knew that the diving figure of Javid did get back in.
That's true. Big spank, big hit, and only just clears the boundary line rope by, oh, I'd say maybe less than a metre. But no one could get to that because it was it really split the difference between Adnan Ali and Simranjit Singh. Watch this come down. Yeah, pretty short distance, but Adnan Ali would have to take a few extra steps to try to affect something there, and he would have taken a really big leap to affect it. As it is, it's a Maximo. Oh, good little change up there from Mubin Tariq. He's gone for 15 though, and Javid's up to 20. Usama Javid. Good partnership this one so far too. Yeah, 87 of 32, which is a run rate required. Oh, 87 of 31 now. Shouts a catch. Straight down the throat of the fielder there. The lone fielder out there at backward square leg, and he pockets that one and says, thank you very much. That's the end of Usama Javid. Just as he was starting to hit his stride and get a few runs off this over. He's connected nicely, but just not quite nicely enough. And that's a good catch. Well taken.
Yeah, he was just trying to hit it a bit too much around the corner, which meant that he didn't quite get it out of the meat. It was more just guiding it around the corner, and as a result, it landed safely in the hands. But he almost kind of did what he had to do, which was continue going on that run rate. It's always difficult to sustain, but if you just have 3, 4, 5 batters that come out, hit 20 off 8, then you at least try and get near that run rate. As it is, though, it was Gurjit Singh who took the catch on the boundary, picked him out almost perfectly. Well, that's the end of the 5th. So Marlow 88 for 4 at the end of, well, halfway through the innings. We'll go straight back to the action.
Shouts to catch it. Somebody who's got to catch that one. Oh, not going to happen, though. Parveen Singh doesn't get to it in time, and Adnan Ali running around was way too far for that one. Bowler imploring it, clapping his hands, saying, who wants it? Literally, Gurjit Singh turned around and said, right, who wants that one? And unfortunately for him, the players were just a couple of strides short of being able to get to that one and could not affect a catch.
Just on ice cream chat, that's something that Germany does very well. We have very good ice cream parlours.
Okay.
Because we had a big Italian community, and you have this proper gelato, not the kind of ones you get in the UK where it costs like €5 for one scoop of. What sort do you want? Vanilla or chocolate? You know,
Yep.
So in Germany, we have one of the trademarks is spaghetti ice, which translates as spaghetti ice cream, funnily enough. I'll come back to that in a moment.
I would have thought it might mean something else. No, just kidding. Okay. Struck hard, and it goes out towards the vacant. There's no one out there in the boundary there at deep extra cover, and it goes through. And that is a lovely strike. Watch this one again. Crunch. That is a good shot. 4 runs all the way along the ground. Safe shot, that one. Talk to me about this spaghetti ice, because this sounds interesting.
So it's vanilla ice cream
Yep.
that's pushed through a spaghetti press.
Right.
So it looks like spaghetti.
Oh, wow.
And then the sauce on top, obviously not bolognese, but strawberry sauce.
Oh, wow.
And then sprinkled on top with white chocolate flakes. So that's sprinkled to the boundary. White chocolate flakes on top. And, I mean, Google it, because it does look like spaghetti.
Bolognese.
And it's called spaghetti ice cream.
I've got a picture in front of me, folks. I can tell you right now, it looks like spaghetti bolognese with parmesan cheese grated on top. That's astonishing. It's clearly popular then.
Yeah, it's one of the trademarks. You get that in every single ice cream parlor in Germany.
Wow, really? That's incredible.
Haven't even mentioned lasagna ice yet.
Don't tell me that's a thing, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
It's the same principle, funnily enough,
sure.
but instead of pushing the vanilla ice cream through a spaghetti press, you kind of do the layers like you get in lasagna, and then the sauce is the same illusion.
Yep.
So depends which form you want your ice cream to come in.
Wow. We're not big on ice cream in Prague, in Czech Republic. Cakes are the big thing there. A lot of patisseries.
Chimney cakes? Is that a thing in Prague? Or is that a tourist thing in Prague?
It's a tourist thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely tourist thing. And anyone from Prague who thinks otherwise, I'll die on that hill. It is an absolute tourist thing. It doesn't originate from Czech Republic. It originates from the area of Central/Eastern Europe. Even the experts don't know where it came from. People say Hungary, some people say Austria, some people say even further east. So maybe even possibly from Turkey as well. So it does come from a long way, but I'm not a fan of those at all. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be called. Have a look at this in just a moment. That was really quite high. And just resetting ourselves here. It's still one to come. Just waiting for the signal from the umpire. There it is. Thank you, umpire. It is indeed a free hit. Good eyes there, Tina. And here comes the free hit. And here comes the free hit again. Take 2, as that was pushed a bit too wide. Yeah, the what's it called? It's called Trdenek, which
chimney
is
cake.
Chimney cake, yes. And I can tell you now, locals are not fans. Locals will not touch that. And it's always the tourists who say, "Oh, that's going to be fun to eat," and it's not fun.
Is it quite dry? I imagine.
It's not too bad. I mean, it's tasty, it's sugary, it's cinnamony. The bad places will make you a really dry one that's maybe sitting around for a couple of hours, because they've always got them on the rotisserie cooking as though, oh, look, we're ready to feed you one, and they probably give you the old stuff. But the problem is they fill it with ice cream or cream, and that stuff starts melting as soon as it hits the hot pastry. And the tourists will buy it, and within minutes they're going, why did I bother getting this? I'm covered in cream, chocolate, because they fill that thing up with all that sweet goodness, and it is a little bit tough. Not for me.
We've got to pay service to some of the ice cream puns in the chat.
Yeah, what you got
Cream
there?
saying all the teams aiming for Knickerbocker glory.
Nice one.
I mean, there's some nice entries here.
Dave B mentioning the banana splits.
Yeah.
Good TV show, by the way.
The difference between success and failure is wafer thin, says John Gray.
John Gray with the zinger.
Oh, that was a
a
zinger into the hand.
Great opportunity there. Really good effort too. Knocked that down. Almost pulls off a ripper catch here off the bowling of Simranjit Singh. Have a look again.
He almost doesn't go for the catch, but instead goes for just the flat palm to try and stop the ball. And that was a great effort on the boundary. And yeah, how's your fingers, Adnan Ali? Because it was a good effort to even go for that.
That was a quality effort, that. Well, the edges are coming thick and fast now. Flies away there for 4 runs. And that is vacant out there. Vacant out there at third man. Adnan Ali shaking his hand in front of us. We give him the signals, you know, you okay? And he's giving his hands a good old rub there. But Simranjit Singh won't be happy about that last ball. Gets an edge and flies away for 4 runs. He's a bit filthy there. So 61 from 22 needed. 4 wickets down. Marlow, this run chase, they're not trying too hard to get ahead of the required rate. And it's it could be coming down to a bit of a tight finish, this one.
Yeah, they're right on that rate, and if you back any side to chase down a mammoth total, it is Marlow.
Yep, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Sawa is still out there. Samir has been out there now for a little while. He's 23 and up to maybe ticking up to 24 from 9 now. So Mohammed Samir is out there to assist with Sawa. This is a good partnership. They've come together, and it's going along really nicely. Maybe they've heard the ice cream chat and they thought, we really feel like ice cream now. Wow, that's just the bread and butter stuff for Asim Sawa, who punishes that delivery. That goes up that little rise towards the rock garden. Doesn't get through though. Have a look at this again. Just sits up. And that's not a good ball from Simranjit Singh. It needs to be a lot fuller than that to someone like Sawa.
Yeah, and that takes the partnership to 31. So these two chugging along nicely, and they're both well set.
Well, that's coming towards us.
Oh, and that was a crack off I think that was on the cable extender there. So we're still live and coming to you from Santarem. So
we're still here.
The electricity hasn't been blown. That happened. Did you see that I think it was the Western Shield?
It hit something.
It hit I think it hit a extension, and it blew the fuse. It blew the whole equipment out. And
that's right.
A proper blowout, not just it goes dead, but it made it almost smoking, I think.
I think I was watching at the time.
Yeah.
It was an inexplicable blackout, right? Incredible. Oh, 127 for 4 is the score now. Just watch the umpire here is indicating wide, I think.
Yeah, that one. Don't think it touched anything on the way down.
Yep, Simranjit Singh, his over's gone magical. We can confirm that.
Let's have a look here.
And keeper puts a glove out, doesn't get anything on that one, and it gets away from everyone.
It's already gone magical and then some.
Yeah, these extras are really adding up now, aren't they? It's not good at all.
Just making sure. Was there a bit of bat on that? Yep.
Okay.
The signal is runs, so I mean it would have been an unbelievable grab by Arshad. He managed to just about slow it down, but not enough, and he's telling Simranjit there, I think, to slow it down.
Yep.
Just because, well, they can't afford these extras. There's been 17 of them so far, 15 of which have been wides. There was that no ball as well. Luckily, the no ball only led to a wide and then a single. So it's all racking up, and, well, we're not quite done yet, are we?
We're not done yet, indeed. We've got the last day of the group games tomorrow. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo will be with me here in the commentary position in the igloo here. We're going to kick things off with the Warish and Gamblers, and then Gorkha Lisbon Capitals, one of the matches of the day tomorrow that we've got our eyes firmly and well and truly on. Punjab Sissi Amadora play their only game against Gamblers in the middle match. Gorkha back against the Warish, therefore the penultimate game of the group stage, and the final match is Marlow for their only match tomorrow against Lisbon Capitals. Keep your eye on the games for Lisbon Capitals, Gorkha and Awarish, because that's going to sort out who plays qualifier 1 and gets the double chance, who plays the eliminator to see who goes home on the first match on Friday morning. This is going to be a photo finish, guys. It's 42 from 18. The run rate, can you believe, has dropped to 14 runs per over required. Big appeal there, shouts. How is this hit? This is hit.
He middled it, I think, onto his pad.
I think he has absolutely caned that one into his pads. Yep.
You can hear the click from here. Clearly not as audible in the middle for some reason to Parveen Singh.
Maybe it's that situation. The sound maybe goes up and over.
Yeah.
You know, like a volcano.
Possibly.
Crunches that one into the covers. It's along the ground. It's a miss hit. They're just going to get the one. Every ball and every run here is going to be absolutely vital. So just probably need to park the... I saw a good comment from Kroom about the ice creams. I'm going to have to park that one because this is building up, bubbling along furiously to a lovely little finale here. He was asking who's playing on Sunday. Spelled S-U-N. Oh, you saw that.
I like that.
Thanks, Kev. We'll get to you on that one.
It's more of a visual pun than an audio one, isn't it?
Yeah. Crunched. 6. Straight off the bat, that was always going to be 6. We have some very fast ball retrievers working for us around the ground, and we need to give them props for the amount of work and running they've had to do. That is a crashing good shot. Look at that. Wow. Well,
we could employ like a fleet, or I suppose it's a a pack of golden retrievers.
Oh, do we have to go to the collective nouns on that one? It would be a pack of dogs. Yes, that's what you call it.
Pack of golden retrievers.
A pack of golden retrievers.
I mean, not that our boundary riders don't do an excellent job, but that would just add to the visuals. I think if there was just golden retrievers.
The only problem you'd have with the ball...
could get the back.
Yeah, the dog chases the ball. They'll never give it back.
We chase the dogs.
And every time we go to get the ball, they'd be... just, sort of taking the ball away from him again. Didn't want to give it back. It's the big game with the dog. 50 partnership up too, by the way, with that shot. Oh, this is not the time to bowl wides, though. Not at all. Parveen Singh needs to get a little bit better here and get a bit more accurate bowling to the left-hander. Can't afford to bowl like that. 33 from 14. This partnership now worth 54 from 17 balls. That is a cracking partnership. And it's still going. It's up, 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 and almost a terrific spoil. Adnan Ali does everything, almost everything right. Oh, that was a terrific effort. Look at this. The leap, timed the leap really well, just couldn't get the correct deflection on it. And I don't think he's paddled over the line, hasn't he? It's the tap, and it's going to fall on, the wrong side of the rope. That is a Maximo indeed.
Yeah, good effort again. Second time Adnan Ali has done almost all he could on the boundary.
Yep.
He won't be able to do anything about that one.
No one's touching that one.
And that takes Asim Sawa to a 16-ball 50. He moves to 52. What an innings this is, and this is proving why Marlow are sitting pretty at the top of the table.
Yeah, this is a real statement for the rest of the competitors in this tournament. Basically, stand up, watch this. That's exactly what this is. Punjab CCM Oduro put 173 on the board, and they were looking really good. And right now, that total is looking in absolute... Well, it's threatened because it's only 20 more runs needed of the next 2 overs. And this is a great, terrific run chase. Asim Sawa, you should note, he didn't face his first ball till the start of the 3rd over either. He was
made up for lost time, hasn't he?
He has indeed. He's done it in style. Oh, that's not a good ball either.
Well, that Parveen Singh over went for 21, and that's exactly what Marlow needs to get themselves over the line here. It is worth noting that Punjab CC, they've picked up a point because, well, unsurprisingly, Marlow didn't chase this down in 7, but it's very much the definition of a consolation point at this point.
Oh, that's been clubbed straight away. Just crunch. Oh, boy. Take cover if you're anywhere near the clubhouse or near Area 51, because there's some incoming... Well, it's not a UFO. It's definitely an identified flying object, and it is a grizzly. It's coming in, and it's homing in on that area. There's some big hits here. Samir is playing an absolute blinder as well. 37 from 12. Well, swings at a wide one. Doesn't have to, because that was always going to go wide. 13 from 11 now. This is looking like an astonishingly good run chase from Marlow, and as Tina quite rightly described, that's exactly why Marlow are top of the table and looking really good. So there's a few little misses here. There's a kick to 3 players involved in that, 3 fielders involved. The keeper, who may have got a little touch on it. Then there was a short third man who kicked it to short fine leg, who managed to get it back to the keeper. So between the 3 of them, they've managed to keep it to 1. It does get Sawa back on strike one more time.
Just about. He hits it, doesn't he? And then the keeper palms it up, and then on the volley.
And allows it. that almost looked like that was practiced.
It's a nice routine, that was.
They've been working on that for days, for sure. Oh, he's got him straight through him. Sawa swings high and doesn't collect, and Mubin Tariq gets a wicket here. Oh, is that gonna force things into a tighter finish than we've maybe originally thought? Maybe. That's a good wicket nonetheless.
Big swing and a miss, and he really got nowhere near that, did he? But he's done his part here. Asim Sawa going for 52 of just 17 deliveries.
Yep.
7 sixes in that, just the 1-4, and he's got his side almost there. Nice delivery though from Tariq.
Yep.
Getting one go through the gate.
Could be a match-winning innings, that 52 from 17. Interesting to note that umpire Andy just had to walk up to Mabeen after that and said, look, as well as that being a good wicket because you bowled him, you're running right in front of me and I have to look around you to see what's happened. Can I ask you maybe to, if you're going to come that side, maybe try to trail off to the right? And Mabeen's face, his smile disappeared very quickly during that conversation, but he understood. elevated, and that could almost, that wasn't that far away actually from maybe going to the right hand of that's Gurjit Singh patrolling the boundary line out there, but it does go for 4.
Yeah, it was another one of those efforts where he was running across the rope and he just threw his hand at it, hoped for the best, and he didn't quite get as close as some of the attempts here, long off from Adnan Ali, but not a bad effort nonetheless.
167 for 5. Oh, swing and a miss, oohs and ahs around the ground. As everybody around in the clubhouse are now out in the terrace watching this final few deliveries unfold. It's 8 from 7 for a win from Marlow to pull off an amazing run chase. And obviously Punjab CC Amador looking to defend. Tosses it up, and that has been hit high out of the ground. That's it. That's the big 6. That is the smack that puts them within one run of a golden ball and 2 runs of a win. What a lovely strike that is. And that is the skipper, Mian Shahid, who comes out. As he does, he turns up towards the end of the innings. And wouldn't he love to hit those winning runs, but he may not have to because he's not going to be on strike.
Yeah, that 6 was a real pressure easer going in to the final over. It might have looked a bit different if that was a dot going in, needing 8. Anything can happen in the last. But Mohamed Samir on strike, he's hit 38 off 13, and Marlow just need 2 more for the win here. There we go though, there's 1.
I was wondering if maybe this is the opportunity to bring the field in. Whoever's got the captaincy in the absence of Rao Imran, would you not maybe bring the field in just to save 1, just to get the pressure on the bat? I mean, it's Mohamed Samir, who's got 38 from 14.
I suppose you go for the boundary catches.
Yeah, that's it exactly. I reckon that's it. That's 4. That is the run chase done and dusted. Marlow overhauled this massive total with 4 deliveries to spare. This is an excellent run chase. You would say this is a perfectly timed run chase when you finish that with 4 balls to spare. They end up on 177 for 5, 9.2 overs. They win by 5 wickets. There's high fives and handshakes all around as the Marlow guys all come out here, the dugout. There's a few hugs going on out there. They know that that has set them up for finals Friday beautifully. Obviously, there's still 1 game tomorrow, but Marlow, I don't think they're going to be too... The most difficult thing for Marlow tomorrow is simply going to say, well, what sort of side do you want to put together? Because points, we're fine, but how do we want to approach that game? That's the big question for them.
And these are the games that coming up tomorrow for Marlow. Well, they can say it's a job well done, because with that they have guaranteed not only a spot in the top 2 but top place as they move to 27 points. And well, the most that either of all 3 teams below them can pick up is 8. That would take them to 26. So congratulations to Marlow. They will go through to finals day as table toppers. They'll come back in the final game of the group stage tomorrow, as we can take a look at. There's a lot of highlights in this run chase because it was a pretty spectacular one.
It really was. They started with really good intent, and it was really good to see that they obviously thought, you know what, we really want to put the best foot forward here and try to get runs on the board quickly. Amardeep Singh, unfortunately, it wasn't his match, it wasn't his innings, but the hits around the ground were absolutely sensational. There were runs scored aplenty everywhere, and it was, there was a good catch there. That was, the man who made 93 runs in Punjab CC Amador's runs, that was Azhar Arshad. He did really well to get the catch there you saw in that replay. But Adnan Ali, he took a couple of wickets, but he was very expensive, and allowing that sort of good start really put the pressure on Punjab CC Amador right from the start. Felt that Marlow were going on at around about between 17 and 21 runs every over. They was just hitting at least 3 boundaries. The 6s were coming often, at least 2 boundaries and over, it felt. I'm not sure if that actually was, but
there absolutely was at least 2 boundaries in every over, apart from the last, which only lasted 2 balls, and that's just what kept the momentum flowing, even when they were losing a few wickets.
And you really felt that too. You just felt that the run rate was never a problem. The early 3 wickets was, to me, the only concern that they had. Apart from that, they looked so comfortable, everything they were doing. And at one point, I think maybe about the 7th over or 8th over, you were saying, well, this is why they're top of the table. They haven't panicked. They've kept it going, and they've got players with the temperament and firepower to absolutely unleash anytime it's needed.
Yeah, and that's a real good sign for them going into the finals day as well, that they've got batters who are in form, they can hit the ball hard, and they don't panic. As you said, when wickets tumble, they were 4 down in the 5th over. And, well, we've seen sides crumble when they have their middle order exposed, but Marlow have that strength to just keep pushing on, and they will surely go into finals day as the favourites.
Oh, absolutely. Without a doubt, they're going to go into that day. As you say, the qualifier is the second match of the day on finals Friday. Obviously, we're looking forward to seeing who is going to be their opponent. That's the big question. And we'll know that at this time tomorrow night who that's going to be, because it's one of 3 teams. It's going to be either Gorkha 11, it's going to be Lisbon Capitals, or it's going to be the guys from Awarash, the Swans. So it's a great highlights package there if you're a Marlow fan. It's been an exciting game, and it came down to the 10th. It was only 4 deliveries was the eventual difference between the two. It was a 5-wicket win to Marlow, chasing down a mammoth score as well. I mean, that was a really big total to chase down, but the contributions, with the exception of maybe Hardip Gatan and Shamsher Singh, who didn't really get going, but Amardeep Singh, his 14 from 5, the 52 from Azim Sarwar, wow, really good. But Mohammad Samir, that 42 from 15 with Azim Sarwar, that's the match winner for me right there.
Yeah, that was the partnership that more or less got them over the line. And look at that, 25 extras, 23 wides. That certainly didn't help the cause for Punjab CC, and that probably shows why they are where they are in the table.
Completely agree. Have a look at the bowling card now. Simranjit Singh, he came on towards the end, tried his hardest to try to pull something out of the bag, couldn't do so. 2 wickets to Mubin Tariq and 2 wickets to Adnan Ali top there. And 1 more wicket in there. As you can see here, it was, yeah, that's right, 1 to Gurjit Singh. A pretty convincing win in the end. It was pretty convincing, 5 wickets, but it went down to the 10th. It was an exciting game. There was at one point where I thought, GB? I mean, I said it jokingly at the start, but it started making sense at some point where you thought, oh, you know what, imagine it actually might get there. It was getting really, really close. It was a cracking good game. And we welcome you into the commentary igloo for the last time today, under the watchful eye of Tina and myself, dubbed as G-Force. Gigi, I saw someone call us Gigi in the chat just then as well. Call us whatever you like, but I've got to say this has been an absolutely terrific time we've had here in Portugal. It's my first time here at Santarém. I think it may be your first time at Santarém as well. We've been absolutely sport, but above everything else, I've been sport by being able to commentate with Tina Goff here. Tina, it's been sensational. Thank you so much. You've been a pleasure to work with, and I really hope it's not too long until G-Force gets back together and turns it on for the chat, turns it on for European cricket, and we get our chance once again to spoil people with our scintillating style of commentary.
Absolutely. This isn't the end, it's the end of the beginning. And, well, it's not the end of the group stages either.
True, yes.
As well. Vinny will be in the tent here with you tomorrow, talking you through these 5 games. We've already earmarked a few. I think any game involving those teams placed 2 to 4 is really going to be a tasty one. And you never know, Marlow, they could have a hand in things as well in that final game.
Yeah, you brought this up, and you've made a really good point there about that game for Marlow. I'm so interested to see who they're going to put in the team, and where are Lisbon Capitals? Are they going to be desperate for a win? It's a lot to unfold tomorrow, and I can't wait. It's going to be amazing. So I guess for now, on this wonderful Wednesday, we're 25 games done in the Premier Division, and it's time for us to say goodbye to everyone out there. Thank you for staying with us today. A rain-affected day, but we got there in the end. Okay, we lost 1 match, but we got there in the end, thankfully. So well done to you, and well done to you guys for staying with us well, and well done to the ground crew and to the guys in the clubhouse, Zoe for looking after us with the food, but the ground crew did so much work today to get the ground up and running. A big shout out to them. Thank you very much, and thank you to you as well. So I'm going to give you the last word, because we're not going to see you tomorrow, but I know you're back here with Vinny on Friday.
I'll be back here on Friday, but for now it's G-Force out. Enjoy your evenings and see you in the morning.
Bye-bye.
sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.